Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of dust and small rocks and ash and smoke, obviously. But it looked like a car mat, like one of those rubber floor mats from a car just flew across PCH and slammed into the side of a news van over here.
Rob, how close is this flame to structures? Are structures threatened where you're located?
All right, where we are, if you take a look, Tim, if you pan the camera over here, you'll see the flames on the right side of Malibu Canyon Road here. We are at Malibu Canyon Road in PCH. Off to the left, you'll see Pepperdine University. You can maybe see it through the smoke here. Those are the flames that we see that are closest right now to Pepperdine, at least from our vantage point.
So they're right across the street from the
Right
university.
across the street. There is a park down there across the street, so maybe that'll help buffer or act as a break for firefighters. But with this wind, Rob, can you tell, are we seeing spotting? Is this fire spotting in different locations? Is that part of the problem?
Well, I think the flames that we see across the street, you can see this big trailer. This looks like a horse trailer.
Yeah.
Probably one of the efforts. These folks are trying to head south on PCH. And I think the fire, I can't see from where we are right now, but it's trying to jump PCH. For all I know, it may have, because cars are not getting through now. Any cars, vehicles, any kind of trucks are not making it through southbound, south of Malibu Canyon Road now.
Again, we're dealing with an intense Santa Ana condition. This is just the start of it, folks. It really started up last night. It's going to be through Tuesday. Is that the latest,
possibly. Wednesday.
So a long haul for firefighters ahead, and temperatures will be climbing too, which is going to make this fire and other fires even more dangerous and difficult for firefighters to deal with out there.
Rob, are you still seeing the looky-loos that you talked about a half an hour ago, or are things so intense people are just staying away?
I'm having a hard time hearing. I just heard my name, Lisa.
No problem, Rob. We understand. Well, of course,
yeah, if you can keep the picture up for us, Rob, that would be helpful. You could see the active flame there. A lot of horse trailers trying to move in to evacuate horses. And there's the Air 7 shot, some flame burning up in the hills. And it gives you an idea. This fire is very spread out and burning in a lot of different areas.
A lot of animals up there.
A lot of animals, a lot of homes in those canyons. A very complicated fire effort for firefighters. And, of course, the Santa Anas are at the heart of it all, burning and gusting winds. Is it 40, 50-mile-an-hour gusts we're talking about?
65.
So intense conditions they're trying to combat. It is just starting out, and we have two other fires also burning across the south, and they're not nearly as serious as Malibu right now.
Thankfully.
But we are keeping an eye on them. Yeah, we have one in Castaic that's burned about 500 acres in open country, which is good news.
It is moving towards Ventura, though, so structures may be threatened soon.
At some point, we could have worries out there as well. And we had one in Porter Ranch this morning, which wasn't too bad from the looks of things. But again, with the Santa Anas and the temperatures climbing, that could stir up again, too. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Malibu right now is the focus of our shot from Air 7. Also, our two crews, Rob and Wendy, on the ground. And so we're going to stay on this for a while. Here's a big picture for you of the different fires burning across the Southland. Again, Castaic, Chatsworth, and, of course, Malibu.
Right, Castaic burning north towards Ventura now. Some structures may be threatened with that fire, but the biggie here is Malibu, and helping us with it has been Inspector Sam Padilla, who's been with us off and on this morning. He's extremely busy, as you'd imagine, but he couldn't even give us an indicator as to where these flames were headed because the wind is so erratic out there. A live look here from Air 7. You see part of that hillside engulfed, and with the winds as strong as they are, who knows when they'll have a hold on this at all.
And this again looks like it's from the east side of this fire, looking out towards the west. You can the backside, I guess you'd call it. But it gives you a sense of the rugged terrain in Malibu. And if you've ever driven down Canaan Dune or Malibu Canyon, those hills are very lush, very green, and of course, in conditions like this, very dangerous because that fuel is ready to burn. And some of it now, of course, is burning, and it is a huge complication for firefighters. And it's going to be a long, long day and possibly a long week as they try and get a handle on this.
And access up and down those roads can be tricky, especially if there are vehicles parked at all. So they are reminding people just to stay out of the way as they try to get their engines up there to do what they can with this fire. But
yeah, they're not trying to be mean. They need the roads to get in and around this fire. And if there are cars blocking it, even news vehicles, they yell at us sometimes because we get in their way too. So they need to keep these roads clear as much as they can so crews can get in and around. And, you know, it's a danger to them, too, if a fire truck gets trapped in an area where a fire's burning and they can't get out. Sometimes they have to evacuate, too. So there's good reason for them wanting to keep these roads clear.
We're going to get a check of weather conditions now with meteorologist Angel Peterson. She joins us. This Santa Ana event not likely to kick down till, what, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is just the very beginning of the Santa Ana wind event. It did start yesterday afternoon into the Antelope Valley there. there. Winds were blowing. We saw visibility go down to 0. Then into the overnight hours, that high wind warning went into effect for everyone. Mountains, deserts, valleys, and even our coastal sections now looking at these steady northeasterly winds, 25 to 45 miles per hour. But that is not it. Gusts as high as 80 miles per hour. Even in our mountain locations, we've heard Whitaker Peak report a gust of 108 miles per hour earlier this morning. So that red flag warning, of course, remains in effect as well all the way through Tuesday afternoon for high winds and, most importantly, the low humidity. Normally into the overnight hours, we see that humidity recover to about 30-40% in some locations, especially near the coast, near 70%. But in this dry situation, we're just looking at humidities to about the single digits. Currently this morning, we're waking up into the 60s. We're seeing humidities just into the teens, and it doesn't get better from here. Malibu, your forecast today to about 86 degrees. Northeasterly winds steady at 35 miles per hour already in effect. We're seeing gusts now even higher than that, reported about 65 miles per hour. Now keep in mind, the wind direction does come steady from the northeast, but fires are capable of generating their own gusts from any direction. So it is very tough at this time to see what direction the fire will move. Castaic today, you're a little bit better. You're seeing forecast high about 78, but again, gusts there as well, up to about 50 miles per hour in Porter Ranch as well. Temperatures today well above normal into the 80s today. Northeasterly winds steady at 30, gusting to about 45. Now, the good news is we will see some recovery by the end of the week. But again, this is just the beginning. We still have the rest of today, Monday, and Tuesday. Of course, winds will diminish slightly as you head towards Monday into Tuesday, but still strong enough to remain a severe fire danger.
Can you talk about these winds, Indra? They're so unpredictable right now with the Santa Ana event. It's got to make it so much harder for firefighters.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the steady winds. That's for as far as a weather perspective from the northeast. You know they're coming through the canyons. They're kind of compressing as they go through the canyons. That strengthens those winds. That's why it's normally typical to see gusts about 60, 65 miles per hour in these locations. But the fire themselves are able to generate their own gust within. So that's what's making it so hard for those firefighters. The direction of the wind can change at any moment's notice. But again, that's not from the weather pattern itself, but rather from the fire. And
Indra, I noticed last night the winds were really blowing hard, and normally the Santa Ana's kind of back down at night, but I guess that doesn't have to be the case. They can blow throughout the night. Is that right?
It could be the positioning of the high and low, how close they are together. We remember that trough that just kicked through about a day ago, that building in with that high pressure coming in over the next several days. And as you mentioned, that high pressure, unfortunately, is just going to continue to build Monday and Tuesday. So for that reason, even though the winds will start to back off slightly Tuesday into Wednesday, that ridge of high pressure will continue to build. So we'll see temperatures, record-breaking temperatures possible into Tuesday. About 100 degrees are possible. So very tough situation.
There's one more complication for firefighters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a reminder for everybody, normally we're watching this week with George Stephanopoulos, but obviously because of the breaking news, we're going to stay with this fire burning in Malibu, burning out of control right now. Firefighters have no handle on this blaze, and it has so far burned 400-plus acres.
And right now, John, we're going to check in with a student from Pepperdine in the cafeteria, I believe. Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you on university right now, on campus?
Yes, we are.
What's the situation down there where you are?
Basically, all the students are being moved into the cafeteria or the gym, and they're handing out oxygen masks or just like things to cover our mouths with so we're not breathing in too much smoke. Everyone seems to be okay and pretty calm. We have food. We feel pretty safe right now.
Michelle, you said oxygen masks, or do you just mean masks to keep the debris and the soot out of your mouth? You're not talking about...
Well, I don't mean oxygen masks.
Right.
I'm sorry. I mean
just to clarify.
Masks that keep soot out. But they do have oxygen downstairs for people that have asthma and such.
Michelle, how big is the group you're sitting with right now?
I'm actually in the smaller part of the cafeteria upstairs. So I'm here with a few of my friends in a corner, and then there's a few people in this room, but there's a few hundred people downstairs.
And Michelle, what's it been like for everybody? How's everybody dealing with this?
Some people are nervous and crying, but for the most part, people seem to be pretty calm and okay.
Michelle, can you take us back to earlier this morning? What time you guys were notified of the evacuation and what happened step by step from there?
Around 7:15, one of my friends came into the room and told me that we had to leave. I didn't hear any alarms or anything really going off. It was just sort of word of mouth at that point.
And how did the evacuation go? Was it orderly, or was there a little panic? How are the folks dealing with that?
When we left our dorm, we weren't given any instructions. We just kind of followed where people were going. So I guess at that point it was not orderly. but it wasn't a panic thing. People weren't running or anything.
As you left your dorm this morning, Michelle, could you see the severity of the fire, sense how close it was?
No, but we could see a huge amount of orange smoke, so we figured it was really close.
And Michelle, are you able to breathe okay now? I mean, in the facility you're located, is the air filled with smoke?
You can smell smoke, and it's a little bit irritating, but I can breathe fine.
Okay.
Now, Michelle, are you guys just planning to hunker down there in the cafeteria until further word, or what's the plan for the rest of the day?
Yeah, we don't have instructions as to where we're going yet. The principal just made an announcement that he's going to keep us updated. So that's what's going on. We're just waiting for instructions.
Michelle, right now we have up a live webcam shot from the Pepperdine campus, and you can actually see some flame burning. Can you see any active flame from your location?
I'm not at a point where there's a window, but no, I don't think we can.
Michelle, have you talked to your parents yet this morning? I'm sure there are many parents who are learning word of this. Any advice to anybody watching or learning of this news?
Yeah, I talked to my parents.
You did.
And Michelle, remind everybody, it sounds like everybody is safe at 2 locations on campus, the cafeteria and the gym, is that correct?
Right.
And it sounds like the school's got an orderly plan in place, some kind of an emergency plan to deal with this?
Yeah, they've had fires here before. I'm a freshman, so it's my first time being in the fire.
Right.
But the principal's been through many. Some other students have been through some, I'm sure, so.
We had heard the campus had been evacuated, but I guess that's not the case. These buildings, it's safe to say, I assume, are not near any brush. They've probably got some parking lots around them, something to protect them from fire?
Right, yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of concrete around.
Right. That's good. Michelle, thanks for joining us, and I hope you're safe and obviously stay calm. It sounds like school officials, like you said, have been through this before. We've seen our share of fires up here in Malibu around Pepperdine, that's for sure.
Thank you, Michelle. That was Michelle joining us from Pepperdine. She's one of the students evacuated this morning. A lot of them just keeping calm in the cafeteria, waiting to get further word from LA County Fire. Yeah, it sounds like the school has placed evacuees in the cafeteria and the gym, 2 locations apparently that are considered safe to deal with in a situation like this. A lot of concrete around those buildings, not a lot of fuel to burn. As this fire does make its way around the hills around Pepperdine. We had Rob Hayes earlier, and it looked like the fire was burning just across the street from the campus in one spot. And spotting is the issue with this very strong Santa Ana condition. This fire is spotting, jumping over areas, over roads, and that's creating more difficulty for firefighters. From this shot in Air 7, we're seeing a lot of white smoke, which tends to be good news. That means it's not heavy fuel burning, but there are places where we do have heavy fuel. And it certainly is a danger to residents in that area who are being advised to stay out of the area if they're not there now. So for Pepperdine students, the main place they're being evacuated to, we're learning, is the gym. So if you have any concerns about students from that university, that is where they are. Those who are on campus this morning were taken to that area, or the cafeteria, but the majority of them in the gym right now as we watch this. We're going to check in now with Rob Hayes, who is on the ground live. Rob, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. We're over at Malibu Canyon and PCH, right across from Pepperdine University over here. You can see the flames are just sweeping in this way. Just a few moments ago, they had road crews here setting up these road horses here, these blockades to keep people down. About 2 minutes ago, one of these horses, these steel horses, just flew through the air. Just the wind grabbed it and whipped it through the air. So now they've taken them down because they're another obvious safety factor. So they're trying to keep people out of here. You can see there are horse trailers. There's limited traffic going through here trying to get through, but PCH here appears to be unpassable. I mean, the cars are going maybe 20 yards and they're disappearing in that smoke, and we're seeing them turning around every once in a while and coming back. But the wind conditions here are just outrageous. I mean, the wind is gusting. It has to be hitting 70, 80 miles per hour. I don't know if any of this is flame-generated wind or if it's just the Santa Ana's kicking up, or a combination of both, but it is whipping here. Right now, we have a bit of a pause. A moment from now, who knows, it's going to be blowing and gusting and pushing us all over the place. Again, Pepperdine University right behind me here. If you pan up, Tim, you'll see a water tanker. It's going to disappear in the smoke any moment now. But Pepperdine University has been evacuated. Malibu Crest residential community behind it has been evacuated. That's some 200 homes back there. But the conditions here are quite literally hellish.
And Rob, this is something you normally see in hurricane conditions with debris and objects flying through the air. It gives you a sense of how powerful the Santa Ana event is. It's like a hurricane out there.
It is. I've been on hurricane coverage before, and this is right up there with the hurricane force winds. It's a sustained wind, probably 40, 50 miles per hour, and then gusts have to be hitting 70, 80 at least.
Rob, can you talk a little bit about visibility out there? I know earlier it was awful. It can't be any better at this point.
One more time, Lisa.
Visibility getting worse, I would imagine.
Visibility is horrible. Tim, just pan down here. You can see a car just pulled out PCH. Here comes another one. And just count to yourself how long it takes before they disappear in the smoke here.
Rob, clarify for us, are they letting drivers drive down PCH, or are these people who are Red Cross workers, or do they have some special reason to be on the road?
PCH is shut down we came in on Kane, and it was closed from Canaan to Topanga Canyon is what we're hearing. We are seeing civilian cars here, but I don't know if these are just residents who are on their way out.
Right. They may be evacuating is what we're seeing. And Rob, we can see again spotted fires. Fires are breaking out in isolated areas. Are you dealing with a lot of spotting? Is this fire jumping roads?
We've been here probably 45 minutes. When we got here, the flames that we see across the street here weren't here, and then they popped up probably about a half an hour ago. So with winds like this, there's no doubt that this is spotting, that embers are flying, and this fire is catching quickly and moving quickly towards the ocean.
Rob, have you gotten an update on acreage at this point? I know we were hanging in at 400 plus. Any new news where you are?
I didn't hear that, Lisa.
Rob, how big? Any idea how big this fire is at this point?
We haven't had a chance to touch base with any firefighters. They're obviously considerably busier than we are right now. They had a mobile command unit here earlier, but that has taken off.
And what about residents, Rob? Have you had a chance to talk to anybody? Have you seen people evacuating? Is there a panic in the air?
You know, people don't seem to be stopping here. There are a few cars that are just kind of blowing through the intersection here, and there are very few people to talk with.
And again, we have a superimposed map of the road closures in the Malibu area. Malibu Canyon Road apparently shut down. Topanga Canyon Road, Canyon Road closed down, and the PCH is closed too. And that's where this fire is focused, right between Malibu, actually Canaan Dune and Topanga Canyon. And heavy smoke, very fierce winds, as you can see from our live picture, and Rob Hayes out there. Rob, we were told that some of the students are actually on campus still. They're being held in the gym facility, which apparently is safe from this fire. Can you see any activity on the campus?
You know, we don't see any firefighter activity here. There is very little they can do here with winds gusting this fast and this strong. There's very little firefighters can do in a situation like this. They just have to get out of the way and make sure that homes are evacuated and people are safe. On the subject of evacuations, Wendy Birch has just arrived on the scene here. She has some new information about evacuations.
Rob, on my way up, I was doing a couple of phoners. I can tell you that the visibility basically drops off right at the Malibu Pier. Right then, it becomes, you go from something clear to just barely being able to see about 100 feet in front of you. I went to one area that I knew is right below Malibu Crest. It's called the Sarah Retreat. Now, if you're familiar with the area, there's a monastery on top of that. This is a very exclusive, gated community. We have a lot of celebrity homes. I'm only saying that not to minimize that everybody's home is important, but I should point out that Mel Gibson lives back there, Dick Van Dyke lives back there, Olivia Newton-John. It's really one of the most prestigious addresses in Malibu. That area is being evacuated. There are a lot of horses back there. And when I was over there as well, Rob, most concerning to residents and most concerning to firefighters is the fact that this fire is hopscotching. Right by the Malibu Civic Center, a huge tree was on fire. And you know, from covering these fires, we know what this is. Firefighters are really having a hard time because this fire is burning in different places all across Malibu right now. We're sort of in the heart of it where the winds are the worst, but I have to imagine that these winds are just as bad in other parts of Malibu.
Well, they're bad everywhere, Wendy, not just Malibu. We have two other fires still burning in Castaic and Porter Ranch. Obviously, Malibu, though, is the big one right now, and for all the reasons you've been talking about. The roads are difficult for firefighters to deal with. Those canyons have a lot of brush to burn and a lot of homes in those canyons, as you've been saying. It makes it very hard for firefighters, and we're getting a live picture now with some active flame along a roadway, and you can see And we have a building burning now. Okay, so this is our first confirmed structure in the
Might be
Malibu area
China.
burning. A lot of black smoke coming up, and this is what everybody was worried about. Yeah.
This has been burning since the early morning hours, breaking out at Malibu Canyon and PCH. And we know at least 400 acres have been charred in all of this. A lot of black smoke coming from this first structure that has been lost, it looks like, to these flames. And we know that there are evacuations in Malibu Crest, John, that you mentioned. Of course, Pepperdine University completely evacuated. As we heard from one of the students this morning, no idea if class will resume. The Santa Ana event, the first big one we've seen of the season, it's going to hang with us until Tuesday at the very least. We've got valley temperatures into the high 90s, maybe 100 degrees by Wednesday, and that heat's going to maintain until Friday. So no real relief in sight for these people working this fire.
And when that camera pulled out, it looked like some other structures may be burning in this one too. So we do have confirmation. We've got structures burning, and we want to go back to Rob Hayes. He's got a local resident, it looks like.
John and Lisa, we have some new information about evacuations. You're the acting mayor?
Yes, my name's Pamela Conley-Ulick. I'm the mayor pro tem for Malibu. Wanted to let everyone know, please remain calm. Right now, there's evacuations at Malibu Road, which is right behind us. People can go to Zuma Beach. We're setting up a space for evacuees to go to Zuma Beach, which is up Pacific Coast Highway going north. And at this time, I just heard there's about approximately 500 acres that have been burnt. The command station is now at Pepperdine behind us, but they're working hard. And with Godspeed, we'll all be okay. Just remain calm, and that's the news.
How many people would you say have been evacuated so far?
At this point, I know all of up in Cayuma, so I don't know how many people are up there. People at Pepperdine are being told to go to Tyler, and they may be evacuated soon. Malibu Road, you know the fires that were just here in the fall. A lot of people live there. But everyone, now we have a spot for them to go. It's at Zuma. We're going to be sending people there right now.
And obviously people should not take this lightly. This is a very dangerous situation.
Yes. Remain calm. Everything will be fine. But please, if you're at Malibu Road, Malibu Colony, up by Pepperdine, anywhere off of Las Virgenes, towards the 101, you need to leave. And you can go to Zuma or go anywhere where you have family where it'll be safe. But everything will be fine. Just remain calm.
All right, but an evacuation center being set up at Zuma Beach right now. All right, thank you so much. So there you have it. Urging evacuations right now. Not just urging. I mean, this is a very dangerous situation. With the wind gusting like this, the fire is burning out of control. It's trying to jump PCH, and for all we know, it could have further down the road. As Wendy was saying, it is hopscotching right now. She was down PCH a little farther south, and she's saying this fire is spotting in various places, which is making it very difficult for firefighters to get a grip on this.
All right, Rob, we're going to let you be for a second. We're going to check in with Inspector Sam Padilla with LA County Fire. Inspector, what is the latest from your end? Inspector, can you hear us?
Okay.
All right, he was there a minute ago, but
look at this live picture.
right.
This is a structure burning, a very big home, it appears, and it is the first structure we've seen go up in Malibu. This looks like a mansion burning on top of the hill. There was a shot we had earlier, a little wider, and it looked like several structures in this general area were burning. And this was what everybody was worried about with a fire like this raging out of control. Firefighters obviously can't be everywhere at once,
right.
And they were not able to protect this particular building. And unfortunately, this fire is still burning very intensely, and we may have more of this. We'll obviously be keeping an eye on it for you.
And very out of control. We have reports of sustained winds at 65 miles an hour. Rob Hayes is a big guy, 6'3", 6'4". He was nearly knocked over in his live report.
Around out there, yeah.
Wendy Birch is also on scene saying that residents of Malibu Colony might be evacuated. We don't have confirmation on that. We do know Malibu Crest has been evacuated.
And we're getting word from our producer, Melissa, that this is Malibu Presbyterian Church that is burning here. So,
oh, my goodness.
An important building for this community.
The first structure lost in this fire.
We're wondering why it was so big. It's not a mansion. It's a church burning in the Malibu Hills. A terrible situation. And burning intensely.
And we heard from Mayor Pro Tem on the ground there with Rob Hayes, pleading with everybody not to panic, that they be okay. They can head to Zuma Beach. That's where the evacuees are being told to go this morning. And there are several dozen, I would imagine, at the very least, that have been evacuated, not counting the Pepperdine students who are in the gym hunkering down until they get further word.
Yeah, if you're wondering where to go in a situation like this, go to the beach. I mean, there's nothing that will burn on the beach. You've got the ocean there. Zuma Beach is a perfect location for an evacuation center, and a good place to go. Obviously, you'll be dealing with some smoke and possibly some sand getting blown in the wind, but otherwise a relatively safe location. And obviously a much safer location than what we're looking at here. Again, Malibu Presbyterian Church, we're told, burning, completely engulfed in flames, and a complete loss from what we can see here.
And Zuma Beach is where you'll get some information as to when it will be safe to come back. Obviously, right now, they have no idea. Inspector Badia told us he didn't even know which way this fire was burning because the winds have been so erratic this morning, so strong. A huge engine response from multiple agencies this morning, and we're just waiting for more word.
And if you've ever been in a Santa Ana in these canyons, you do get that swirling wind condition, and you add the fire, which creates wind too, and that's why it's so erratic out there and so hard to predict, and we're getting spotting. This fire is jumping roads, jumping from hill to hill, and causing a lot of problems.
And we want to update you on 3 fires, Malibu included. With this fire forecast here, we have 3 fires. Of course, Malibu, temperatures hanging warm at 86 degrees, northeast gusts 35 miles per hour. Winds rather at 35 and gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That is what Inspector Badia was talking about, making things so difficult there on the ground. Castaic, 500 plus acres moving north towards Ventura, affecting Piru possibly. And if those winds continue, we could see evacuations up there. 78 degrees, very warm. It's not even 9 o'clock. Northeasterly winds 35 miles per hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. And Porter Ranch, a smaller fire, but still potential to grow. 83 degrees out there, northeasterly winds 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 45 miles per hour. So winds everywhere. These 3 separate fires still active. And
here again is a look at the road closures folks in Malibu are dealing with. The PCH is closed down. Canaan Dune Road, we're told, is closed down. Topanga Canyon Boulevard, is closed down. Malibu Canyon Road apparently is also closed down. Rob Hayes did see some traffic. We don't know if those were people leaving, but right now authorities are asking folks to avoid this area as they try and battle this blaze, which has now burned at least one structure, Malibu Presbyterian Church, a big building in the hills there, completely engulfed in flames, appears to be a complete loss. And again, this fire is spotting, so it is erratic, very dangerous. It may look like it's burning in one spot, and the next thing you know, you've got a fire burning behind you. So if you can avoid this area, please do so.
Taking a look now from the webcam, I believe, provided by Pepperdine, was it not?
Yes, this is the Pepperdine shot we've been showing you.
Right. And they are evacuated to their cafeteria as well as their gym. They were evacuated as of 5:30 this morning. Where Rob Hayes is, he's exactly across the street from Pepperdine, so you know the proximity of that fire to that university. Very dangerous. We did talk to one student this morning, Michelle, who was very calm about it, saying that students are used to the fires in Malibu and were trying to maintain their calmness, though some were very upset.
Yeah, it sounds like the school's been through this before. They have, and they do have a plan in place, and they evacuated people to the gym and the cafeteria. If you're wondering if that's safe, you saw from that picture a few seconds ago, there's a parking lot around there. There isn't a lot to burn, and that's why they feel pretty comfortable bringing people there, and it's probably a safe bet. Here again is the live picture from Malibu Presbyterian Church burning. A complete loss. It looks like a terrible situation.
Right.
And it looked like some other structures burning there too. We're going to be staying on top of that as well, obviously, as this fire unfolds and as firefighters continue to battle it. No idea what caused this fire, by the way. It broke out early this morning, pushed along by the Santa Ana wind conditions, but inspectors will be looking into that as well. And now we want to go back to Rob Hayes along PCH. And Rob, give us an update. Sounds like you got somebody to talk to.
John, we just have one of the residents here who's being evacuated. He got the call just a short time ago. David Massey.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your experience.
We were at the Malibu Canyon Village on the 3rd floor, and the smoke and the flames were starting to come down the hill. And there's a guarded area and nursery behind the complex, and that started getting smoke, and the flames started moving up towards the building, and that's when we decided to evacuate. And the last 4 or 5 residents that were there were evacuated at that time. We started heading up. The arson watch gentleman was there at the front gate, told us to come up north on PCH. As we were coming up north here, the flames were coming across PCH, and we had to ride through 2 or 3 flame sections.
So when did you get word of this fire?
I had started smelling it around 6 this morning. They came by and gave us an option to either to evacuate around 7:30 or so if we chose to. And we decided to stay as long as possible until it got to this point.
Were you able to grab anything from your home?
Yeah, grabbed as much valuables as I could and loaded everything up and got out as quickly as possible.
How prepared for something like this would you say you've been?
About 50%.
You're regretting that now?
Yeah.
Well, have you seen,
I mean, it's as much as you can be prepared for something like this.
Have you seen conditions like this before?
I've seen a few fires here in Malibu, just not this windy and happening this quickly.
Why? All right, but you said you had to actually drive through the flames.
Yeah, they were right over here, between here and the colony where Ralph's is. The flames were coming across PCH.
All right, so you made it out with your wife? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we have all the family together, and we're here.
All right. Good luck. Hope your house is fine. Take care. There's just one example of what's going on here. Hundreds of evacuations underway, guys.
Rob, can you talk about the horse trailers? We've seen a lot of horse trailers, a lot of animals in that area. How complicated is that evacuation effort? Do you have any sense of that?
Well, we have been seeing a lot of horse trailers going by on PCH here. A lot of times they've been heading south, and then you'll see them turn around and head back north. Hopefully they've been finding ways out of here. I've seen the trailers. I've yet to see any horses in those trailers, though.
Rob, we've been showing a shot of Malibu Presbyterian Church, what we think is the church. Have you heard? It looked like this structure was a complete loss, engulfed in flames. Have you heard any word about that?
I have not heard about any structure. I know I had heard that one structure was engulfed in flames, was being hit by this fire, but I have no word on the condition of that or if any other homes have been affected.
Is there any sense from your location of the firefighting effort? Have you been able to see firefighters work the line, or are they basically in a structure protection mode?
Yeah, from where we are right now at Malibu Canyon Road and PCH, you can see Pepperdine off in the distance, off over here to the left. Off to the right is where we've been seeing some of the flames. But the only crews that we see stationed here is a Caltrans road crew that has blocked off the road here. As far we've seen, dozens of fire trucks screaming by here at certain points throughout the morning, but there is no firefighting going on in this area right here.
And Rob, again, give us a perspective on your location. And from what you just showed me, it looked like Pepperdine was in the clear. It looked like the fire had moved past the university. Is that safe to say, or no?
I mean, we could take a look right now. Just looking at Pepperdine University, I'm scanning the area right now. I see no flames in the immediate Pepperdine University area. Off to the right, across the street, across Malibu Canyon Road, is where we are seeing some of the flames right now. As you move south on PCH, you're also seeing that's where Wendy was telling us about the fire hopscotching in various areas, jumping over the road and possibly spreading at various points.
And Rob, we have a shot up now. Another building appears to be burning. It looks like some type of industrial building. I don't know where at this time. It is in the Malibu area. And so confirmation, we do have another structure burning. This looks like it could be in the Pepperdine area. It's hard to say. Rob, but again, you don't see any open flame near Pepperdine, so probably not. But this is more bad news and more of what we've been expecting with this fire and this wind and the fire jumping. It is now moving into different locations and doing some serious damage.
Hey, Rob, it's Lisa. Can you hear me at all? My mic's having issues.
One more time, Lisa.
Can you ask them about winds? Because it hasn't changed, I would imagine.
Yeah, Rob, the winds, they've been blowing hard all day. Have you noticed any fluctuation? Are we still getting the same strong winds?
This wind has been consistently blowing. I mean, very strong gusts, probably 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. Some of these we saw a road barricade fly across the road, one of these heavy metal things. The wind just caught it, airborne, lifted it, slammed it right into the pavement, not too far from us. Earlier, a few minutes before that, like what appeared to be a carpeted car mat came flying through and slammed into a live truck over here. The winds are extremely strong, very dangerous.
All right, Rob, we're going to check in now with Wendy Birch, who's on the phone. Wendy, where are you right now?
Well, we're working around Malibu. You know, I lived in this area for a number of years, so I know these buildings and I know these structures. Right now, most importantly, we need to clearly communicate the fire has jumped PC8. It is now moving out towards the ocean. Now, that was incredibly problematic last time we saw fire out here. That's along Malibu Road. Fire trucks, as I understand, are trying to offer some structure support down there, but with these sort of winds, that fire can quickly and more than likely will move quickly down to the ocean. That's incredibly problematic. Incredibly problematic for firefighters on Malibu Road. Now, I'm also at the courthouse right now. I see a greenhouse on fire. We're going to make our way back up to the church. That's Malibu Presbyterian. It's a very, very popular church. Some would say one of the heart and souls of this community. We understand that that structure is on fire. Now, that's along the Malibu Crest Road. Now, for those of you that might not know the Malibu area, one important thing to point out, there's a big landmark out there. It's a castle house, a home that looks like a castle. A dear friend of mine lives in that home. I'm checking with her right now to see how her structure is holding up in that neighborhood. So we're going to roam a little bit, try to give you a structural count right now. We'll be back online as we can tell you what is burning and what looks like it will potentially be in the line of fire.
All right, as Wendy mentioned, Malibu Presbyterian Church burning. We had a picture of that earlier. It is completely engulfed in flames and it appears to be a total loss. You're looking at another structure burning as well. I don't know if this is the greenhouse she mentioned, but two structures at least that we know are burning in the Malibu area. A fire burning out of control, completely out of control, and being pushed along by these fierce Santa Ana winds.
And we're just learning from the city of Malibu that they are advising residents in Puerto Canyon to begin evacuating due to this brush fire. That's an area north of PCH, about a mile west of Pepperdine. And residents along the beach on Malibu Road may soon be evacuated as well. As you just heard from Wendy, she says the fire actually jumped PCH already. So residents in those areas are advised to head to the west, and evacuation centers are being set up in the Zuma Beach area.
If you were expecting to see This Week with George Stephanopoulos, we apologize. Obviously, the breaking news forced us to stay with this fire burning in Malibu. And here again, you can see that shot. This, we believe, is the Presbyterian Church that Wendy mentioned. A very large building. As she said, it was the heart of this community, and it appears to be a complete loss at this time.
We're going to check in once again with Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes for Eyewitness News at 9. Rob, what do you have?
Well, Lisa, just a few minutes ago, a stream of police cars went flying by here. I'm not headed right up Malibu Canyon Road, probably helping in that evacuation, we would assume. Up above Pepperdine University behind me, you'll see that is the community that's being affected right now, Malibu Crest. We've been watching as tanker planes come in. 2 of them came in about a minute ago. They seem to be scouting the area. They didn't drop any water. Usually what they'll do is they'll come in, they'll scout the area, look where they want to drop, and come around and then do it. I have yet to see any helicopters, and no doubt it's because of the winds here. Seem to be relying on fixed-wing aircraft from what I could see from this perspective. But here at Malibu Canyon Road at PCH, the road is closed down. You'll see every once in a while some cars and trucks going by. Those must be residents, but here comes some more fire engines right here, LA fire trucks. You can see the smoke off behind them there. That's where the fire is burning right now, and it is blowing towards PCH, trying to jump the highway.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're listening to Rob Hayes in Malibu, where a fire is burning out of control. It has burned about 500 acres so far. It has destroyed at least 2 structures as far as we can tell. Folks are being evacuated from the Malibu Crest neighborhood. Also, Pepperdine has been evacuated, and this fire continues to burn. Firefighters don't have any handle on it right now, and they are advising residents and anyone else to stay out of the area if they can. Roads are being closed down, and the danger continues because of these very intense Santa Ana wind conditions we're seeing.
And that wind event's going to hang with us for at least a few more days. Meteorologist Angel Peterson is joining us now with an update on the weather.
Yeah, that high wind warning went in effect about 3 a.m. this morning. As the sun rose, you can see the conditions have only worsened. We've seen steady winds out there coming in from the northeast, 25 to 35. Some locations, steady winds as high as 45 miles per hour this morning. We're hearing about gusts as high as 60 to 65 miles per hour. In our mountain locations, we're hearing about gusts from 80 to even well over 100 miles per hour. Whitaker Peak this morning, about 108 miles per hour gust came reported in this morning. So we do have that red flag warning up for you all the way through Tuesday. Unfortunately, this is just the beginning of our Santa Ana wind event. We'll be continuing to see these steady winds all the way through Tuesday. And of course, those low humidities will be a factor as well. We're talking about single-digit humidities out there, even into the overnight hours. That's the time we normally recover. We see the humidity start to rise to about 30-40%. Coastal sections normally see humidities at that hour about 70-75%. Unfortunately, with these dry northeasterly winds, we're going to continue to see the low humidities into the single digits. Now, here's your forecast from Malibu. You can see currently at this hour already into the single digits, about 9% relative humidity, steady winds there at 45 miles per hour. Now, of course, the sensor is down, so it's having a tough time grabbing some of those gusts, but we're hearing reports about 60-65 miles per hour. That is very typical. Keep in mind those steady winds are coming in from the northeast, but the fire itself can generate its own gusts. So we're seeing winds coming in from all directions. Very erratic situation out there. Very tough to see what direction this storm, in fact, this fire will be moving towards. Again, keep in mind we're going to have the Santa Ana wind event Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Winds will start to diminish as we head towards Wednesday, but of course temperatures will remain above normal at that time.
All right, Andrew, thank you. You can see in that live picture from Rob Hayes, they're having trouble just keeping themselves grounded there.
Yeah, at one point this morning, our camera got knocked right onto its side by these very powerful winds. Rob also mentioned debris in the air is an issue. These winds are blowing very hard. Rob, again, talk about that debris that you've been dealing with. You've been hit in the face with sand and dust, but there are bigger things flying around.
Yeah, the wind here is just blowing out of control. It's blowing stuff around. You can see a LA County fire helicopter here is flying low. It's just fighting the wind. It's amazing how strong the wind is gusting here. And you can see that helicopter is having a hard time, at least trying to stay steady. It is coasting over Pepperdine University, crossing over Malibu Canyon Road right now and heading towards that fire.
And that erratic wind gusting about 60 miles per hour could be seen pushing flames around Pepperdine. They're obviously, Rob is exactly right across the street from Pepperdine, and they're trying to maintain safety around that campus. We do know that those gusts were seen pushing flames toward the Hughes Lab Technology Research Campus, and gusts of 65 miles per hour bent palm trees nearly in half around that campus. Just to give you an idea of how strong things are right now, about 400 firefighters were protecting just the university itself. Obviously, multiple numbers of firefighters protecting other structures. We do know that Malibu Presbyterian Church was the first structure lost. We saw another structure on fire a short time ago.
And it looked like an industrial building of some type, in some type
Look at
of
this
parking lot. And there's Rob getting pushed around by that wind. That gives you a sense of just how forceful it is. We should tell you, Pepperdine University, as far as we know, is safe. Rob is there. He hasn't seen any active flame. Rob, again, show us, you're showing off in the wind there. That gives you a sense of how powerful it is.
Well, I don't know if you just saw, just about 20 seconds ago, a huge wind gust hit. I mean, these kind of winds where you could lean into it and it will keep you upright. The winds here just gusting out of control. And just, I don't know how firefighters can fight this on this front here on PCH and Malibu Canyon Road. That's why we don't even see any trucks here. Of course, where we are right now, there are no structures in danger, but the winds here just whipping, just literally whipping through.
And Rob, the debris was an issue too. You were saying stuff was flying through the air. So folks really do need to be careful, and maybe just recommend anybody who doesn't need to be there, stay out, I guess.
Yeah, this is not a good area to be in if you're a resident. You don't even want to be here if you're a firefighter, to be honest with you. It's hard to breathe. I mean, unless you have a breathing apparatus here. You can see we've got what appear to be, I would assume, students here on the Pepperdine University campus. They've got the face masks, which will help them help at least get some of the grit and soot out. But the wind here is, the air quality here is awful. It's hard to breathe. It's like being in a chimney.
Yeah, we should point out that students were evacuated to the gym and the cafeteria on the Pepperdine campus. We spoke with one over the phone. She appeared to be doing good. She said everybody appeared to be safe. There was a little concern, some nervousness, obviously, to be expected.
Said, look, we expected this sort of thing to happen, so she was very calm about it. She did mention to us that the students were handed those masks to kind of protect them from breathing in the debris, but we did see some of those students exiting off of campus. Not sure where they're headed right now. We do know that evacuees are being advised to go hang at Zuma Beach, where more information will be provided to them.
Hey, Rob, from your camera, we see that black plume. How far away is that black plume of smoke from your location?
That black column from where we are looks maybe a half mile away from where we are. Yeah.
And we have had a couple structures go up. One, a very important structure, the Malibu Presbyterian Church, appears to be a complete loss, a very important building in the community of Malibu. And there was another building burning, too, in an industrial area, it looked like. And you can see that black smoke, which is never a good sign in a fire. That means there's some active fuel burning. And in these winds, it is the worst thing firefighters could be dealing with.
And John, this fire is burning roughly in the same area that another devastating wildfire burned less than a year ago. That fire on January 9th destroyed 4 multi-million-dollar homes and 1 guest house. It also damaged 4 others. Actress Suzanne Summers' multi-million-dollar home was one of the 4 homes destroyed. This is file video on that left-hand side. This is from that older fire we're talking about. Current pictures on your right side. Some people did report smoke inhalation problems back then, but other than that, there were no serious injuries. High winds and low humidity, of course, fueled that fire.
And that fire started right on the coast and burned right down to the beach. It was a very compact fire. This is the opposite of that. It is burning over a wide area. That is the church, by the way, burning there in the right-hand picture.
Malibu Presbyterian.
Right, and this fire is spotting. It is an incredibly dangerous situation. Even if you're not near the immediate fire, this fire can pop up on the hills around you very quickly as these embers get pushed around by these incredibly strong winds, and that is something firefighters have been worried about. This church appears to be a complete loss. Looks like it was a beautiful building at one time.
As we heard from Wendy, very popular church out there, very sad to see. But we heard from Indra a few moments ago that this wind event's not going to die down for a few more days. So we'd like to say there's going to be a break coming, but not at all. In fact, weather's going to be warming up into the valleys 100 degrees or so by Wednesday, with those temperatures hanging with us until Friday, and this wind not dying down to at least midweek.
And I want to talk to our producer, Honey, in the booth. Honey, can you tell me, is that video on the left, is that still file tape we're looking at? I assume it is. Okay.
I believe it is.
Okay, so that is old
January
video
9.
on the left from January 2007. That was the fire that destroyed Suzanne Summers' home. The video on the right is live pictures of the Malibu Presbyterian Church, which is burning as we speak. One of what appear to be several buildings that may have been destroyed in this fire so far.
And now, John, we want to get the latest from LA County Fire Inspector Rick Dominguez. Inspector Dominguez, can you hear us? We've been having trouble getting a hold of our fire inspectors. We apologize for that. Just to update you on this fire burning in Malibu, we've got to be close to 500 acres at this point. Right. The fire is burning completely out of control, being pushed by these incredibly strong Santa Ana winds. 2 structures so far, one the very big and popular Presbyterian Church you can see burning there, and we saw another industrial building burning as well. Right, and as we heard from Wendy Birch, she reported to us that the fire did jump PCH about 10 minutes ago. We're going to touch base now with Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes, who's on the ground across from Pepperdine University. Hey, Rob.
Lisa, we got a couple of Pepperdine students who are going to describe to us exactly what's going on campus. First, tell me your name.
I'm Sean Kiner.
All right, and your name?
I'm Phil Peckham.
What are you guys seeing on campus right now?
On campus, everybody's pretty much inside the cafeteria right now. Either that or the Firestone Fieldhouse, which is where our basketball team plays. There's smoke inside the building, breathing through masks or through cloths, wet napkins, anything to try and keep the smoke out. But things are generally okay.
Rob, I hate to cut you off. Can you hear me? Rob?
Yes,
Rob,
go ahead.
Hold those students for me, please. We have a fire inspector we need to get to now, and we'll get back to the students in just a minute. And it's Rick Dominguez we want to check in with, LA County Fire. Rick, what's the latest?
Okay, right now we have approximately 500-plus acres. It looks like, looking on one of the screens here, looks like an animal hospital is starting to catch fire, and the church. At this time, we have approximately 400-plus personnel with 6 copters. And we're having all evacuees report to Zuma Beach. And At this time, the Malibu road closure, Malibu Canyon Road between Canaan and Topanga.
And Rick, regarding structures, we can see the church appears to be a complete loss. Are other buildings being threatened at this time?
Yes, sir. We have. I'm not able to find out exactly which ones. I know I'm looking at a couple screens here, and I see that there was an animal hospital, the church, and I'm not sure what other structures are being threatened at this time. But we're doing everything we can to get a handle on the threatened structures.
Inspector, not to minimize the human danger here, but do we know if that animal hospital was evacuated prior to it catching fire? Do you know anything about that?
No, ma'am. I just saw about the animal hospital on one of the other TV channels.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if they had enough time to evacuate, and I will find out on the next call to see where they are going to take all the animals, as far as horses and dogs.
Rick, can you talk about the conditions you're dealing with? This fire is spotting. It sounds like this is the worst case scenario.
It is, sir. With the winds estimated 80+ miles per hour. If you remember the fire back in January, it's similar to that, but seems it's starting to spread a lot more. Instead of heading towards the beach, it's heading. With the winds, they're very erratic, and the spot fires are at this time.
Rick, can you confirm that the fires jumped PCH, and how does that complicate things for you?
I am not sure at this time if it's jumped, but if it does, I know they have apparatus and personnel on the opposite side of the on-burn, just in case that does happen.
And Rick, from a tactics standpoint, what can your people do at this time? Are you strictly in a structure protection mode?
Exactly. We're structure protection mode and helicopter drops, but as you've seen on the television screens, with the winds, a lot of the retardant or water doesn't actually reach the fire the way the winds are blowing. So mainly our main goal right now is structure protection and citizen and firefighter personnel safety.
Rick, can you sum up the evacuees for us one more time, just so that we know who's being evacuated?
Yes, ma'am. They're having evacuations have been Pepperdine, Malibu Crest Colony, Sarah Retreat, and Perco. And we're having all people that are evacuated or looking for a place to go to Zuma Beach at this time. And I can give you the Malibu Red Cross number right now.
Sure,
go ahead.
It's 909-744-7458.
That's Malibu
Great.
Red Cross. Rick, thanks for the information. We'd like to check back with you later on if possible. I know you're very busy, but we'll try and get a hold of you later on for
we'll
another
be here,
update.
sir. Somebody will be here.
All right,
Very
we're
good.
going to check in with Rob Hayes now, who has more students with him. Rob?
Yeah, we've got a couple of Pepperdine students here describing what's going on up there. Again, you were saying there are about 1,000 students in the cafeteria.
Yeah,
right
we're crammed like shoulder to shoulder in there. It's really serious.
What are school officials telling you students?
Well, they're telling us that the campus will be fine and that we'll be safe, but that we should stay inside in the cafeteria or the Firestone Fieldhouse.
And what is the atmosphere up there? Are people worried? Are they nervous, or is it more laid back?
People are pretty relaxed. They're confident that they're going to be okay, and everything's being taken care of. There's an oxygen tank for people who are feeling the smoke in their lungs a lot, and then they're handing out breathing masks so that we can breathe safely in there.
Are there enough to go around? Is there enough? Are there enough masks for everyone to go around?
Yes, there are. They've been very good about distributing them.
So how did you guys end up out here? Were you just curious?
Yeah, we were curious. We ran out past the security.
I convinced him to come with me and come experience this, and it's just a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It's pretty neat to be out here.
Have you seen any flames up near the university?
Oh yeah, up on this hill, we can see flames from outside the cafeteria window, and there was smoke and ash blowing earlier.
But you're saying there's not a big firefighting presence on the university campus right now?
No, not that I have seen.
All right, so what's the game plan now? What do you guys plan on doing?
We're going to be stuck in there until the fire's over. That's what I've heard.
Are you going to be heading back up there now, or are you going to just wander around?
I'm not really sure. We might just wander around and see what's going on more.
All right. They're telling, they're asking people to evacuate right now. It's not a very safe condition. Conditions are horrible, as you can tell. The wind, very dangerous. So you guys might want to at least go back up to campus or get out of here somehow.
Right. Thank you.
Right. Good luck, guys. Yeah. All right, so there's a perspective right now. 2 students from Pepperdine University have wandered outside of the cafeteria. They say they have about 1,000 students packed inside the cafeteria right now. They're handing out, breathing masks to help at least keep some of the soot and smoke out of their lungs.
All right, Rob, thank you. It sounds like students are safe, though maybe uncomfortable waiting out this fire. And it looks like, Rob, give us a perspective again. It looks like the fire moving away from Pepperdine now. Is that your take?
Well, we got a shot right now of Pepperdine. You can see some white smoke behind the university there. That is the Malibu Crest residential area back there. If you pan off to the right, you'll see some of that remaining dark smoke. We believe that is the church that was burning. It's about a half mile to a quarter mile away from where we are right now. A little closer down by the road, you'll see some smoldering grasses and brushes. That's as far as the flames have reached in this area of the fire right now. So that should give you a perspective. The flames are probably, within a half mile from our front here at Malibu Canyon Road and PCH and Pepperdine University.
And again, we want to remind folks that shot on the right appears to be, that's the Malibu Presbyterian Church, I believe, which appears to be completely destroyed by this fire. As this fire makes its way through that area, two structures we think have been lost, the other being an animal hospital. And Lisa, you raised a good point. We don't know if they were able to evacuate that building.
That was one of two structures now. They don't know if that hospital is a total loss. We did see it on fire a little bit ago, but that right-hand picture through that haze is Malibu Presbyterian that was being worked on right now, but again, completely gutted by this fire.
And we have two crews on the scene in Malibu. Rob Hayes, who has been talking with us from near Pepperdine University. Wendy Birch has also been in the area, keeping us updated on this fire as it moves through the area. Again, on the right, you can see another shot of fire burning near homes. This fire is so erratic, there's no sense of where the front is. We've got hot spots in a lot of different places, which is very dangerous for firefighters because they can't do any kind of coordinated attack. So you can see hot spots burning near homes there on the right. All this, again, being pushed along by these intense Santa Ana wind conditions with gusts up to 80 miles an hour. Rob described things flying through the air, debris, the kind of thing you see in a hurricane. So that's what firefighters are fighting with, not just the fire, but incredibly intense winds in very rugged country. And it really is, as the inspector told us earlier, a worst-case scenario we are dealing with right now in Malibu.
Just joining us, let's give you a summation of what we're looking at. This Malibu brush fire burning for several hours now, at least 500 acres charred. One structure, a total loss, we know, Malibu Presbyterian Church, completely gutted. There was an animal hospital. We heard from Inspector Rick Dominguez, LA County Fire. He confirmed that. We don't know if it's a total loss yet. Pepperdine students and residents have been evacuated. Many of those evacuees heading to Zuma Beach, where Red Cross is standing by. PCH closed between Canaan Dune Road and Topanga Canyon Road, and anyone else being advised to stay completely out of the area. As we saw from Rob Hayes, not a point you want to be at. There were some looky-loos early this morning. We hope they've cleared out to let engines through because those roads themselves hard to work through.
And we all know it's very attractive to go down there and watch this sort of thing because it doesn't happen often, and it is amazing to watch Mother Nature at work. But it is dangerous out there. Rob has been getting pushed around by these winds all morning long, not to mention we've got a fire burning and it is spotting. So you could drive down a road to watch the fire and the next thing you know it's burning behind you.
Right.
That's how these things work, and that's why they are so very dangerous. And you can see from that shot the fire burning in different locations. It looks like we've got more than one structure burning down there right now.
Right, and fire personnel really stretched thin today. We have the Malibu fire. There's a fire still active in Castaic moving north, and one in Chatsworth that was earlier this morning. We haven't gotten an update on Chatsworth yet. Didn't look too
threatening. The last time we checked, it wasn't too bad. It didn't look bad, and we haven't heard any bad news, which is good news. Castaic is a big fire burning north of us in the northern part of the county, about 500 acres, burning towards Lake Piru. No homes are threatened up there. It's burning in open country, which is good news.
We did hear a condo reserve may be threatened in that area.
Yeah, that's a possibility, yeah. But this is the real focus right now. Malibu, it's densely populated, and of course, we're losing homes, and lives are clearly endangered right now.
Again, evacuation still underway. Malibu Crest Colony as well, I believe he said.
He did throw Colony in there. Earlier we were told it was just Crest, but now it appears Malibu Colony and Malibu Crest are being evacuated.
And Pepperdine students are kind of just hanging out in the gym and the cafeteria. We saw some of them in that live interview. Some were just excited to get out and walk around, just pique their interest. They were wearing their little masks.
And again, you know, their spirits were good, which is good to hear, but it is dangerous to just walk around because, as Rob said, a lot of stuff flying around in the air with these winds. He saw a metal barrier, a road barrier, get picked up and thrown around. You know, that could kill somebody. So you be careful out there if you are just walking around.
If you are just joining us and you want more information, aside from what we're getting to here, you can always go online and check out our website, abc7.com. We can get updates 24 hours a day on all 3 fires. Of course, Malibu is our focus. We do know that the fire has jumped PCH. Firefighters are dealing with 80-mile-per-hour gusts out there, so a very dangerous situation. All evacuees being asked to head towards Zuma Beach, with the exception of the Pepperdine students. They're in the safety of the cafeteria and the gym for now. They don't want them exiting that campus just yet. We do know that 2 structures, one definitely has been lost. Malibu Presbyterian Church has been completely gutted, a sad sight to see. We saw that burn live here on ABC7. An animal hospital is on fire as well out in Malibu. No confirmation as to whether or not that was a total loss. No confirmation either as to whether that was evacuated before it caught fire. We were hoping so. We're hoping there wasn't a loss of animal life there, but we'll keep you updated.
And from what you're looking at now, it looks like
Malibu Way, PCH, and Malibu Canyon. It's really making a good run. The wind pushing it down into those homes. We're going to keep a very close eye on this.
Okay, thank you, Chip. You're speaking about the properties that are burning and the conditions therein. For viewers who may just be joining us, let's restate some of what we know to be true at this time. Several structures lost in what's being called the Canyon Fire in Malibu. It's jumped both sides of the Malibu Canyon Road, and as Chip addressed the wind conditions, firefighters on the ground, and also an air attack of sorts. Considering the wind is fierce and gusting, they can't go at it the way they usually do with surgical strikes, but they're certainly doing the best they can to put this down. Let's check in with regard to traffic conditions, because that is key as the firefighters make their approach. Let's check in once again with Steve Truitt, who's got the latest on road closures. Steve?
Beverly, the situation has not changed in terms of our signaler. PCH still shut down now between Canyon Dune Road and Topanga Canyon Road, as the map shows you here. Here's where the bulk of the fire is, right near Malibu Canyon Road. The reason that everything is shut down, which includes Malibu Canyon and Topanga Canyon Road, is because at any time this fire could spike up again. Residents are warned, especially even if you're north of the fire, just to keep your wits about you and to make sure that you have everything ready if you do need to evacuate. And that's why they close these roads, so they make that evacuation easier. So shut down again Malibu Canyon Road and Topanga Canyon Road between Mulholland and PCH itself shut down between Canyon Dune and Topanga Canyon. Residents with ID are being let through the area, so make sure if you do want to leave that whatever you take, you've got your identification on you as well, and drive safely. Bev, back to you.
All right, wise words indeed. We see residents right there on the ground trying to gather information. I think our Tony Ginyard is on the ground doing the same. If you're still with us, Tony, can you tell us what you know? We may have lost our reporter on the ground for a moment. Let's check in again instead with Carl Bell. He's also got good information this morning with regard to the weather. Carl?
Hey, Beverly. I keep scanning around on the automated surface observation systems. It's just a fancy word for these weather stations that are in and around the area. Just trying to get a feel for the whole terrain in and around that canyon. There's not many reporting stations in the canyon necessarily, but along the coast. And we've got gusts now, 10 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, kind of slowing down in some cases near Leo Carrillo. But once you hit Malibu and you get through Malibu Canyon and you get through Canyon Dune in those areas, wind gusts sustained now 30 miles per hour, gusts to 45, 46 miles per hour. And at 8:20, we had a wind gust of nearly 50 miles per hour. So when you've got sustained winds in the 20s and 30s, and then you've got a gust of 50, it's the sustained winds that's going to drive this thing, and it's the gusts that perhaps, and I'm not a firefighter, but I'm just going to just tell you, it's the gusts that'll just take those embers even farther and just throw them out farther ahead throughout the entire canyon there. So with these wind gusts up to 50, forecast to be as high as 60 miles per hour today, and you've got the temperatures forecast to be into the mid-80s and humidity dropping to the single digits, it's going to be a rough going today throughout Southern California. We've got the Malibu fire, we've got the Porter Ranch fire, and we even have the Castaic area fire. And all these locations today, hot and dry, and that'll be the case at least for the next couple of days.
That's right, Carl. They say it's 60-mile-per-hour winds were gusting when this fire started. Power lines collapsing on Malibu Canyon Road and igniting the vegetation nearby. Again, this fire is in and around the 500-acre range with some 200 firefighters on the ground at last report. But as you can see from the wide view there from the News Chopper 4, that there's a lot of small fires, scattered fires, so to speak, no doubt scattered by the gusting winds, taking the embers far and wide. So folks in Malibu are wise to stay on top of this information. If you can't stay with us on Channel 4 News, we're also running this story live Continuous coverage on our website. That's KNBC.com. Again, this fire has a name. The firefighters are calling it the Canyon Incident. This is the Canyon Fire, and there you see structures and vegetation burning. The video provided by News Chopper 4, live pictures right there from our own Chip Page. Chip, if you're still with us, what's the latest from your perspective, sir?
You know, Beverly, we keep looking at the bigger picture here. Let's talk about that for a minute. The bulk of this fire, the wildland fire portion of it, is really laying down because it's just flat out running out of fuel. The weather's not helping, but it's running out of things to burn. It's being pushed from the north.
We may be losing Chip's audio, but not his picture. Chip? You went away for a moment there, Chip. In the event you can't come back, we want to restate what we know. Some 500 acres have burned, several structures, including the Malibu Presbyterian Church. We saw that just moments ago from Chip's pictures there with the news chopper. And if he's back again, we'll pick up where we left off. Chip?
Beverly, do you guys have me?
Yes, sir. We hear you now.
There we go. Okay. You know, I want to talk about the bigger portion, the big fire itself, the actual wildland firefighter, firefighter that was the bulk of this, the 500 acres we're talking about, is really, it's running to spots almost on every front line where it's just stopped. It's laying down. That's allowing the firefighters both in the air and on the ground to really focus on that neighborhood. Malibu Way, PCH, for structure protection. But the bulk of this fire, if they can get that neighborhood settled down and they get a little bit of a break here with the winds continuing to push this fire southbound. The winds are out of the north right now, pushing it right down Malibu Canyon to the Pacific Ocean. That gives them easy access to water, and it means that the fire also runs out of places to go. That's what's happening. The really big concern right now, we're watching it happen from News Chopper 4, is that small neighborhood. We've seen 6 or 7 homes just light off. We're watching them with the camera. We'll see some smoke. And all of a sudden, bursting out of the windows through the roof, firefighters responding to it, but they've got to go from home to home. There's only so many homes that 200 firefighters can protect and maintain that line and take advantage of this lull, if you will, in the fire of the wildland portion of it, where the brush portion is just sort of laid down. It's really becoming a neighborhood fire, the focus here in Malibu. Bev?
Yes, Chip, that's good information because people are trying to get their perspective as they watch your wide view of exactly what's happening in Malibu. This we know. The city of Malibu has advised residents in Puerco Canyon to begin evacuating because of this brush fire. The area is north of PCH, and that's 1 mile west of Pepperdine, where, however, university officials at Pepperdine are suggesting the students and faculty shelter in place. There is no evacuation order in position at this time for the folks at Pepperdine. Now, this fire may be jumping PCH, but we know for certain it has jumped Malibu Canyon Road, and that's where the drama has taken place, primarily around Malibu Canyon Road. The shots we've been seeing from News Chopper 4 indicate as much. Structures still burning even as we speak. Chip?
Beverly, you know, when we got here this morning, this was a large column. Looked very much like the folks here in Los Angeles remember the column from the firestorm in 2003, the day fire over this summer. Last year we had the large fire through the Los Padres National Forest. Really, you know, the Zaca fire up in Santa Barbara. All these campaigns, and when we get there and we arrive at News Chopper 4, we see these large columns, probably 2 miles around, going up as high as 5 miles, 4 or 5 miles. That's what we saw when we got here. And what we're seeing now is some low-lying smoke and the bulk of the brush fire just laying down. Again, road closures in force. If you're in an evacuation potential area, start packing. You still, where the possibility very much exists, Mother Nature could very easily turn this fire around. It could pick back up again during this Santa Ana wind event. But right now, the brush portion really looking good for firefighters. The problem here is the homes and the residents around Malibu, PCH, Pepperdine, and that small area off Malibu Way.
Okay,
if they can
Chip,
get that under control, yes, Bev?
I just wanted to interrupt for a moment to let our viewers know you're now looking at 2 screens. One, the live picture on the right, that's from News Chopper 4, and Chip is referencing that information in real time. Also, the left side of the screen, videotape being fed in right now from Tony Ginyard's microwave truck. She's at Malibu Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway, where you see a very aggressive ground campaign involving firefighters from LA County Fire, Orange County, Montebello, Long Beach. It's a mutual aid situation with hundreds of firefighters on the ground fighting valiantly to save the properties. There you see them hosing down a structure right now that appears to be pretty much gone, but they're doing the best they can. And Chip, once again, your perspective, your wide view, so to speak, of what's happening in Malibu. What else can you tell us, sir?
You know, when you see that black smoke, Beverly, that's not good. That's an active fire. The black smoke indicates a lot of heat. It's not being put out. Of course, when you see the white smoke, steam, water being put on it, but take a look at that. That is the remains of a home. And if you can just imagine, if you haven't been the victim of this type of evacuation where you've lost your home, somebody comes to you and says, grab everything you can leave with right now, you have to get out. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to be left. Pictures, computer data, you've really got to get out quick. You just don't have a chance to pick up your whole life in your home and to walk away from that, because this is going to be the result. You have to leave. Very, very dangerous conditions. You really have to go when they tell you it's time to go, when they say evacuate. But back to the bigger picture here, that's another home lost off of, I believe that's just south of the church. That might be Malibu Way. Yeah, it's down off of Malibu Canyon, just before Malibu Way. Now, the bigger picture here, this fire is really starting to lay down the brush portion of it. Up Malibu Canyon, we don't see that large column of smoke I talked about. When we arrived here during the 8 o'clock hour with News Shop Report, it was visible, very visible, 2 mile by 3 or 4 mile column. It's really laid down here. Now, firefighters are able to pull this in while the fire's cooperating with a lack of fuel and the winds in certain portions of the canyon, as little as they are cooperating. They're trying to put water on this from both the air and the ground and get this thing stopped. Terrain is going to dictate, and fuel is going to dictate a lot of how much control they get here. Very difficult terrain makes it hard. The aircraft struggling. Remember, when they do these water drops, it's really hard in a 60-mile-an-hour wind to be precise with 5 or 600 or even 2,000 gallons of water, which the larger aircraft do drop, the sky cranes. It turns to mist. It really becomes a very light sprinkle by the time it hits the ground, and is usually, in conditions like this, blown off target. Firefighter's worst nightmare, an aerial firefighter and a ground firefighter. Very important that you're absolutely on target with those water drops. But for now, this portion of the fire, for the moment, and we really say for the moment, is looking good, except for that small area in the Malibu neighborhood where it's being pushed down into that cul-de-sac area off Malibu Way.
Chip, I know your audio is coming and going, but we captured most of what you just had to say. Let's go now once again to Tony Ginyard on the ground, Malibu Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway. Tony, what's the latest from your perspective?
Well, Beverly, just about 30 seconds ago, we saw one of the big super scoopers come in and dump some either fire retardant, there's another one, fire retardant or water down. Excuse me for not knowing exactly what load they are carrying, but those are welcome sights to the people in this community. At 4:55 this morning, that's when this fire broke out. That's when people started being prepared just in case, packing up their belongings. And I heard you speaking about mutual aid being in place, different fire companies throughout Southern California coming in to help battle this fire. Let me also tell you that the residents here have initiated their own sort of mutual aid. Several people willing to take others up in their vehicles and drive them down. This is one of those situations where everyone who lives in Malibu simply helps each other. That's a situation we're seeing right now. Again, let me point out the scorched land across the street. This is PCH. Earlier this morning, just after 8, we saw the flames come straight down to the asphalt. Firefighters came in, kept watch on it, and then they went away to another area that was more area that they needed to deal with right now. But right now we're dealing with just smoke, a lot of ash in the area, and we'll keep an eye on things here for you.
Tony, you had virtual whiteout conditions for a while, though, with the smoke there on the ground. I know you can speak to the wind where you are. Has it improved? What's the latest?
Actually, it has improved. The wind is still really high, and it's been picking up in and out. We have those gusts. When those gusts come through, you get a big wall of nothing but smoke, and then it clears out some. As you can remember, just about 30, 40 minutes ago, you really couldn't see across the street. Now you can. It gives us a sense of what's taking place. And I'm actually looking for flames. Cannot see them over the ridge, which is a good sign. But boy, that wind, it's a mess. It is an absolute mess, and it's a big concern.
Okay, Chip talked about exactly that. In fact, we're still looking at both of your pictures. Tony's live on the left. That's Chip's aerial view on the right. Chip, if you're still with us, what do you know? We may have Chip's picture, but not Chip. So let's try. There you are. Yes, sir.
There's a lot of things going on up here.
I thought so.
Sometimes we're talking to other folks, ATC, air traffic control, and the other helicopters. And
I
miss you throwing it up here to me. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. We want you to be safe always. Talk to control first and then deal with us. Can you take a break and talk to us?
No. We want to keep our viewers at home up to date what it looks like here from the air. We've got a great shot. And again, in case you're just tuning in, this was a very, very vicious fire when we got here in the 8 o'clock hour. The overall view, let's start with that. really looking good from the brush perspective. From the brush fire perspective, it really ran out of fuel when it hit the top of Malibu Canyon. There's some isolated spots where it's trying to make some small runs. The real helper here, why Mother Nature isn't helping at all, other than the fact that she's pushing this fire very hard from north to south down Malibu Canyon, really running it into the Pacific Ocean. The problem here, the last half mile of Malibu Canyon, there's several homes, several neighborhoods that before you hit the beach, once you get to the beach, and of course then eventually into the water, but several homes here suffering damage and even total destruction. The Malibu Presbyterian Church, the best way to describe it is burnt to the ground. It's absolutely completely destroyed. Doubt if there's anything salvageable in there. Several other homes and condominiums we saw smoke fully engulfed. Firefighters running, rescuing, running and trying to stop those fires, those structures from burning, but really a quick run here for the fire, but it seems to have even calmed down in that area a little bit. But the problem now is that once homes like that, once structures like that take off and they're within proximity in these kind of winds, it's what they call the spread rate of the fire. The fire spreads very quickly from one structure to the next. The embers are carried, the fire itself is carried from one roof to the next. Very difficult to stop, very hard to stop that kind of spread. We did see several homes, and it's an unconfirmed count, but Stu and I up here at News Chopper 4 think, Bev, as many as 10 to 12 homes were completely destroyed or certainly burnt. As a matter of fact, we see another one going up right now in your picture. We talked about that black smoke being bad news, and I just looked out the window for a moment, News Chopper 4 on the other side. Take a look here, a large black cloud coming out, a plume coming out of that structure. That means the fire is accelerating, burning that structure. There's probably another start of additional structure or one possibly we saw smoking before. Bev?
Okay, we lost you for just a moment there. Chip, let me chime in with something we've just learned. Hodge Castle, a faux castle that was built in the 1970s and perched on the cliffs. We've seen it burning in your pictures, is fully aflame, and your pictures indicate as much. We haven't been able to identify all the other buildings caught up in this incident, but as you indicated, the winds have scattered the embers, and so you've got scattered structure fires. The fuel, the brush may be diminishing, but the structures are still fully aflame, including the one we're looking at right now, live from News Chopper 4. Chip, how about perspective? Where are you in relation to PCH? Can you hear us and tell us exactly what you're looking at and from what perspective?
That's the castle you just described, Bev. And take a look at how violent that fire is on the ground, how that fire is being whipped around by those 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. You can see it's forced south of the fire. It's being pushed from north to south. And normally when you see a fire like that, the smoke goes up and eventually settles in the wind direction if we have a 5, 10, or 15-mile-an-hour wind. But that smoke coming right off of that structure, flat almost, being pushed to the south, and that structure really raging very, very dangerous conditions. Even though that's brick, that brick gets superheated, possibly explodes, or certainly melts, and that structure will burn to the ground. Now you can see how close it is to the other structure, but that wind is so linear, is so directional, it's not pushing it to the left of the picture, it's pushing it, see the other structure there, the corner, it's pushing it directly south of it. That doesn't mean it won't catch, but its chances are certainly better. But the conditions on the ground, really, really challenging for firefighters. When something like that takes off, Beverly, they can't run in it. They can't get on the roof. They can't ventilate it. The best they can do if they get there is throw water on it. They can try and drop water on it from the air, but this process is very quick. This process is 5, 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes at most, and that structure is demolished in these kind of conditions, that fire feeding on the wind. So our perspective now from over PCH, looking right at the castle you spoke of, Bev. I understand this might be a monument. Is that correct, a national monument?
Actually, faux castle, built in the 70s, so the monument status is undetermined, but it's called the Hodge Castle. And as your pictures tell better than we can, it's gone.
It's absolutely gone, and there's really no deterrent to this. If you had sprinkler systems in it, that wouldn't help you in this type of fire. And when this fire, a wind-driven fire with sufficient fuel, whether it be in this case brick with wood underlying or a typical wood structure, there's really no solution to stopping this kind of fire. Once something like this starts, the only thing that will stop it is Mother Nature letting up and the firefighters able to get water on it without these kinds of winds. Again, all of this being pushed south, Beverly, from the north side of the
Okay, it sounds like we may have lost Chip's audio, but not his picture. We'll take this moment to share with you a small bit of good news regarding fires in the Southland. If you've been with us since 7 a.m. for Today in LA weekend, you know the Porter Ranch area was also aflame. That is county property above Porter Ranch, being fought valiantly by LA County firefighters, the same agency that is handling the Canyon fire, the Malibu fire you see here. We're now being told 20 acres burned above Porter Ranch, but that fire is now contained. One less fire campaign for the already strained agencies to contend with this morning. The Porter Ranch fire is contained. The Malibu fire, known as the Canyon Fire, continues to rage, and numerous structures burning, including the one you're looking at right now, the faux castle constructed in the 1970s, known as the Hodge Castle. It's a bit of a landmark. Local folks and passersby may be very familiar with this, as it overlooks the bluffs there in Malibu. One of many properties lost to the fires that have scattered all morning. The fire that started around 5 a.m. and at last check had burned some 500 acres, with 200 firefighters from numerous agencies on the ground and in the air doing the best they can. Let's see what we can do to help the firefighters and keep civilian traffic at bay. Steve Truitt's here now with more on traffic conditions in and around Malibu. Steve?
North or east as you look from PCH, not too far from where the closure is in effect. And as we go to our maps, when we go to our maps, you'll see that the road closure stays in effect. Completely closed PCH is between Cane and Doom Road and Topanga Canyon Road. So anywhere from here all the way up here, Malibu Canyon obviously most affected. But Cane and Doom and Topanga Canyon are also shut down. This is to allow residents to get in and out of the area as they need to, and also firefighters to effectively fight this fire. It's also in effect because there's still fire going on. Chip had some good news. A lot of the brush and a lot of the fuel has been diminished, but at any time, any of these burning embers with the wind flying around could strike a car, could strike a vehicle, could strike another area and cause some damage. So there's your closure in effect, and Bev, back to you.
Okay, good update there. Thank you so much, Steve. Let's rejoin Tony Ginyard on the ground. She's got a live interview standing by. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, Beverly, I have Rick Gibson with me. He's from the Public Affairs with Pepperdine University. We've been focusing on Pepperdine throughout the morning. Rick, what is the latest as far as the students on campus and also faculty?
Well, we have residents on campus, both students and faculty and staff. In fact, I'm one of them. And all of those two groups are either in Firestone Fieldhouse, which is our events arena, or in Tyler Campus Center. There's been some word about evacuations. In fact, they've been evacuated from their dorms or from their homes, but not from the campus. There are no evacuations from the campus. We follow a shelter-in-place plan, and so we have provisions in both of those sites and settings for our students. It's not real comfortable right now with all the smoke, but there's food and water and masks, and we've done a door-to-door and feel confident that we have all of our students and faculty and staff in place, even some of their pets.
I want to clarify for our viewers,
Sure.
You actually live on campus as well, so you saw this coming. I'm sure you were watching and concerned this morning.
Well, I'm part of the Emergency Operations Committee. My phone went off very early, about 4:30 or 4:45 sometime this morning. A little foggy. I'm not sure exactly when that was. Our power was out at the time, but the Emergency Operations Committee was put into effect and began to put the plans that we've placed and rehearsed together. We have two strike teams from LA County up on campus right now, and the command post, and dealing with some perimeter fires. And at this point, that's what I know.
Rick, have you seen anything like this wind before?
Well, we certainly see this kind of thing this time of year, but this is pretty fierce. I don't know that I've remembered it quite this bad.
Well, thank you so much for stopping and speaking to us. Beverly, you heard it there at Pepperdine University. The students and faculty, they are where they are supposed to be. They've been evacuated from their dorms, but there has not been an evacuation of the site. We'll keep you posted throughout the morning.
Okay, thank you, Tony, for that update and also your live interview with Mr. Gibson from Pepperdine University. Again, a live look at a structure burning. We believe this is still the Hodge Castle. It's been burning for some time now, overlooking Malibu. It's a bit of a landmark, a faux castle built in the 70s. I believe Chip Page may still be with us for yet more information. Chip?
Tony, we continue to watch this castle burn. You guys have my audio, my in?
Yes, sir. We hear you, Chip.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, we continue to watch this castle burn, and certainly disappointing here. Firefighters are starting to really focus on this southern tip of the fire. They're concerned that they want to take advantage of the fire, the brush portion of it, running out of fuel, running out of gas, if you will, and slowing down the portions of Malibu Canyon where it's hit rock, less than dense fuel or light fuel. So they really want to take advantage of it. A lot of concern here. But in those spots, and the winds are somewhat favorable because even though they're strong.
Okay, Chip, I think our audio has gone away again, but yet we've got your pictures. We intend to keep those up as long as we can and take another interview, this one by phone with a colleague, Cindy Vandor, joining us by phone from Malibu. Cindy, how are you doing?
We're okay, Bev. I'm quite concerned about what I'm seeing on the air. Let me clarify a bit about the castle that you're watching burn. It's now known as Castle Cashin. It's been owned for a number of years now by a philanthropist named Lily Lawrence, and it is indeed quite a landmark in Malibu. Many times it has been offered as a venue for charities and for philanthropies and for parties of all sorts. It's it's heartbreaking to watch it burn. I was there only a couple of months ago for a charity event, and it's an absolutely beautiful place. And also, what it has housed are priceless memorabilia and artifacts, and believe it or not, including many from the Elvis Presley estate. A couch he had owned that had been made from the back end of a vintage automobile, and a couple of his automobiles. She is the daughter of a former Iranian oil prime minister, quite wealthy, and has had many years of travels on which she's collected all sorts of priceless artifacts, and that's what's burning right now. It is a shame to see that.
Cindy,
just below Castle.
Yes. Cindy, I just had a quick question because you put the property in perspective. Was it occupied? Was it an occupied dwelling?
You know, it's been for sale for a while now, and she has lived there off and on. My understanding is she is not living there at the moment. I could be wrong about that. I believe she is not living there, and it has just been used for parties and so forth. The wider shot that Chip is taking right now up at the top right-hand corner of your screen is Serra Retreat, which is over the other side of Malibu Canyon. That, too, has had a long history of weathering fires. Hopefully that will be okay. And that is also David Foster's estate is over in that area, or it had been his estate. I understand that was sold. The estates of such names as Pierce Brosnan had a home there at one time. All sorts of George C. Scott and Trish Vanderveer had lived in that area as well. So towards, if it jumps over the canyon, that is Serra Retreat. Just below Castle Cashin is what most folks who would come to Malibu probably have made a stop at the Country Mart. That's below Castle Cashin, as is the library, the Civic Center. There's a sheriff's substation. There's the Malibu Labor Exchange. The main streets, the court system is right below Castle Cashin as well.
Okay, Cindy, how about the firefighters? Have they come door to door and spoken with you or your neighbors? Are you overhearing any bullhorns or just choppers overhead? What's the atmosphere there?
Yeah, fortunately, we are in the northern part of Malibu. We are by Zuma Beach. We've been up for most of the night, battening down our hatches here, smelling the fire, and we just did what you do when you can, when you get your preparations going, which is to say we just gassed up, and there's lines around the coming out of our local gas station, which is at the corner of Trancas and PCH. Cal's is packed, as is Howe's Market, as people are coming in for last-minute supplies, and since Zuma Beach is an evacuation area, my understanding is that people, as they leave, will be wanting to leave north, and that's heading towards our way. But we seem to be okay for the moment as long as the winds don't shift. We are north of the fire. It's just, Malibu is a long, thin ribbon, 1 mile wide, 26 miles long, and we all worry about this, and we know that it could take just a moment's change in the wind for anybody to be affected. Fortunately, right now, my particular neighborhood, which is Malibu West, is not.
Okay, Cindy, you have been a wealth of information. Thank you so much for helping us put the perspective, well, to gain our perspective, frankly, on the castle. Again, you say it's called Castle Cashin?
Cashin.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear
That's
me?
all right. We appreciate the correction. We'd like now to rejoin Tony Ginyard on the ground. She joins us with another interview, this time a resident who has their special input. And we can't put words in their mouths. We'll just see what Tony's source has to say. Tony?
Hey, Beverly, here's the situation. Earlier today, I told you that some professors over at Pepperdine thought they smelled smoke about midnight. A woman walked up to me here, April Arendt, who is a resident. April, which area are you in?
Malibu Canyon Village, right over there.
And you're pretty frustrated. Explain why.
Well, because at 9 o'clock last night, I called my security and I told them I smelled smoke. And he told me not to worry about it. That was 9 o'clock last night.
And now you see how this fire has progressed.
I can't get into my apartment. The fire's right behind my apartment. And it was way out there. I didn't even see it last night. I just smelled it.
Now, I did see you a short time ago get in a car with someone and try to go back up.
Yes, I went back to my apartment 3 times.
And each time you were told?
We were told not to evacuate the first time. I asked the fireman. He said, no, don't worry about it. That was at about 6:30 this morning, so we went back to the apartment. And then I saw fires all over the place.
You seem frustrated. You don't see any fire engines on your street, but they are up there.
No, there's no fire trucks. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are.
Okay,
and my church burned down right up the hill, Malibu Presbyterian.
Emotional morning for you, I know it is, and I appreciate your talking to us. What are you going to do at this point?
I don't know. Half of my stuff is in my car. We have no insurance. We moved in from out of town. I just want to cry.
I don't want to make you cry, April. I understand how you're feeling. You had heard
I'm come out and help. I really do. I hope people lend us a hand because we are going to live in a car for right now.
I don't even know what to...
crying, and I don't know. This is unreal. I woke up at 5 in the morning. Something was wrong. I don't know why I woke up.
At what point did you realize that the fire had really progressed? If you
I don't see the fire trucks. I'm telling you. I read about the fire planning and everything. I don't see anything. I even looked at the news, and they didn't even say an evacuation.
Where are you going to go now?
To a friend's house, hopefully.
Well, I'm going to keep tabs on you throughout the day. I really am, because I have seen you try to get rides back up to your neighborhood.
Me and my daughter walked through the fire.
What? You walked through the fire?
I have my insurance papers, my life insurance and everything. I remembered I needed to go back. And our downloading information that holds all of my, all the pertinent information, life insurance policy, homeowners insurance policy, everything we needed. I had to go back and get it.
Well, April, I wish you well, and please come back down and tell us how you're progressing if you need any help. Beverly, this is the situation. So many people like April are in the same situation. Their homes are back there. They can't get to their homes. This smoke is progressing. A lot of people have said that they've smelled fire long before this 4:55 a.m. start time. April is just one of them. Beverly?
Tony, thank you for that insight. And you're right, there will be postmortems and follow-up investigations about the nature of this fire, how it started, who knew what, and the responses thereafter. But the response still continues. You're still looking at live pictures right now of the Malibu incident. They're calling it the Canyon Fire. It started around 5 a.m., and at last check, some 500, no doubt, maybe more, acres have burned since it started. We're looking at a structure that's burning. One of the many, Cindy Van Door, who lives nearby, joins us once again by phone with more. Cindy?
Well, what we are doing here is what everybody's doing, which is making sure neighbors and friends are okay, making sure that we have someone who lives with us who's a Pepperdine student. She's checking to see that her friends are okay. We've got our kids cleaning up and packing up. We do keep an evacuation list by the door, and those things are being put aside just in case. But it's really only that center part of town that we know of that's burning at the moment, but it's the densest part of town. It also is usually where a stand is made by the firefighters, and oftentimes it certainly can't be done just by our local Malibu firefighters. We do rely on neighboring units to be coming in, and unfortunately, as Tony's interviewee just said, we have not heard the sirens that we usually do barreling down the highway heading to Malibu. I don't know where those other fire companies are. It could very well be that they feel that they need to stand by their own local areas. But we're not hearing the sirens. We're not seeing the all-hands-on-deck call that usually seems to happen. I have seen a couple of the air tankers, but that's about it.
I think they're limited in the air attacks, Cindy, as you can appreciate, because of the wind conditions out there right now. But our Chip Page was overhead throughout our coverage, and he's addressed also the scattered nature of this incident. The embers have gone flying on both sides of Malibu Canyon Road. Therefore, they're staging in different communities, protecting pockets of properties, as it were, and, of course, attacking the ones that are on fire any chance they get. In fact, let's revisit the wind situation with our own Carl Bell. He can talk to us about the gusting winds that have been a pervasive problem since this weekend began, the red fire alert, which is obviously still in effect. Carl?
Yeah, Beverly. In fact, in the last 10 minutes, we've gone from 10% relative humidity now down to 9. We are now officially into the single digits. Temperatures right now into the upper 60s. Wind gusts today, we've seen upwards of close to 50 miles per hour, sustained at about anywhere between 20 to 30 miles per hour. Now, these are just averages on the sustained, but you can see the peak wind gusts. This is an hour's worth of wind from Malibu from 8:34 to 9:35. We're going to be getting a reading right now on the 9:50 to 9:55 window, see where we are there. But those are the winds for the last hour, and prior to that, they were even gustier. As all I could squeeze in was 1 hour's worth to give you the most recent sustained winds in the region. Now, the fire conditions are not going to improve. We're going to be continuing with the red flag warning in effect through Tuesday because we still have low humidities, very gusty winds, and the temperatures are going to get even hotter tomorrow and Tuesday. Today, along the coast, mid-80s. Tomorrow and Tuesday, we're looking for 90s along the coastal sections. So hot and dry, a very classic Santa Ana. Beverly.
Yeah, these images just speak volumes. The words escape you. But listening to our two interviews just a moment ago, Cindy talking about emergency preparedness and the fact that the veterans in and around Malibu appreciate what they need to do well in advance of situations like this. But the newcomer, Miss Ahrens, with whom Tony was speaking, she's in shock and their emotions are high, and they will be throughout the day as people who haven't lived through this get their first look at disaster preparedness, or the lack thereof, living here in Southern California. You're looking at a live picture of the Malibu incident, and once again, as we approach the 10 o'clock hour, we'd like to tell you how this started and when. It's approaching some 500 acres, maybe more, started at 5 a.m., and it's believed to have been provoked by downed power lines around Malibu Canyon Road, igniting the vegetation nearby. It's hopscotched around the community, frankly. Our aerial images have indicated as much. Some structures have been lost, among them Malibu Presbyterian Church, and also a castle, as Cindy corrected us, is not Hodge Castle anymore. It's the Castle Cache, forgive me if I'm saying it right, Cashin, forgive me. And Cindy may be with us once again to give us more information with regard to what was contained in that castle, a charity locale where she's been fairly recently, and it contained very important information, some things that were once owned by Elvis Presley, priceless artifacts therein that's completely gone. And you're looking now, once again, live pictures, a wide shot, as it were, of Malibu and the so-called Canyon Fire, which started just about 5 hours ago. Although some of the residents say it may have started prior to that. I'm being joined right now by Chuck Henry, right here on the newsroom, the studio set, rather, to help me catch my breath and continue our coverage of this very large fire. Thank you, Chuck. We're so glad you're here because this one is going to be going on for a while. Carl just told us these conditions are unrelenting. So we welcome you to our coverage, and we believe Tony Ginyard may still be with us on the ground to help us all get a sense of perspective. Tony?
I have another update for you.
Yes.
Pam Conley-Ulick, the Mayor Pro Tem of Malibu, is here. She just got here. What do you need to tell your residents?
I just wanted to let people know I talked to the fire chief, and given the wind situation, which is expected to go through Tuesday, he has an outside parameter of Yerba Buena, which is way west, and past Trancas, it's basically all of Malibu west, and the east goes to Rambla Pacifica as well. So if you're in that area, remain calm. You have time at this point, but you should pack and be prepared in order to evacuate. As I said, this is going to go possibly through Tuesday. The winds are erratic. It's an evolving situation, and I just want people to be prepared.
Pam, and as we're talking, we can stop and look at the super scoopers just coming up. And I know I'm using the wrong terminology for those. Beverly, maybe you can help me out. But we've been watching this take place. These choppers are filling up and going right back into the air and fighting this. Pam, this is what a lot of the residents are watching right now. But that's unnerving. What would you like to tell them about just simply staying calm?
I think it's stay calm, but be prepared. Get your belongings together, the things that you can never replace, your pictures, whatever you have, and be ready. Unfortunately, the winds are not on our side at this point, and it could be a long next two days. Like I said, till Tuesday. It's now Sunday morning. The fire is on the move, and so let's be ahead of it, and let's just be prepared. Don't panic at this point, but be ready to evacuate if need be, through Tuesday.
Thank you so much. I know you said you were going to have a press conference in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly, there you go. Minute by minute, things are changing out here. The wind is still picking up. It's gusting. You saw the efforts being made right now, and we've been watching this all morning long. Again, the Mayor Pro Tem saying to the residents of Malibu, just be prepared. And this morning, we did see people preparing, packing up their cars, and it seems like that is the order of the business right now. Beverly?
You know, when you get these strong winds like this, they come out of the northeast, these Santa Anas, down the canyons, they can increase up to, 70, 80 miles an hour easily. And that's one of the problems here. You get these winds coming down the canyons like this, you get these flames, you get the embers, they can just hopscotch around and pretty much go where they want to go.
Tony, you're still with us, I take it. Tony?
There you go. Once again, we have these choppers coming in, getting water. We are here at the intersection of Malibu Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway. These choppers are working right at Pepperdine University. This morning, we have heard from city officials. We have heard from university officials. We've also heard from some of the residents. Those who have been here for a while, lived in the Malibu area for many years. This is something they have grown accustomed to in a sense. They are ready, they are prepared, they know they have to move quickly. But as we heard from the young woman that we spoke to, April, this is something new to her. She told me she moved here from Florida in February. She was not prepared for something of this magnitude, and it is overwhelming when you see fire trucks going past the street that you live on, when you see helicopters coming in one after the other, getting water and dropping it on these flames, and especially with the winds this high, there's very little you can do except prepare.
Drafting water, even as you speak, Tony, you referenced that helicopter collecting water for the drops. As Carl Bell has been telling us all morning, that's the challenge the firefighters are facing. The same winds that are driving these flames are frustrating the firefighters as they desperately try to drop water and fire retardant on these incidents. They just can't make the surgical strikes we've grown accustomed to. So firefighting is frankly being impacted by the very conditions that are making the flame lengths as tall as we see right now there on the live video from
and as you see it, flying into the smoke itself is so extremely dangerous. And those big helicopters are big Sikorsky helicopters developed by the military as heavy lift helicopters. There's actually 3 people in it. There's a pilot, a co-pilot, and a guy who actually sits backward in the helicopter who makes the water drop. But all of this is coordinated by people on the ground and other small aircraft in the air that kind of spot the worst of the flames and where they can actually get in and get out. But fighting it with helicopter in this terrain is probably the best thing. Whether or not they bring in those super scoopers, those are fixed-wing, 2-engine aircraft, we don't know. They're on lease every year. The county leases them from a firm up in Canada. But perhaps for this fire, the best way to fight it right now is with these Sikorskys and, of course, people on the ground, which is something they're doing as well, too. But it's a terrible thing, and it seems like as we look at this, about every 4 years or so, we get one of these terrible fires down there in that Malibu area.
In fact, Malibu, right along the water's edge, burned last January.
That's right.
4 households were lost there. That area is not burning right now, but those folks were also advised to stand by in the event.
Well, there you got a fire that's almost down at the beach.
Small one
see
near
that?
the water's edge.
Right there, right near the water's
corrected.
edge.
Yeah, we didn't see that one through the smoke until just now.
But because the winds are blowing it, remember the winds are coming inland, coming from the east, the northeast, and blowing it out to the sea. Normally the winds obviously would come in from the shore and go the other way. And that's what makes it so dangerous, and that's why these homes that are actually along the shoreline are threatened as well, because there's no way to tell where it's going to go. And the fire just hops around by these embers. They get picked up by the wind, they carry them, they drop them somewhere, and then you've got another fire just like that.
Okay, let's speak once again with Cindy Van Door live by telephone. Cindy, you're in this neighborhood. Tell us what you know now.
Well, as we're watching, I wanted you to be aware that those helicopters that Chuck is giving very good information about are actually using a reclamation pond on the campus of
Pepperdine University to scoop up the water. It is oftentimes as dangerous for them to be out into the ocean when there are these winds whipping around. So the benefit of having them near Pepperdine, if there could be said to be one, is that there is a reclamation pond that they can dip down into, and a couple of times we've watched them do that.
They just made a drop right now, Cindy, as you were speaking.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep. That, to me, looks like a Malibu Road home. Towards the end of Malibu Road, it comes back up to PCH and meets Puerco Canyon. So it looks to me as if that's where that is.
Yeah, Cindy, one of the problems in having been down there with these firefighters, what makes it so difficult, the homes on the shoreline, is actually for the firefighters to get down there. These homes are so closely spaced together. You can't get the trucks down there. And the way you'd want to fight it is obviously from the beach going back to the house, but you can't get the firefighters down there. So that's what makes these so very, very difficult. And because there is so little spacing between the homes, that home can catch fire, the home next to it, or maybe skip a house, and the home on the other side.
That's right. And one of the constant issues that goes back and forth when we're able to discuss this after these fires is the development issue. How is it that you could be building so much? It's a very fragile environment here, and when you build so much and you don't account for how fire trucks will have access, turnaround, and also where they're going to get water. Most of Malibu is on a water main that is many decades old and is very limited and has burst at times. So it's very difficult to bring in water. It's very difficult to bring in trucks and turnaround and so forth. So those are always development issues that get discussed after fire, and how we have to be careful about having too much development. Of course, then there's always the other side, which wants to see more beachfront used up. So those are the problems. Right now, of course, there are more immediate ones of the tragedy of what's happening to each of these houses.
And I think you can see someone walking on a roof. I don't know if that's a firefighter. I'm assuming that's a firefighter.
They've got a fire hose.
And now, you've got another home that it seems to be just across the way.
Not quite sure where this is. This looks particularly dense. It's hard to actually see where it is off the screen. I do have some more information about the Castle Cashin that was burning. It is for sale. Of course, it was for sale as the proper tense now. For $17 million was the listing. It was a 6-bedroom castle, and it sat on 2.5 acres, 10,000 square feet, jam-packed with all sorts of interesting artifacts. As I said, I've been in the home, and it was quite a sight.
Is that what, I'm joining conversation late, but I recall this as being Hodge Castle?
Yes, it was originally built in the late 70s by, I believe he was a dentist, by a Dr. Thomas Hodges.
It's a real landmark there.
Yeah. Anytime anybody's been to Country Mart and you look up, you'll see it. Sure. It was used as setting for shows and movies. The Rockford Files filmed there at times.
Yeah.
Cindy, while we look at this live picture of a house that's apparently gone, let's bring in Fritz Coleman to talk about the wind conditions, because he's picking up where Carl Bell left off. We're giving Carl a very well-deserved break in the action, and Fritz joins us now with his insights on the Santa Ana winds. Fritz?
Okay, Bev. Well, the first thing we'll do is to show you the current real-time conditions on Live Weather Plus Doppler. Right now in that area, just upslope of the Malibu Point, northeast winds at about 19 miles an hour. And 69 degrees. You know, the Santa Ana winds are an anomaly. If you talk to people in the upper deserts, the Antelope Valley, they get dead calm during Santa Ana wind circumstances, and they're windy the rest of the year, and they don't understand what the big deal is about. What gives the Santa Anas the force, which Chuck talked about, is the vortexing, the wind being forced down through the narrower and narrower canyons and passes in the mountains and foothills, and right down into the LA coastal plain, which does two things. Coming from the upper elevations, 3,000 and 4,000 feet down to sea level, it warms the air and it dries it out. So the real vulnerable spots in the Southern California topography are right here in Malibu, anywhere below the canyons and passes, right down at sea level, because they experience the full thrust of the Santa Ana winds. And I'll tell you what spot in Southern California dislikes these the most, and that is Catalina, because these offshore winds pile water up and force it into Avalon Harbor. And there are pictures in some of those establishments over there that show 20 and 30-foot waves that get blasted into Avalon Harbor. So those folks, although it's not the fire danger over there, they definitely get the force of these strong northeast to southwest winds, the offshore winds that push the ocean right over onto that island.
Thank you so much, Fritz. You're looking at a graphic there that depicted some of the gusting winds, and it's been fierce all morning. We've also had traffic issues down there. I think Steve Truitt is still with us for a traffic update. Steve?
Beverly, allow me, if you will, as we take a look at our map just for a second, to give you kind of a traffic forecast. Right now, the closure remains in effect. PCH completely shut down between Cane and Doom Road and Topanga Canyon Road. This will obviously be in effect as long as there is fire danger in the area. Malibu Canyon Road is closed between Mulholland and PCH. Topanga Canyon Road is also closed between Mulholland and PCH. Next 24 hours will be critical for this closure. And also what happened was they're suspecting that this fire was started by downed power lines. If indeed downed power lines are happening in the area, you're going to have signal lights out. And when they open up these closures, these signal lights might not be repaired. So in the next 24 to 48 hours, as traffic begins to return to the area, should this fire become contained and it's safe for residents and other people to return, remember that there will still be lights out possibly. You need to treat the four-way stops just like that as a four-way stop. If there are no lights, there may be people to help you through. If not, be courteous and be a savvy driver and be careful out there. For today, you want to stay away from Malibu, and you have to, mainly because those closures remain in effect. Residents only with proper ID will be let through the area. Bev, back to you.
You know, all week, too, we have been warning about this red flag danger, and Fritz has been talking about it. He did Friday evening on the news once again. There are other fires that are also burning in Southern California. Obviously, this is the largest one and threatens the most homes, but up in the Castaic area, they got a fire up there in Porter Ranch. I think they had about a 20-acre blaze, and they finally got that thing contained. So it's not just here, but throughout our viewing area that this high fire danger is going on right now. And once again, you know, it's not man-made. This one is, as Bev so accurately described it, I guess it was around 5 a.m. Some power lines went down around Malibu Canyon Road, sparked it, and, you know, just the winds took over, and that's all it took.
And you don't have to live in Malibu to feel the impacts because it's a mutual aid situation. Firefighters coming from all over the Southland to assist. We know from as far as Montebello, Long Beach, Orange County, they're helping in Malibu right now. And as you can see, the live pictures of that house aflame, the help is desperately needed. Let's rejoin Chip Page in News Chopper 4 for the very latest. Chip?
Okay. Just Chip is not quite there. Actually, we're borrowing signals from different helicopters, and so Chip had to go refuel, and he'll come on back here in a minute. But once again, we talked about this house on the beach and why it is so difficult. And in this shot, you can really see why it is so difficult to get fire equipment down to the house. First of all, notice how packed in and how close they are. And it's difficult to come in from the sea. You'd have to get an engine down there, run a hose all the way around. And it really is a bear to do.
And sometimes those homes are built on wood pilings, which simply makes matters worse.
Exactly.
It's more fuel than the firefighters can possibly contend with. And as Chuck just said, it's on the beachfront side, the side they can't access with fire trucks.
Maybe 15 feet separating one house from another. And you can see by the size of those flames, even looking at it from this angle, how easy it would be to all of a sudden just trip a fire in the house next door. But we do see fire crews down there. They're trying to put some water on it from the back of the home, but it is obviously a loss and totally engulfed in flames. And as Bev reminded us, it was just a year ago we saw the same thing down there on the beach. Suzanne Summers was one of the celebrities who lost a house there, and of course many others as well. All of this in Malibu. Let's see if we can bring in Chip now. Chip, are you there?
Good morning. What we're looking at right now is a structure that's burning here on the beach. We're coming around to the west, looking at it from the ocean side. This thing went off at about 10 o'clock, right on the dot. It jumped the Pacific Coast Highway and hit the first house here on the beach. We're also looking at another.
Let's go to Tony Ginyard. We're going to keep the picture up and go to Tony on the ground for a fresh perspective there. Tony? I think Tony's with us.
Well, she might.
Let me tell you, just a few minutes ago, we were watching this helicopter. It had to dump its load, or it appeared as if it dumped its load of water because the wind is so blowing so briskly that chopper started going sideways. I am no expert, but I can tell you when something looks wrong, and something looked very, very wrong. One of the things we've been talking about all morning is the winds, the 50 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds. If it's tough for us to stand up on the ground, you better believe it's going to be tough for those choppers to stay up in the air and fight this fire the way they need to. We've been watching this for a while, maybe about 30 or so minutes, but I haven't seen anything like that before. The wind just pushed that chopper and dumped its water and then came back into position. For those residents who are concerned that this fire may not be being fought the way they think it should be, or they do not see firefighters on the ground near their home, let me attest that they are out here. They're doing whatever they can do given the situation. Beverly, Chuck?
Tony, we know you were referencing the fact that some folks are questioning the quality of the firefighting. We're in no position to challenge the approach they're taking, but we have seen plenty of apparatus. We've seen the firefighting from the air and the ground, and as you indicated, it appears they're doing what they can with a very scattered, dynamic situation. A fire that started more than 5 hours ago and has taken out numerous buildings, has been wind-driven, vegetation-fed. According to Chip Page a short time ago, it looked like the vegetation issues were more or less put down, but we see plenty of homesteads and properties still aflame, including 2 right now burning there on the water side, the ocean side.
So much of this is just simple logistics, getting men and women into place at the right time and the right place. And when you have a fire that is confined to a certain geographical area, a small area, and just one center or one hot spot, it's much easier than when you have a fire that's scattered over such a wide area. And the men and women at Los Angeles County Fair and all the other agencies that have been called in, they just do an absolutely terrific job. And as Tony mentioned about the air crews, I mean, that in itself is such a specialty, and it is so difficult to do because you look at those big Sikorskys and you wonder how they stay up in the air anyway. And they're all experimental aircraft. They're registered that way. They have to be because they've been so modified. But they just do an incredible job. And the Pepperdine campus is such a logical staging area. You've got, I think, what's it, something like 850 to 900 acres there. You've got plenty of grass area, place that you can stage the men and equipment, place where you can give them rest and everything else. So if there's any good thing about these fires, and there's very little that is that you've got that wonderful university that's right there, and it makes such a great staging area that we've seen year after year and time after time. We'll go back to Tony, who's right there at Pepperdine. Tony?
Yeah, you were talking about Pepperdine University, Chuck. Earlier this morning, just shortly after the fire broke out, we drove up on campus, and lining almost all of the streets, you had fire engines, fire companies standing ready for structure protection. It's a tough situation. Bottom line, it is a tough situation for everyone involved here. You see that once daybreak came, they've got these choppers up in the air. But again, this wind is really causing a problem. It's become challenging. It's been challenging all along. We've been sitting here watching at the corner of Malibu Canyon Road and Pacific Coast Highway throughout the morning, watching this firefighting effort evolve. We have seen fire engines going up Malibu Canyon Road. We are now seeing choppers in the air. Still, there is a certain level of frustration, and that's understandable. You have residents who are afraid for their safety, they're afraid for their homes, and you can sympathize with them, but bottom line, even they know that they need to be away from their homes. If the firefighters say it's time to evacuate, they have to leave, and most of them, it appears, have left. Some are still lining PCH, just sitting by their cars or inside of their cars, waiting for, if not an all clear to be sounded, at least to be told you may go back up into your area. But right now, everyone seems patient.
Tony, while we still have the live picture from the helicopter, let's rejoin Cindy Van Door, a colleague who lives in the area and can help us with more information on exactly what's going on from her point of view. Cindy?
Well, Bev, this is extremely scary because what we're seeing now on screen are the houses that are just behind the Colony Shopping Center. And if you are a local, you certainly know that. That is where the Ralph's Market is, Coogie's, the post office, mailboxes, etc., and so forth. And those are relatively new houses. They are to the south side is the Colony, that famous storied area for celebrities, as well as along here. What you're seeing burning, I believe, is along Malibu Road, just behind the shopping center. Those are homes that, for the most part, have been built fairly recently, and for me to see those homes going up in flames is awfully scary because those should have been the homes with the most structural integrity to withstand fires for the most part.
Cindy, as we look at it, if you see the home right on the left of the screen, that looks like one that maybe is under construction, actually.
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
That area is, unfortunately, almost always under construction. Those houses are worth many, many millions. Many wealthy and famous people live along there, and they do spend on those houses. So for those you know, in some of the canyon areas and in other of the older neighborhoods in Malibu, you still are somewhat likely to find wooden roofs. This is not an area where you're going to find that. Those are long gone. These are large beachfront homes that you had hoped would be built to withstand fire like this, especially since we've been through this with the '93 fires. It's just heartbreaking for me to see this.
But Cindy, we've said it earlier, and you know, judging by the interviews with Tony has gleaned, among others, if just one home burned in this fire, and it was a small house, but it was your house, it would be priceless, a priceless loss. And we're trying to keep that in perspective, too. We don't know to whom these homes belong, but we know it's a jarring scene from on high. And as the picture continues, we'd like Fritz Coleman to reference once again the wind conditions. This black smoke is blowing.
Smoke and fire really laying down strong. We're looking at the computer models and we're seeing winds blowing anywhere from 40 to 60 miles per hour. And as we're listening to your transmission, we can really hear that wind whistling by your microphone there.
Yeah, the winds are really whipping, and this fire just kicked all the way across PCH and to behind the shopping center. Larry said part of that shopping center is on fire, and then behind that are the row of multi-million-dollar homes, and some of those homes on fire. Now we can see the fire dropping helicopters coming by to survey and drop some water in that situation. But that's where a lot of the firefighters have moved right now, is across PCH to where you're looking at, where you can see those multi-million-dollar homes on fire.
Right, and just to give folks an idea of where that fire is taking place, just towards the north of those flames right there, you're looking at the center, the commercial center. There's the Pepperdine University right there. As a matter of fact, that brush starting to light on fire. These embers are flying all over the place with these winds swirling, once again, anywhere from 40 to 60 miles per hour. We're getting indications of some hurricane force winds out there as well. So the winds are just ferocious, roaring winds anywhere from 73 miles per hour. I saw just a little while ago winds in the Whitaker Peak area, that's in Castaic this morning, were clocked at 108 miles per hour. So this absolutely the worst day to have fires take place like this in Southern California. And once again, we're looking at flames in the Malibu area, and as those flames stretch across towards PCH, further south as well, the famous Malibu Pier is there. The castle, the famous Malibu Castle that is up on Malibu Canyon Road. Pictures of that a little bit earlier showed it as a total loss, completely engulfed in flames. We've got small craft out there, a small craft advisory as well, so the winds are very strong. Some of those Coast Guard boats trying to make their way towards shore just in case anything happens. There you see firefighters right on top of the CVS pharmacy building. There's a grocery store there. There's the Coogie's restaurant. A lot of people go there for breakfast who live in that Malibu area. There's the newsstand. There's also the Malibu post office that is just behind that CVS pharmacy building. But those embers really getting in to the attic areas, Kent and Lena. You can see that they're on top of that building, and that's the problem that we're going to see, are those embers flying all over the place throughout that area.
And at times like this, a lot of people will ask, well, what can mutual aid do? The city of Long Beach is offering help, Montebello as well. What can they do in fighting rugged terrain fires? And in fact, Kai, you've just shown us exactly what they can do. The cities that are more familiar with, say, building protection or building firefighting move into these areas like the pharmacy, like some of the residencies, allowing Los Angeles County to focus all of its resources, or the better part of its resources, into this rugged terrain, into the mountain areas, Lena, so that they can keep a hand on all that.
Yeah, and even if you don't live in this immediate area, there is cause for concern because of these winds. You don't know how far one of those embers could fly, and then we'd have another fire sparking up. So there's a lot of concern about spotting. Now, this comes as no great surprise because we knew the conditions were ripe for a fire, and if one were to break out, it would be disastrous, as it is proving already this morning. I don't know, Kent, if you've ever been in that Hodge Castle. I was there for a fundraiser just a month ago.
Oh, what a
shame. And, you know, they always say, well, at least, you know, if there's human life saved, everything else can be replaced. But there were actually a lot of things in that home that could not be replaced. Lily Lawrence had a lot of photos with presidents. Her father had some connection with the Shah of Iran. So
the philanthropist who lives there.
Right. So she had a lot of memorabilia and things that could not be replaced, so that's really a shame.
Well, a lifetime of memories, and also for these folks who have worked so hard to have these beautiful homes. And yes, a fire in a multi-million-dollar home is no more, no less important than a fire in the middle of a downtown area or in any suburb. It's home to the people who live there. The folks who live in these homes, though, have worked so hard and put their lives' earnings on the line to be able to live in these beautiful areas, and this is what they have to deal with.
That right there in the center of our screen, chopper's starting to pull away, but that smoke that's flaring up, that's just to the south of the Malibu courthouse right there. There's an area behind there. There's a skateboard park. Lots of young kids frequent that area. There's a number of the Malibu Country Mart is actually right across the street, just to the bottom left of your screen as well. This is an iconoclastic area.
And it's where all the regulars, it's where all the residents hang out and don't worry about the paparazzi or being bothered. They just go there. This is a regular folk kind of place in comparison to, say, these multi-million-dollar homes right here along the beachfront.
Yeah, and we're talking about possible hurricane force winds, which I've been in this market just over 10 years. I have never heard it. How about you, Kent? You've been here for quite some time.
I'm a California boy, and Kai, you and I were talking about this earlier. Yes, it happens, but usually on top of the mountains in the very worst conditions. And when you just mentioned one a moment ago, clocking at 100 miles an hour?
108 miles per hour.
I mean, that's Category 2, Category 3 hurricane, if we were to compare it to a hurricane in the tropics.
Exactly. Category 1 strength hurricane winds are clocked at about 73 miles per hour. That's when those hurricanes begin to go. And again, we're looking at winds of 100+ miles per hour. Those embers flying all the way from the canyon areas and the hills behind the Hughes Research Building. Right now, you're looking at these fires beginning to spark off right along the coastline. There's the sand right on your screen. There are the winds that are howling. Currently winds at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. The humidity there at 9%. The dew point at 6 degrees. And as a meteorologist or anybody who knows anything about weather, 9% and 6-degree dew point readings, that is bone dry out there. And they're expected to see a daytime high temperature in Malibu today at 86 degrees. So it is going to be tough for firefighters to really fight the battle. There's many fronts that are beginning to rear up all over the place.
Can we talk once again with Larry Welk? We know that he's been busy talking with the fire coordinators, getting the latest information. Is Larry free to talk with us right now?
I'm here with you, Kent.
Okay, Larry, so now as you scan and pan across this area of beachfront homes, just in the last half hour or so, we've seen the fire damage go from one home to, by my count, 4. Are there more homes than that now right up against the water that have been burning?
Not directly on the shoreline. It looks like 4 is going to be the count. They've got some lifeguard boats that have moved into position. They've also got lots of firefighters. Very quickly, they came in to attack. Now, there are the homes on the beach. We'll tilt up just a little bit, and we'll show you that's the CVS pharmacy that we saw, and the front of that building was on fire, and you can see several firefighters are up on the roof there trying to knock that down. And then just up the hill there, we saw just a few minutes ago, the actual Pepperdine, the sign there. They've got a huge, beautiful lawn in front with a big sign and a grouping of trees. Those trees were on fire just a moment ago. And now, for the first time, we have seen a tanker arrive. There's that lawn there at Pepperdine. But we've seen a tanker arrive, and he will be starting to drop on the eastern edge of the fire right now, because you can see it's the most active area there. And look at all of that very, very thick, tall brush, that chaparral. In some spots, it's 20 feet tall. And so that's what they've got some concerns about, because if you tilt up from there, there's another area of homes there, not along, down to the right a little bit, but there are hundreds of homes in that area there along the beach. That would be Carbon Beach, just south of the Malibu Pier. And again, they've got some concern that if it can burn all the way from inside Malibu Canyon and then move down to the beach, that it can certainly, when it has this kind of fuel, make its way to that area. So we'll pull back to a wide shot, show you the shoreline again, once again, and then turn back and show you that the first tanker has just arrived on scene. There he is at the top of your picture. And this airplane right here will carry Phos-Chek. That's that red fire retardant. And he'll be able to lay a line down, a protective line, so that when the fire burns into that line, it will at least slow down enough so that firefighters can get in there and start putting some water on it. The only problem with this is that they've got to move all the helicopters off of this area. And another big problem is the turbulence. I don't know if you can see it in your picture, but this guy flying below the ridge tops right now, is just really, it's incredible to watch, especially from a pilot standpoint, that he will go in there and dive through that canyon, drop the FOS check, and then pull out over those homes. We'll follow him over to the beach here and show you that he makes his way out again, and he'll be headed back to Hemet to try and get another load, perhaps San Bernardino. They're bringing them in from wherever they can get them because that is going to be a huge help. Now back to the fire, the eastern edge of the fire where the very thick brush has been burning, and you can see this is what they have to deal with right here. That kind of flame length, that will take off and become an enormous brush fire, and that is what they're worried about because, again, those huge flame lengths, they've been concentrating on all different areas. They've been concentrating on the northern end of the fire and into the canyon, and this was an area that was very difficult. We'll tilt up again and show you just how close it is to some of these other homes. So just when they start to think they're getting the upper hand, you see a big flare up like this, and then you see hundreds of homes in the path of the fire. So a very difficult situation. We are going to stay on top of it and bring you the very latest updates as to where this fire is moving, really block by block.
Larry, you just said two things that might be of imminent and timely concern to people who are trying to see their homes protected in this area.
Let's go back to the brush.
One of them, Larry, one of the things that you mentioned a moment ago is that when the big tanker pulled through, that big P-2 firefighting plane went through the area, they pulled the helicopters back, and the other is it may return to Hemet to pick up another load of FOSCHEC. Why do they pull the helicopters away, and why does it have to go so far away when Van Nuys or Burbank airports are so much closer?
Well, they're just not capable of FOSCHEC in those areas, so that what they do is they have to go to the nearest base. So Fox Field is one, which is up in the Lancaster area. Hemet is another. San Bernardino is another. But they're just not equipped right now to put FOSCHEC.
All right, so the closer airports are not equipped with FOSCHEC, the chemical.
These airplanes are extremely difficult to maneuver. They're very lumbering, and it also, when the planes come in, they want to move.
All right, Larry Welk, we're going to let you reestablish your signal once again. Lena, we've been talking about this morning, and Kai, the fact that smoke becomes a very real factor in trying to deal with the microwave signals. Larry Welk is not always in constant communication with us just because this smoke is so billowing and so dense.
Sure, and we're talking about the winds being a problem not only with the spotting but also with the firefighting helicopters. And when you're talking about a wide area and you're dealing with brush fires, so much of that we are dependent on the choppers and the air tankers and such, and that will be a problem as they're dealing with turbulence, and we're dealing in an area, of course, with all the mountains and such.
Yeah, and we were just seeing that large fixed-wing aircraft try and go through those passes, and you could see, you don't have to be an aeronautics expert to see that pilot was having some difficulty, those wingtips moving back and forth, winds gusting 45 to 65 miles per hour right now. You can see those dirt roads along there. Those are access roads, and there are many of them throughout that canyon area, which is good news. They have been clearing these access roads out from Santa Monica Mountains all the way into Malibu and further up towards Ventura all summer long in expectation of an event that is taking place like this. So they can once again easily get those rigs in there. They can get the boots on the ground and get some of these firefighters in there to hit some of these spotty areas. But it is raging out there. Winds again clocked from 60 to 75 miles per hour. I'm seeing humidity levels right now dropping, as a matter of fact, going from about 10 to 9%. Dew point value dropped in the last half hour from 7 degrees to 6 degrees. The daytime high is expected to hit about 86 degrees in Malibu today, Kent.
It's now the 10:30 half hour. If you are just joining us, you're watching live special team coverage. We are on Fire Watch here at CBS2. This breaking news story, the Malibu wildfire, the biggest and the most intense in Southern California right now, approaching 600 acres. No reports of any casualties, the very best news of all, but there are strong Santa Ana winds that continue to push this fire in several different directions through Malibu. Homes have been destroyed, some other buildings damaged or destroyed as well. Kai Goldberg, Lena Wynn, Ken Shocknick in our CBS 2 News studio, Larry Welk in News Chopper 2, and our CBS 2 reporters all over Southern California fanning out as these flames do the exact same thing.
And one of the first structures lost was the Malibu Presbyterian Church. However, the good news is that everyone was evacuated safely. And the other thing is that this fire started early this morning On a Sunday, can you imagine, had this started while services were underway at that church, we would be looking at something completely different. But the church is lost, everyone out safe. It goes without saying, firefighters would appreciate if you do not need to go into this area to stay out of the area so that they can do their work in trying to protect these homes and the people who live there. We should tell you that the MTA line 534, which runs along PCH, has been stopped due to this fire, so you will not be able to go out there on the MTA line 534. And what we're looking at right now is this fire just continuing to burn up that brush out there in Malibu.
And in fact, traffic has been completely shut down on a number of major through roads this morning. The northbound side of PCH at Topanga Canyon, southbound side PCH at Cane and Doom, northbound Topanga shut down at PCH, northbound Cane and Doom at PCH, southbound Topanga at Mulholland, southbound Las Virgenes at Mulholland, all shut down. PCH shut down. You know, the best, most general news at this point would be just stay out of these areas because they're not going to let you through. There are mandatory evacuations. We were just talking with Los Angeles County Fire Inspector Ron Harrelson a moment ago. He pointed out these now are mandatory evacuations for the Malibu Crest and Sarah Retreat neighborhoods. Some 200 homes they're trying to protect right in that area. Pepperdine students, we were talking earlier with a Pepperdine sophomore, Sarah Fletcher, who said that those students have been put safely in place. They've gone to Firestone Field and the center there in Pepperdine, the Pepperdine campus, well equipped to deal with wildfires in the surrounding area. Those students are staying on the campus.
And while you are watching the live pictures that we're showing you, you should log on to CBS2.com for all the closures that Kent was just mentioning. For a complete list of what is closed in the Malibu area, log on to CBS2.com.
And it's unfortunate, it's sad, because Malibu is one of the prettiest areas in all of Southern California. It has such great natural beauty from these rugged mountains we're seeing burning this morning, right out to the ocean and the coast, the beautiful homes in the area as well. And it truly typifies the glamorous Southern California lifestyle that is beamed around the world. And this morning, much of it is on fire. Lena and Kai, we have seen everything from the hills themselves to these multi-million-dollar homes, including the castle Lena was just talking about, to the shopping center where the locals go and where you see pictures of them in the tabloid magazines. This is their home. This morning, it's on fire.
But just as you said earlier, Kent, with glamour comes danger, and these are, again, wonderful places to live in Southern California, but in terms of the brush and the dangers surrounding these areas, you could do anything from fires to a tsunami even. So you have a lot of dangerous conditions that can take place in an area like this. It is beautiful, but indeed very, very dangerous. Lots of crews out there fighting this fire. You can see it is spotting all over the place as well.
At this moment, Los Angeles County Fire reports it has 500 personnel on the ground. That's 80 to 100 trucks out there. 8 choppers, we have seen several of them. 2 fixed-wing Super Scooper airplanes. And there are other vehicles on the ground and other aircraft as well. The choppers that we've seen are not just from Los Angeles County, but we've seen the California State Department of Forestry moving in as well. We've seen the fixed-wing Super Scoopers coming in, and also the P2 that just dropped its FOSCHEC flame retardant load a moment ago, coming in from the Inland Empire. So this is the sort of thing that Southern California firefighters train for. This morning, unfortunately, Lena, they're having a chance to put it into play.
Yeah, and one of the problems they're having with this wind also is the water-dropping planes having trouble hitting the fire because that wind is blowing the water away before it even hits the ground. So this wind causing lots of problems with spotting, lots of problems with the pilots who are trying to fight this fire. Our own Larry Welk in News Chopper 2 dealing with the turbulence up there as well. And of course, you're seeing sometimes the signal going in and out, but that's what they're dealing with out there. There are also 2 other fires burning. Obviously, Malibu fire is the worst of what's happening right now. There's also a fire burning in northern LA County, the Porter Ranch area, and also near Castaic. We are happy to report that there are no homes lost at this point, and we are also keeping an eye on those areas, but Malibu is the main concern right now with several structures already burned.
Well, this is where the threat is, Lena, and you're so right. And the best news of all is it looks like that Porter Ranch fire is pretty much under control at this point. One of the landmarks we've been talking about, and there are so many in this Malibu fire this morning, is the Castle Cashin, or the Hodge Castle, built back in the 70s. Someone who knows a lot about it is on the phone right now. Larry Steinman, are you with us?
I am with you.
Well, talk a little bit about the history of this castle that we have all seen up on the hill just to the east of Pacific Coast Highway when driving through the Malibu area.
Well, I can tell you that it belongs to Princess Lily Lawrence, and the name of the castle is Castle Kashan, which is her father's name, Iran. Her father was an oil minister from Iran under the Shah, and so that's why it's called Castle Kashan. And I will tell you that she is a wonderful, wonderful person, and she's in town, and we have tried her phone number, and there is no answer. We have tried her personal secretary's number, and there's no answer. And we have tried her personal caterer's number, Richard, Chesterfield, who works in the Malibu area and puts on parties and events for a lot of people in the Malibu.
So there's no real way at this point to find out her response to this fire. We don't know where she is as we look at these pictures of the flames having destroyed the home. Did she live there full time?
She lives there full time. I will tell you that not only is she a wonderful person, but I own the Carol Lawrence Galleries in Beverly Hills, and I do all of her framing. And I will tell you, she had a room that was very special that she invited people into that had president's letters, letters from Princess Diane, letters from kings and queens to her and her father through the years. It's such. In fact, I have probably I have 3 pieces of her father's in Iranian, in Farsi, that she gave to me to fix the frame, and it's the only thing at this moment that she has left of all of the personal, gorgeous possessions from presidents in this room of hers.
Larry, you said you weren't able to reach Lily. Are you sure that she was not at home at the time of this fire?
Well, I'll tell you this. I spoke to her personal clothing designer, Tiana Peters, this morning, and she had not heard about it yet. She spoke to Princess Lily yesterday, and they were set to go tomorrow Dancing with the Stars to showing or a special taping.
Well, we'll certainly hope the best for her. Larry Steinman, thank you so much. We appreciate your taking the time to phone in with this little bit of background on, Lena, this landmark that you yourself have visited and talked about some of these priceless artifacts that now are no more because of this morning's huge brush fire. This thing has just moved so quickly.
Right, and that home is off of Malibu Crest, and I know that when we were there, it was very difficult to drive along the ledge there, and I don't know if people were in that home, how easy it would have been to get out. It's just, and looking at that, having been there just about a month ago, it's incredible to see how much of it has already been damaged. I mean, the home is completely gone.
And to get fire crews in, if you were just in a normal small car dealing with that, imagine the difficulty of getting up to this high point that has a vista all across the Pacific Ocean and to the north, south, and east as well as out to the ocean to the west. It would be very, very difficult for fire trucks, which is why when Southern California has these red flag fire warnings, which as Kai Goldberg has been showing us, we have in effect right now, fire crews tell us the reason they put up these warnings is to remind us, if you live in small, narrow, winding areas, don't park on the streets, don't park on the roads, and be fire prepared, ready to go. And today, hopefully, the residents of Malibu Crest and the Sierra Retreat neighborhoods have taken advantage of that foreknowledge so that they could get out, because this fire has moved very quickly, and as David Goldstein has shown us from the ground, it has hopscotched all around. As quickly as one fire is contained or controlled, something else pops up yards, hundreds of yards, quarter of a mile away.
Right, Kent, and not only people who live in this immediate area, but anywhere else, the Hollywood Hills, that's always a problem, even when there isn't an emergency sometimes, to try to get your car through there. But with conditions like we have right now, the high winds, it's really going to heat up today. The humidity is in the single digits, I believe. They're just dangerous conditions, and if a fire were to break out, you may not have time to move. So just take caution right now. Do not park in the streets if you can help it. And again, we're watching Malibu right now. The hills are on fire, and this fire is moving.
Larry Welk is overhead in News Chopper 2. Larry, are you free to talk with us right now?
I am free, and just a tragic turn of events here as we see some of the homes that are being just destroyed by this fire that come out of Malibu Canyon. And the fire that you're looking at right now is actually along Las Virgenes Road. It's probably one of the northernmost points in the fire right now, and we believe it's close to the point of origin, but it's now moving in a different direction. So that's Malibu Canyon Road off to the left side. There are helicopters down in the canyon right now trying to do what they can to assess and see what they can do to put it out. But just over the hill, of course, from where we're looking at right now to the right, is that Pepperdine University in that area of Malibu. So again, I say this over and over, just when they think they're starting to get the upper hand, they've got another huge firestorm on their hands. And then as we make our way across to the left, you'll see the shoreline. That's the area where some of the homes burned. And then all the way over to the eastern edge of the fire, you'll see it's very difficult because we're pointing right into the sun, but you'll see that that area right there is all open, thick brush that has yet to burn. And look what is right behind hundreds and hundreds of homes. So again, each time they think they're getting the upper hand, another big firestorm takes over. The good news right now, lots of firemen on the ground. They're responding so quickly. Each time there's a report of a new flare-up, you'll see several fire trucks that make their way there within just seconds of the report of the fire. They've got lots of aerial assets on it right now. So the good news here in Malibu is that it's still growing, but hundreds of firefighters are responding by the minute. And as I look across, I can't show it to you, but I look over up toward Castaic. You've been talking about that this morning. That looks like it has tripled or quadrupled in size since the time we took off early this morning to come down here to Malibu. We earlier had Alex Calder over that fire, and he was giving us an indication of how big it was. But since he was there, it looks again like it's quadrupled in size. So firefighting resources stretched thin here in Southern California as these fires break out. But certainly here in Malibu, we've had a tremendous loss with a church, several commercial buildings, and several homes, including several that are right on the beach. So any fire anywhere is tragic. This one right now, though, happens to be one that is very difficult to predict where it will strike next.
Larry, thank you. They were preparing to evacuate Pepperdine University. Let's go to David Goldstein, who is live on the ground there in front of Pepperdine. David, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're right in front of the Civic Center. This is where the firefighters here are going to try to draw a line so it doesn't cross over PCH, which is behind us. You look up on the hillside, this is the area where the castle was burning, but you can see there's a flare-up, heavy smoke just beyond those trees up there, and obviously the wind is blowing towards you as you look at it, so firefighters are keeping an eye on that. We've seen a number of water-dropping helicopters passing that way over the past couple of minutes as everyone's keeping an eye on that smoke just over the hillside there. To the left is Pepperdine, and there's a lot of flare-ups around that spot as we pan around over there, and that's Pepperdine University. To just give you an idea that there's some fire on the other side of this hill. What they're doing is firefighters are keeping a good watch on this to try to contain it with the water-dropping helicopters, but also they are ready down here on Civic Center Way, just in front of the courthouse. They are going to draw a line here if the fire comes over that hillside. But everyone keeping a watchful eye on this as this fire is whipping around from these winds, which are still going, I would say, 40 to 50 miles an hour. They've been constant since I've been out here at about 7:30 this morning.
David, you're right there. Besides the emergency crews that are using this area as a staging area, what about private citizens? What about residents? Anybody nearby, or are they pretty much moving on out?
A lot of people we saw this morning were moving out and getting out of their homes if it was in the way of the fire here. Where we are right now, this is Civic Center, the courthouse, and the sheriff's. So no homes around here. About a half a mile up to the left, just around Pepperdine, there are a number of condominiums there, and there's also an elementary school. Webster Elementary School is right down in the canyon there, as well as Our Lady of Malibu. Excuse me, the smoke coming over. Our Lady of Malibu school as well, and that's in the canyon, and they are watching that as well because that's a real low-lying area with a lot of trees.
We know that a couple hundred homes have been evacuated. A lot of those people have been told to go to Zuma Beach. where the Red Cross is set up and ready to assist them. Pepperdine University, some of the faculty and staff have evacuated. However, students have not been evacuated. They are now being gathered at the campus's basketball arena. And of course, if we get any more information, we will let you know. So for anyone who has friends or family at Pepperdine, the students have been gathered at the basketball arena. They have not yet evacuated.
And if you're in a position to talk with a student on cell phone, and they've been calling out, we've been talking with them, they've been talking with us, a reminder, if you want the very latest on the specifics, the locations of the evacuation centers, or the very latest on the road closures, go to our website, CBS2.com. CBS2.com is always on, and this morning we are bringing you the very latest on the evacuation centers and the road closures because of this morning's breaking news, this Malibu wildfire.
Yeah, we're talking about the heavy winds that were a concern. We knew they were coming. We knew that they would cause some problems. We are hearing of 50-mile-per-hour winds, but we're talking about gusts up to 100 or more miles per hour. And that is something I have not seen, but that is what they're dealing with out there. And that is why there's a lot of concern today, not only in Malibu, where fires are already burning, but throughout the Southland.
News Chopper 2, Lena, talking about the difficulty in staying steady to bring us these aerial pictures. And, of course, the water-dropping helicopters like this one that we're looking at in the center of our screen just a second ago, trying to hit flames such as these while winds do vary greatly. Been difficult for them as well. We have seen some palm trees that have been bent almost literally at right angles because of the strength of these winds. Palm trees, some of the most supple trees on this planet, they are used to strong winds, which is why they can thrive in tropical areas, even in hurricanes. Southern California, as Kai Goldberg pointed out just a moment ago, getting its own hurricane force winds today right here. The trouble is our winds are very dry and they are moving these flames right down the road.
Yeah, and conditions are only getting worse. Later today, it is expected to reach 86 in Malibu, I believe. So in the valley, it's going to be extremely hot, very low humidity and high winds. Everyone urged to be extra careful with what you're doing today because of what we're seeing happening in Malibu right now. Some residents have evacuated Zuma Beach in the Malibu area. Pepperdine University gathering students, preparing to evacuate them if need be. Several structures already lost in the Malibu area, including the Presbyterian Church and Kashan Castle.
The best count that we have at this point, and it is very fluid because things do keep changing, is that the Malibu Presbyterian Church has been destroyed, and also some half a dozen homes or so, and some business buildings as well. We've seen a couple of look like temporary classrooms, facilities, if you will, in business areas, all destroyed. We'll get you a full count when the firefighters get one to us. Meanwhile, they are very busy doing what you're seeing right here, using this big Sikorsky sky crane. This is the big spider-like helicopter from the California Department of Forestry that carries up to 1,000 gallons of water in a huge tank. It's underneath the chopper. You know, Lena, these are the helicopters that we're used to seeing all up and down the West Coast. These are the heavy lift helicopters that carry pipes to remote areas. They clear logs from forests. They remove car wrecks from over cliffs in Southern California. And today, perhaps the most valuable service of all that they provide, dropping a pretty good amount of water very quickly from picking it up with that snorkel that's dangling underneath of the sky crane. They can get it from any pond or the ocean itself, get it inbound, make their trip in as little as less than a minute if they're close to a water source. And there's just no rest for these folks. They just drop the water, they go get a new load, they drop it, and they just continue every single minute or so.
Yeah, another situation we're keeping an eye on is that the fire has now crossed PCH, and is it 4 homes that are on the shore side? 4 homes burning now on the other side of PCH. Also, if you're familiar with the area, you've got that CVS pharmacy and that Ralph's there. That is also an area of concern. Firefighters on the roof there as they're fighting that fire. And again, PCH closed, many closures in the area to talk about. Just log on to CBS2.com and you'll have a full list there. But if you do not need to go to this area, fire officials are asking that you stay away so that they can do the best that they can in trying to save some of these homes.
This is a fire that reportedly broke out overnight after the Santa Ana winds that have been whistling and roaring down from the north and the northeast went through the Malibu Canyon area, through the rugged terrain of Malibu, downing power lines and causing arcing and sparking, which ignited the flames, which then took off the way that you're seeing right here. And these flames have been moving, Lena, so quickly this morning. We watch them as they go up and down the hills, and the little topography lesson that we learned a short while ago, that flames travel much more quickly going up a hill until they get to the top And the steeper the slope, the more likely there's going to be material that can ignite the fire below the main fire, so that's a real problem for them. When they get to the crests, when these flames get to the crest, that's actually a bit of good news because they will then slow down and give firefighters a little bit more time in dealing with them and trying to put them out before they have to move on to the next hotspot.
Right, so we're concerned about the winds in being able to carry some of these embers, but for instance, last night in Bel Air Estates, the fire department closed down North Beverly Glen at Montline Lane because trees and power lines were down, but when you have winds this high knocking down power lines and trees, and that in itself could be creating some fires of its own. So whether you are in the Malibu area or anywhere else in Southern California right now, there is just a huge concern with the conditions that we're dealing with. 50-mile-an-hour winds in the Malibu area, gusts up to 100 miles per hour. I think Kai said 108 miles per hour in one area that he was looking at, but these are just incredible conditions to have to be dealing with.
Causing dangerous conditions all across the Southland. You were talking about what happened last night with the strong winds in Bel Air Estates. This morning, Simi Valley, the 118 Ronald Reagan Freeway. A 50-foot tall pine tree blew right into traffic lanes, and Caltrans crews at last check just a few minutes ago were pulling out the saws trying to get it out of the way so that traffic could resume more safely. Showing you two views this morning right now, one from News Chopper 2, the bigger left screen for you right now, showing one of the Firehawks, a civilian version for firefighting of the military's Black Hawk helicopter. It carries water and also personnel. And then the smaller screen over on the right side of your screen, one of the staging areas very close to the Malibu Civic Center. Now, the Malibu Civic Center sounds like it might be a grand, big place and ornate. It is not. It's an older series of buildings just sort of tucked there into the flatlands of Malibu, just a little bit to the east of Pacific Coast Highway. It's where the city does all of its city business, and this morning they're using the big parking lot in front as a staging area for some 500 firefighting personnel from Los Angeles County Fire, and of course a big contingent of mutual aid firefighters moving in from all across Southern California. The call went out very early this morning. Get here as quickly as possible. And one firefighter told me earlier, it was the old cliche that the firefighters use: whatever you do, just dump the wet stuff on the red stuff. And that's what they've been having to deal with all morning long.
Right, well, they were called into active duty anyway, but we know from this weekend that they knew conditions were going to be bad. Extra crews were called in, and fire trucks from all around the state have actually relocated to the Southland. So we have the manpower for it, but they're just dealing with really tough conditions out there. The rugged terrain, the winds trying to get to where the fire is, and of course with these winds blowing the embers, you never know where this fire is going to go or how far it's going to go, but there are crews on standby all across our area.
And they need to change out crews frequently and as rapidly as possible because there are so many environmental injuries that these firefighters can deal with. You know, you talk about the temperatures today. Getting up, Lena, to the mid-80s along the coastline. So these firefighters have to deal with things like heat exhaustion, heat stroke, very serious. It's a life-threatening condition. Your body core temperature goes up. These guys and women are wearing this fireproof suit that they have, made of Nomex or other materials that are like, the point is it's a fire retardant suit that's very heavy. They're carrying in their own oxygen tanks to have a fresh supply of breathing material, and they have to run around in suits that can weigh up to 70 to 80 pounds and carry an additional 60 pounds of equipment with them. So they have to deal with such things, and also heat cramps and heat exhaustion. And so truly on days like today, these firefighters are earning their money and then some. You're looking live at the scene right now this morning. This is the latest crest that this fire in Malibu now is starting to top as the fire continues in rugged terrain, and the firefighters try to fight it where they can. These service roads are helping, but the trouble is the firefighters also don't want to drive down them and then get stuck with no way out.
Kent on the phone right now is Inspector Ron Harrelson with LA County Fire Department. Ron, can you just give us the latest breakdown of what's going on right now?
The latest information right now, this brush fire, the numbers have increased as far as the acreage. We're looking at about 700 acres right now. Winds are still erratic, very fast-moving brush fire right now we're seeing. It gets later into the morning or to the evening, afternoon, we're starting to see the temperatures change. Then we're getting some upslope conditions right there. So we'll start to see very erratic fire swirls and movement of this fire.
Inspector, we've been talking a little bit about the topography. You just said you're going to be dealing with some upslope conditions. Explain, please.
As the temperature starts to increase or starts to heat up, some of those aspects are northwest or north-southwest facing slopes. that'll start to increase and create an updraft as the wind directions change. And we're starting to see some of that. We're starting to see the wind direction change. We're starting to see it move up the slopes and up canyons right now as that wind is being pushed, as fire is being pushed by those winds.
And what can you tell us about evacuations in the Malibu area?
Right now, as far as evacuations, we're looking at approximately 200 residents have been evacuated. Those areas being Pepperdine area, Malibu Crest, Sierra Retreat, and the Puerto Beach area. Evacuation centers would be the Zuma Beach area, and also the Firestone Fieldhouse area for those students or personnel in and around Pepperdine University.
At this point, the last time we talked with you, Inspector, no word of any casualties. That was good news. Is that still the case? And can you tell us how many structures now have been destroyed? Do you have any sort of account at all?
That's correct. Fortunately, no injuries reported for civilians or firefighters. That's our main concern right now, making sure the residents are safe. As far as structures lost, we do have reports of 3 residents that have been lost, also 3 businesses, and 1 church has also been destroyed in this fire.
What's the latest from the shopping center? We saw some firefighters on top of the shopping center there at the CBS or the pharmacy there. That business there, do you have any update for us on that particular facility?
We do have firefighters on scene right there. As we're seeing with some of the residents here, spot fires, those embers are blowing around and they're landing wherever they can land, in the brush, top homes, on businesses. So at this point, nothing is safe or can escape some of these fast-moving embers that are blowing right now and starting these fires.
Well, for the residents who have not evacuated but live in the nearby area, can you tell them what they should be doing at this point?
They should definitely be preparing to evacuate. The areas I mentioned earlier are under a mandatory evacuation. Some of those other surrounding areas would be a voluntary evacuation, but we highly recommend and strongly suggest that they start to gather some important documents, make sure their pets are taken care of, medication, foods, things like that, and just prepared and listening to the news and listening to the radio and television, and contact our information number as far as getting updates on that evacuation. And should the need arise, law enforcement and fire officials on scene there will notify them of the evacuation.
But at this point, you are not recommending that they necessarily wait that long. I mean, this is a case where common sense comes into play, and if such residents not in the mandatory evacuation areas feel threatened, they should take it on their own initiative to get out of the area.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we have had fires here in the Malibu area before. The residents understand the danger. They understand the importance of getting a head start or a jump on fires such as this that move very quickly and are erratic. So the residents there have been cooperating. They understand the dangers due to the past history and the fires we've had there. So they're doing a good job in helping us out by getting themselves prepared to evacuate.
All right, Inspector Ron Harrelson, we thank you so much. We will be checking back. We know this is a busy day for you at Los Angeles County Fire Department. Thank you for your time. If you are just joining us, it is now the 11 o'clock hour. You are watching live team coverage, CBS 2 on Fire Watch. Our breaking news this morning, a series of wildfires roaring across Southern California. This, the most serious of all of them in the Malibu area. Good morning once again. Ken Shockney, Galena Wynn, live in our CBS 2 News studio. We've got the combined resources of CBS 2 and our sister station KCAL 9 at your disposal this morning to bring you all the latest on this intensely burning fire that's going now in the Malibu area that's being fought from the ground and from the air. Let's bring you up to date right now with some statistics.
So far, 700 acres have burned. We have several structures lost, including the Malibu Presbyterian Church and 4 homes on the ocean side of PCH and at least another home on the other side near on Malibu Crest. We can tell you that about 200 homes have been evacuated. Many of those people are going to Zuma Beach. That includes the Pepperdine University, where students are being gathered in the basketball arena, and some staff and faculty have already evacuated. If you live anywhere near this area and have not been evacuated, you should be getting ready to evacuate. That means packing all the essentials and medicine, stuff that you absolutely need, pets and your family, making sure that you're ready to go if law enforcement knocks at your door. And of course, park wheels out nose out there on your driveway so that you're ready to leave if you have to.
You're looking at the view from News Chopper 2 of a P-2 Orion aircraft, which is capable of dropping some 3,000 gallons worth of fire retardant, Phos-Chek, that orange fire retardant, down to the ground. This fire has been incredibly intense and moved incredibly quickly. It's been a difficult time for firefighters in the air because of our strong Santa Ana winds that have been gusting commonly up to 60 to 80 miles an hour, and in a couple of occasions more than 100 miles an hour in tinder dry conditions, pushing along the flames. And here goes the Phos-Chek drop right now from one of several fixed-wing aircraft on the scene. In addition, we've heard from Los Angeles County Firefighter, there are 8 choppers, a couple of super scoopers, which are the Canadian aircraft that drop water from their bellies, not related to this P-2 Orion that's been moving through the area this morning. Lena just mentioned the 200 homes evacuated, mandatory evacuations this morning in the Malibu Crest and Serra Retreat areas, those neighborhoods, and Puerco Beach as well. Neighboring areas, Lena, you just talked about voluntary evacuations. Evacuation centers in Zuma Beach, the basketball arena at Pepperdine, where students are being told to stay on campus. They have been moved out of their dorms into this one central facility. While Pepperdine is threatened, it does have a huge green belt safely protecting it, so it is believed to be safe for now. And also another evacuation center just announced, Agora Hills High School. For additional information on all the latest for the evacuation centers and road closures through this area, including Pacific Coast Highway and Topanga Canyon and Malibu Canyon, log on to our website, CBS2.com. CBS2.com is always on. We'll get you the very latest information right there. Lena, as we look at the live picture from where this fire has hopscotched across Pacific Coast Highway into the shopping center here, the Malibu Colony Shopping Center, and to these multi-million-dollar beachfront homes just over on the left side of the screen, right up against the waves.
Yeah, it looks like firefighters did a good job with that fire at the CVS pharmacy. I didn't see any flames there. But as you said, the conditions are just extremely dangerous. We have a red flag warning in effect for most of Southern California. We're talking about very strong, hot, dry Santa Ana winds that are creating huge problems for firefighters. And we expect to see these conditions continuing into Tuesday. So this is just the beginning of it, folks, and already we're seeing a lot of damage in the Malibu area. If you have not evacuated, you should be ready to evacuate if you live in that area. Pack your things, get ready to move if you get a knock on your door. So far, 200 homes under a mandatory evacuation, but many other people in potential danger.
It is unfortunate that this is just the beginning. We want to show you on the left side of our screen right now, videotape from earlier. This is up at the castle, Lena, the Hodge Castle or Castle Kashan, owned by a philanthropist here in Southern California, a well-known woman, Lily Lawrence. You have been inside and you've talked about the priceless artifacts. It's visible to all, or used to be, on the east side of Pacific Coast Highway. This is unedited videotape as the firefighters tried to deal with it this morning. Now, sadly, this big landmark up on the hill overlooking Malibu, and there are some of the pictures we've spoken of, pretty much destroyed.
Yeah, I was there just over a month ago, and I know that it sits right there on the edge. So anyone driving in and out of there, it's, you know, your single vehicle. And so I know that firefighters must have had some difficulty in trying to get their equipment in there. And we heard earlier that they were trying to get a hold of Lily Lawrence, the homeowner, but they have not been able to. That
was a picture of the Shah of Iran. The castle was built in the 70s with money from Iran before the revolution. It was a retreat and some have said a hideaway from the internal strife in Iran, built here as a place of safety, as a haven. The family lived there, and now, unfortunately, no one's going to be living there because it's been destroyed.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, we are watching a huge brush fire in the Malibu area. Not just a brush fire, but already we have lost the Malibu Presbyterian Church. Fortunately, everyone was evacuated safely, and the fire did start before Sunday services began. Also, another home there, the Hodge Castle, just across the way on Malibu Crest. And then on the other side of PCH, 4 homes have burned now on the other side of PCH. Also, the CVS pharmacy down there at Ralph's. If you're familiar with that area, also catching fire, but it looks like firefighters did a good job with that one.
News Chopper 2 is over the scene this morning, and we have our team of reporters fanned out across the landscape as well. Lena mentioned a moment ago that this is just the beginning. That's not good news. better news here is the fact that today is considered to be the worst day in terms of fire conditions. As the new week progresses and gets underway starting tomorrow, temperatures are expected to drop ever so slightly. As you look at a water drop live right here from one of the helicopters, and humidity levels are expected to go up. That will help, but we have been expecting for the longest while now, and our 2-view Doppler forecast has been forecasting the probability of dry Santa Ana wind conditions, and now in fact in place we do have this red flag fire warning, which is something that at least alerted all of the fire crews so that they would be prepared to deal with the fire that broke out this morning in Malibu, reportedly because of downed power lines that were brought down from the overnight wind and sparked, igniting the initial blaze that then burned over 2 different prongs, sort of an eastern prong and a western prong on both sides of Malibu Canyon. The eastern prong getting very close to these multi-million-dollar homes in Sarah Estates where firefighters have taken up their protective positions. The western prong that started in the rough mountainous region north of the Hughes Research Lab and then headed toward Pepperdine, and that's where, Lena, you were just saying the students at Pepperdine have been moved into the cafeteria in the central section of the campus and also the basketball arena right there.
You know, each time we have these fires, it always amazes me how right on those water drops are, where they drop them and it's just right on the fire. But today, what those pilots are dealing with is having to deal with the wind. Earlier they had problems because by the time the water dropped, the wind would blow it before it hit the ground, so that's something that they're dealing with. And also the turbulence as they're flying in those areas.
The winds were strongest right at the dawn hour with frequent gusts. Here's a live picture from just adjacent to Malibu. Frequent gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and then they tapered off. But now as the day heats up and we get more convective heat, as it's called, they are expected to pick up once again. And so now with the winds picking back up and now the temperatures higher, conditions being even drier, there will be more fuel fanning these flames.
Yeah, we have very, very low humidity. It is, as you said, expected to heat up. I think Kai Goldberg said a high of 86 in Malibu.
And right now in Malibu is CBS 2's David Goldstein with an update. David, good morning once again. You've been on the scene here right since the beginning. What's the very latest where you are?
Well, the very latest, we're keeping an eye still on this hillside behind me. We're just in front of Malibu Civic Center here. A whole load of fire trucks just arrived from Orange County. I saw Irvine and Mission Hills and Rancho Santa Margarita as well. So firefighters from all over Southern California are moving into Malibu now to keep an eye on this fire, try to bring it under control. You can see the fire still coming over the hillside, right behind the hillside, all that smoke. They are keeping a watch on this fire just over that hill. Certainly concerned that it's coming this way because the wind is blowing right at you, probably still 40, 50 miles an hour. There have also been reports this fire is moving about a mile and a half down the road. There are some reports, or about a mile down the road, some reports of some fire on the hillside there. So some firefighters who had been stationed here have moved down PCH in that area. So they are watching this fire, spotting and trying to respond in every which way. But I'll tell you, it's a rough morning for firefighters because this fire is just moving certainly uncontrollably and unpredictably.
You certainly have been in that area covering fires before. Can you talk about the weather conditions that you're seeing?
Yeah, this is reminiscent of 1993 and the Malibu fires back then. That's just the first thing I thought about it when I got out of the car this morning when we were up at Bluff Park, which is a high point here in Malibu, and the winds were just whipping. At some point, they were knocking some people over as they were walking around. So very reminiscent, unfortunately, of 1993 when the devastating Malibu fire hit this area. And it certainly doesn't look good for residents here right now, but firefighters certainly trying to knock out the hot spots. The helicopters have been doing a great job, but as you saw, there certainly have been some structures that have been lost.
David, the question we asked you last time that we had a chance to talk with you there at the Civic Center in Malibu was, we know by your description in the video you're showing us, the emergency crews that have moved in, the firefighting trucks.
Can we move up?
What about the civilians? Are you seeing any civilian presence there?
We have seen people evacuating. We saw people evacuating earlier this morning, and certainly in the Pepperdine area, people were evacuating. In this central area of Malibu, PCH, people have been evacuating. People have just been getting in their cars and loading up their cars. and moving south on PCH. There you're looking at a shot. These are the Orange County firefighters who just arrived here on the scene, and they are suiting up to help out in this area.
And they're donning that equipment that we were talking about a little while ago that is 60 to 70 pounds in suiting up alone, and then more for the oxygen tanks that they take in. Now we're looking at videotape from a little bit earlier from one of the houses that was lost in this morning's firefight. David Goldstein, as you watch and you can see the fixed-wing airplanes and the helicopters overhead, talk just a little bit more, if you would, please, about the wind conditions.
About what conditions, Ken? I'm sorry.
The wind conditions.
Yeah, the wind really whipping around. It's just it's going sometimes in circles. Right now, actually, the high winds have dropped just a little bit in the last couple of minutes, but all morning long was swirling around, and I would say at least 40, 50 miles an hour gusts at some point. The firefighters having a rough time with that because this fire is just not moving in one particular direction. And what we found today and what I saw back in 1993 in the Malibu fire and other fires I've covered, the firefighters don't know where it's going to go because the embers can just be flying in this wind a half a mile away, and all of a sudden there's grass or structure on fire that they weren't even in that area. So that's where you see firefighters moving both north and south on PCH, trying to follow this fire, but it's very, very unpredictable right now.
David, talking about that area up there and the wind conditions, not only are you dealing with the winds that we're experiencing today, but these fires are capable of creating their own wind conditions, and that's something else firefighters are dealing with. What about the air quality of where you're standing at right now?
I'm sorry, Lena, you were breaking up here. What about?
The air quality's got to be pretty bad. I know that up around Pepperdine, a lot of the students are wearing, the surgical face masks to try to filter out some of the soot that's in the air. Is it very bad where you're standing right now?
Yeah, it is. I think you're talking about the smoke. The smoke is really rough right now. We've been wearing our masks because just the wind whipping around. You can feel also in the air the smell of smoke certainly, and you just feel this as you're breathing it in. And the firefighters certainly have to contend with that as well.
You know, this is that time of year, even though summer has passed, this is the time of year when Southern California unfortunately does get used to seeing such devastating brush fires because conditions have dried out. They've been dry for a long, long summer period. Thank you, David Goldstein. We're going to let you get back to what you were doing. It was in October of '93 that they had the huge LA fires, and there was a series of them. The Kinaloa fire that was started by a campfire. 5,400 acres burned in that one, Lena. And that was the same year, of course, as the Laguna fire. It was arson started. Some 15,000 acres burned in that one. And so that's why they move in the Super Scoopers. And here comes one of them right now. This is a different aircraft than the one that we've been looking at earlier this morning. This is one of the Canadian Super Scoopers on lease, on lend, built in Canada. These are the ones that have the contract with Los Angeles County, and the way that they gather water is fascinating to watch. Under the good conditions, they can go out to the ocean, which is a matter of hundreds of yards away, open up a big jaw on the front end of the bottom of the plane, scoop it in, and then drop this water out once they get over whatever site. But it's been so rough and so rocky in the air this morning with so many whitecaps on the water, they haven't been able to do that this time. So they've been going to Lake Sherwood over the western edge of the San Fernando Valley as you move into the area of Ventura County, doing what they can to drop the water. It's taken them longer to make each load. Everything has been working against the firefighters this morning. Yeah, and you can see when he's flying that he's really dealing with some wind gusts out there. We're watching the water drops, but earlier we're also seeing some Phos-Chek drops, and what they will do is go ahead of the fire, hoping to stop the fire from spreading. But those pilots up there are dealing with some pretty tough conditions, and so far they're doing actually a very good job. As you can see, they're dropping it right on the fire despite those winds blowing that water. Larry Welk is overhead in News Chopper 2 as well, trying to fight the winds and watching what's going on. Larry, you're back with us now, and you've had a chance to check with your sources, get us all the very latest. While you've been doing that, we've been looking at the helicopters and the fixed-wing aircraft dropping water and Phos-Chek all.
It's incredible, really, the coordination that you see with the firefighters. They come up so quickly, and they work so well together. Firefighters right now moving on two separate fronts. This has really turned into sort of an east-west fire, and the boundary line is Pepperdine University and the Malibu Canyon. So the fire you're looking at right now, this is the farthest of the west or south fire here, very close to the point of origin. And then up to the top of your picture there, you'll see that is another area that is of great concern right now, because there are hundreds of homes there in that area, and that would be north of the Carbon Beach area and Las Flores Canyon. And so that area up there is where they are going to concentrate efforts right now on protecting structures. And then they have a whole other battlefront. We'll pull down back into Malibu Canyon itself. The wind still blowing very hard out of the north right now, although we are starting to see a little bit of the upward movement of the smoke, meaning that the wind is dying down, but the temperatures coming up is the result, and it's just not a winning combo right now. So firefighters have a very difficult time right now. We haven't seen any structures in the last few minutes. That's a little bit of good news, because early on we saw several at the same time, including the church, including a couple of businesses, a pharmacy, but it looks like a lot of the structures are being protected for now. Now they've just got a raging brush fire on their hands.
Yeah, earlier, Larry, we saw there were some 4 homes on the ocean side of PCH burning. Have those been brought under control, or do you know if those homes were completely lost?
They were destroyed for the most part, and they are under control right now. And remember, that was sort of the heat of the fire, the heat from that fire and the sparks. The wind had just come up and was blowing over there, and it was very erratic. And firefighters were there almost immediately, right away, when they first saw signs of smoke, but it was too late for at least 2 of those homes. I think they were able to partially save a couple of the other ones, but 2 of them were burnt right down to the sand there on Old Malibu Road.
Larry, as you watch this scene unfolding, and David Goldstein was just talking about it, was back in 1993 that the Malibu Topanga fire broke out. Also, Laguna Beach and Altadena fires. It was just a hellacious autumn for firefighting in Southern California. That was a case where it was similar to now. If you remember, winds were up to 80 miles an hour, fanning some, a couple of dozen fires across Southern California. And I think when the final count was done, 1,200 homes or buildings were destroyed, and 300 homes or buildings in Malibu alone.
That's right, and this unfortunately doesn't have nearly the scope, although the potential is there for sure. But that fire had started much deeper into the canyon, much farther north into the canyon, and raced through some of these hillsides. And again, I think we've learned so many lessons since that time. I was there during that fire, covering that fire as well. And again, the aerial support alone in this fire is much different. Aircraft are actually able to make it in and put some drops down strategically. Back in '93, they were having a very difficult time with the wind. So again, I think that the potential here is that it can spread laterally. It can spread east and west, and there are several homes. But I think that the real danger today is that we've got the Malibu fire burning. We've got the fire burning near Castaic. Several other small fires burning right now. I think that with the Santa Ana winds and the low humidity, it's the multiple fires that makes the big difference. Back then you had Altadena and several other fires burning at the same time, and that's the real danger. That's the potential for danger now.
A live shot from News Chopper 2 on the left side of your screen. On the right side is a live shot from the ground as fire crews start moving into place. There are many road closures to tell you about in that area. Northbound Pacific Coast Highway at Topanga Canyon Road. Southbound PCH at Cane and Doom Road. Also northbound Topanga Canyon Road closed at PCH. Northbound Cane and Doom Road at PCH. Southbound Topanga Cane and Doom at Mulholland, and southbound Las Virgenes at Mulholland. So it's a mess in
church overhead. We've got a LA County fire helicopter passing by us, and we've seen these helicopters going by all morning long, dropping water in various places. We talk about the winds. For a couple of minutes it'll die down, and then all of a sudden, bam, you get hit from one side or the other. It's very erratic. And up here, what's happening, and this is probably why we get these little spot fires going on, we can see embers of things flying out of this church. I don't know, a few minutes ago it looked like pages out of Bibles or something. Just things flying all over the place, and those things will catch hillsides and catch bushes. And if you look right down here, Where the water is dropping from that helicopter, you've got an entire hillside of homes. I'm going to guess that the power is out in much of this area because just down the road from us, right between here and Pepperdine, fire chewed its way right through a utility pole and brought all the wires down across the street. So that utility had to be cut off. Edison workers, they're telling me that, you know, they just basically had to shut it down. So how that's affecting this part of the community, it's unclear. What's been affected up here is very clear. A total disaster for the people of the Malibu Presbyterian Church. There's just not much of anything left.
No, it's all
Hal,
gone.
it's amazing. About 3.5 hours ago, that church was standing, and now as we look at it, it's phenomenal how it is not only burned to the ground, but looks like it could have happened weeks ago.
You know, it's just very sad. It's just a very sad situation, and this is, you know, I remember Malibu fires of the past, and they're always sad. But I can tell you, I've been here for several hours, and coming up, well, actually going south from Canaan down PCH until we got to about the area of the Colony. It was just wind. My car was just buffeting back and forth. And I think two words kept coming to mind. One was scary, and when I got down here, the other was chaotic.
Yes.
And I think you still feel the chaos. If for nothing else, it's this wind. It
Yes.
just, you know, it just pushes you back and forth, and that gives you this chaotic feeling. But what's exacerbating that is that the wind is sending embers here and there.
Well, Hal, it is absolutely disconcerting. It has been that way. We want to go right now to Amy Murphy, who has been down at the first center for since about 7 o'clock this morning. Amy, where are you now?
Things look a little better. Okay, we're still on Malibu Canyon Road, but I will tell you, the beach is behind me, and you can see we're at Michael Landon Park here. There's a ball field here, and below there is the bluff, and they have been, if you just move that way, they have been dropping water. There are a bunch of houses down there. We understand that somewhere in that area, Pam Anderson may have a house down there from one of the locals. One of the locals here, we have Julie Bauer, who is here with her cute little dog, Jake. And tell us about what happened this morning, Julie.
We just looked at our back window and we saw the whole mountain on fire ablaze, and the fire department came, told us to evacuate. The lights, the electricity, everything was out, and it's pretty crazy.
What area are you in specifically?
I'm right here, right by the Pepperdine area.
Okay. Have you had any word on what your house, the condition of your house?
No, all we know is that the fire's just come across and it's come all the way down around us, over us, all the way to PCH, and we're just trying to find out some information. But everybody's been great in terms of fighting the fire, communicating, getting everybody together. All the residents have been, you know, talking back and forth, trying to help everybody out.
They really have. I've noticed that community spirit, and I know you've been in Malibu a long time. You've been through a lot of fires. How does this one differ from the others?
This one is a little bit closer to home.
And also, the wind has to be just amazing.
60 miles plus. It's shifted directions numerous times. We've been out here since about 6:45 this morning, and it's died down, picks up, and it keeps shifting, but we're hoping for the best.
You're seeing a lot of your neighbors out here.
We are. People just, they're concerned. They want to help out. We were going to go in to get some of the animals. So whatever it is that we can do.
But you have your animals out. You have this little
He goes everywhere, yes.
That's great. All
And
right.
I just hope everybody stays safe.
Yeah, we do too, certainly. Julie, thanks so much for being with us this morning, and thank you, Jake. We're so glad you're safe and sound in your mama's arms. All right, well, I don't know. Oh, over here. Come over here. You can actually see one of the planes. Thank you so much, Julie. Thank you. You can see one of the planes. Again, they are dipping into Alumni Park Lake there at Pepperdine. And these choppers continue to lift water out, and they continue to go across Malibu Canyon Road on the other side of PCH and drop water, as well as right behind us where the ocean is and the bluff there. So you can see this fire has skipped all around and really given firefighters, obviously, a real heck of a time.
You said it, that's for sure. They've been all over the place, and as we mentioned, we have fire crews, not just from L.A., City of LA, the LA County. We have firefighters from all over the place. And right now, we'd like to go to Bill Nash from Ventura County Fire. Bill, what update can you give us?
Well, we're very busy right now in Ventura County. We're working a number of incidents, all wind and brush fire related, and it's keeping us busy throughout the county.
Now, earlier we heard the acreage had moved up to 500 plus, and then we also heard a possibility of even 700. Do you have a number?
Okay, we're not on the Malibu fire. That's an LA County fire. We're fighting a number of fires within Ventura County.
And talk about those, Bill. Where are those fires burning? Because I know that we had some earlier fires erupt in LA County, and then the one up near Castaic as well, which I'm pretty certain was still in the on the border of the LA County and Ventura County line. What's going on in Ventura County?
Well, we're watching that fire from the Castaic area very carefully because it is headed in our direction. We've had several smaller fires in the Santa Clara River Valley, and right now we're working a fire in the Moore Park area. And we also had a smaller fire reported in the Thousand Oaks area. So we're spread out pretty well across the county, and really trying to concentrate on our resources on these things and get them under control as fast as we can.
Bill Nash from Ventura County Fire. So, Bill, talk about when these red flag warnings are issued by the National Weather Service. How do you all respond? You knew that this type of weather pattern was coming days in advance. How did Ventura County Fire gear up for that?
Well, we've actually been planning for it days in advance. We work very closely with the Weather Service to monitor what's coming towards the county. And we've been working on staffing, getting our resources in the proper areas, making sure the helicopters are ready, making sure we have hand crews ready. So we've been planning on this, and we've been here since the early hours of this morning, waiting for sunup because we knew as the sun rose that these incidents were going to occur.
And,
excuse me, go ahead, Ray.
And any of these incidents that you are working in Ventura County Fire, any threatening any homes or structures at this time?
Well, we're a little bit worried about the fire that's burning in Moore Park right now, but we have structure protection teams on scene and more en route to make sure those homes are safe.
Hey, Bill, I just want to clarify. We were talking earlier about a Porter Ranch fire. Is that the same thing as you're talking about with the Moore Park fire?
No.
So this is yet a new one?
Yeah, the Porter Ranch fire is another LA County fire.
Wow. What a day.
Okay, thank you so much, Bill, for that update. Let's head over to, we have Lisa Breck on the line again. As we talked to her earlier, one of the horrible things that has happened is we've lost several structures. The good news is no one has been hurt, but we have lost several structures, and we lost the Presbyterian Church, as well as the Castle on the Hill, the Hodges Castle. And Lisa Breck had just been out there for a luncheon, and she had gotten a wonderful tour of that castle. You know, we all drive by there and see that beautiful castle. Well, unfortunately, that castle, as we saw, we have pictures of
these pictures
earlier.
Of it, and it was just burning, and now it's
down.
Completely devastated. I actually, Gina, again, this is Lisa Breckenridge. Hello to Rob and everyone there. I just got off the phone with Princess Lily, as she's known. Her name is Lily Lawrence. I didn't get off the phone with her. I got off the phone with her security advisor, someone who has been with her for years, and she is safe. She got out this morning once the fire started. There was no staff in the home or in the castle at the time. She was able to get out with her 2 cats, but very little else. And inside that house, there are priceless artifacts, priceless. A chandelier in the foyer valued at several $1 million. These are one-of-a-kind pieces of history, works of art. Probably the castle and its contents, if you would try and throw a ballpark figure around, could be estimated at like $100 million. Her father worked for the Shah of Iran, was in his administration, was very high up at the time. I believe he might have been the oil minister. And she was an only child. So this is so devastating for her because her life, her family's history, was in this castle, along with, again, things that have been in museums at one time or another that she's lent out or that should be in museums. And again, she donates much of her time and her money to charities, which is why the New York papers, when she lived in New York, called her the People's Princess, because she would always take care of people who were in need, people who were on ticket lines when there were, disputes going on. She was always there to help and to give her money. So the good news coming out of all that, and you probably hear my children running around here in the background, the good news out of all of that is that she is at least safe. She got out with her 2 beloved cats.
That's the most important thing right there.
But her family's history, for all purposes, is gone. And again, there were priceless paintings, pictures of just unbelievable. And as we walk walked through it when we had lunch there about a month and a half ago, you did feel like you were in a museum with what you were looking at.
Oh, that's unbelievable. We've been looking at video recorded earlier, Lisa, while you've been telling us about this. We were struck by the fact that this caught fire so quickly and then immediately got to this stage that we're seeing right now on the camera.
It's crazy. Again, it's the Malibu Castle Kashan is what it goes by. Her name is Lily Lawrence, and a woman who has given up her heart to so many people, her heart and her money as well. And now, it looks like she's lost absolutely everything.
And earlier we spoke to the pastor of the Presbyterian Church, the Malibu Presbyterian Church. And
Greg
Hughes,
yes.
And he had an amazing attitude. And that's what we notice with a lot of people who lose things, who lose their property, who lose so much. And you think, how do they move on? How do they cope? And it's that old cliche, which rings true with a lot, with a lot of people. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And a lot of these people who've seen tragedies like this, they are so strong. They're just someone you look up to. Like
I'm sure a lot of them are in shock right now still. I mean, it happens so quickly.
Some of the folks that we were chatting with earliest, in fact, Dorothy Lucy was on with us very early this morning, and she said that some neighbors were coming by and saying, "Hey, quick, get out! There's a fire! There's a fire!" Hal Eisner is back at
the Malibu Presbyterian
Church. Hal, you were at that scene. We were just knocked out a few minutes ago by how totally ruined that beautiful church is.
Well, if you look behind me, it's gone. And I tell you, it was a vibrant church. It's been a church here for 60 years, 450 some odd members. The senior pastor here is Greg Hughes. You just came up and you told me that it was just, shocking. Huh?
It's shocking. I mean, we should be preparing for worship services, and here we have fire trucks, and it's not what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Perhaps, and maybe we can move over this way, and Armando can move over your shoulder. As we look back over here at the church itself, first we see the fire trucks that are pulling out, and then when we go to the right, Armando, as we come up to the church, tell us what it is that was up there. Where was the main sanctuary?
The sanctuary is over here on the right, but then over here is our preschool. So we have a great preschool.
So that's on the left, the preschool area where we see the children's
yeah, that's
house.
The education wing over there, and then our sanctuary is right over here on the right side. So yeah, it's all gone.
It's all gone, and you were telling me earlier, a church is really not about the building.
This is a great church, and but it wasn't about the great building. Though we did have a great building, we have great people that are part of our church, and we'll regroup. The rebuilding process starts tomorrow. And but our prayers are really with the firefighters and the people whose homes are being threatened right now. So it's not over by any stretch. So our prayers are with everybody else.
All right, Greg Hughes, the senior pastor here at Malibu Presbyterian Church. Back to you.
Hey, Hal, does Greg have any idea where they might hold services from now on?
Greg, good question from Rob. You know where you might hold services?
Well, we're waiting. We hear the Santa Ana winds are going to be here through Wednesday or Tuesday, so we're kind of waiting to see. We don't want people traveling anywhere here in Malibu right now. We want people to stay safe, stay at home, and we'll kind of wait and see. But we will. We're trying to get our website back up, and we'll have people check our website.
Well, what is the website?
It's MalibuPress.org.
MalibuPress.org. Maybe we can get that on our website, myfoxla.com. I guess it would be appropriate, totally appropriate, that if you have a message for the 400, 500 members of your church out there, what would that be?
Well, stay tuned. We're not going away, and we're going to regroup, and I think God is a God who can make beauty out of ashes. So we think we'll be stronger as a result of this.
And there are plenty of ashes that you and I are both feeling right now. There's plenty of wind, so it's really buffeting us up here at the moment.
Yeah, Hal, what advice can he give people who have lost their homes?
Well, there is as best as I understand, if I understood the question, where can people go? There's a center that's been set up at Zuma. Is that right?
Yeah. In fact, we've had some of our people take food over to Zuma Beach to the lifeguard station for people that are forced out of their homes right now, evacuated. So there is a site set up at Zuma Beach Lifeguard Station.
There was also a site set up at Calabasas Community Center in Agoura Hills. I was there earlier. About 4 or 5 people went early this morning, left. Nobody really had come back up to that point, but it's still available over there. But Zuma is really kind of the main place that people are at. Have you been over there yet?
I drove by on my way here.
Have you talked to some of your congregation members?
Sure, I've talked to
What are they saying to you?
Well, I think we're all in a state of shock. I mean, we all expect to be worshiping in church today, and but we're doing well. We're doing well.
All right, Pastor. All right, thank you for being with us. And of course, firefighters over here working. If you were able to look up over the stairs, just got an ash in my eye. If you were able to look up over the stairs, you'd see what in effect is kind of like a carpet of flames occasionally coming up this way. As you walk up the stairs, you can feel the intense heat. It's very, very hot, very, very dangerous. And as we see, and I don't know if you can see it on your monitors, but as we see, there are little ashes coming this way and that way. As the pastor and I spoke a moment ago, there may be pieces of prayer books or Bibles, because some of them look like pieces of paper, but they are potential embers that can go down the hillsides and create further fires. And so that's the concern right now. And I know I saw a fire captain, or actually it was a battalion chief, looking over this hill just a few minutes ago, looking down. The wind was kind of going like this, and you could see a little bit of concern on his face. So that's the situation from up here.
Hal, even as you were talking to Pastor Greg Hughes, the senior pastor there at Malibu Pres, we were seeing some incredibly dramatic shots of a couple of Fostex drops, Rick, and it was incredible to see how quickly the Fostex was whisked away by the wind, and also some flare-ups that are continuing in and around the Malibu Canyon area. That fire is still going on. There's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of ash.
And the weather is still a major factor in this. The red flag warning and the high wind warning both continue for this area. High wind warning means a hazardous high wind event is expected or occurring. Obviously, it's occurring here. Sustained winds need to be at least 40 miles an hour. That's the threshold for that high wind warning, or gusts of 58 miles or more, and that could lead to property damage. There you go. You can see the winds there. You can see that rugged hillside covered with chaparral, the brushes, the grasses, with some rock croppings there. This is far from being anywhere under control. And we see these areas, and once we get Jim back, I want to ask him kind of to size up from overhead, from 5,500 feet, what it's looking like. What areas are still burning in terms of the proximity to those areas to Malibu proper there. Here's an area here which is it's incredibly rugged. They're going to need to make a drop on that. And we are watching the tankers come in, the Erickson air cranes make their water drops. They're battling hard.
That's amazing how steep it is.
Spots everywhere. It's like dry over here, nothing going on, and then boom, you've got flames going on.
It's one of my favorite vistas in Southern California. When you're driving down that Malibu Canyon Road and you're in that canyon, you think, oh my heavens, it's like being in Utah or in the Grand Tetons or something. It is so rugged, it is so mountainous, and I can't drive through there without thinking, you know, this is amazing turf. And now it's on fire, and no firefighter is able to get to those kinds of rugged spots only from the air.
Look at that, yeah.
Look at we see the smoke now. I don't know what to tell you about what all the smoke means. I don't know whether things are subsiding or whether they're getting ready to intensify.
What will happen is, and I'm covering these fires from above and watching them from the helicopter so many times, is you'll see an area ignite, like this brush right here, and it'll burn itself out. And once it burns itself out, it runs out of fuel, then you'll see more of a white smoke loft from that area being driven by those winds. Then a big, thick area of brush, chaparral will ignite, and it'll explode, and you'll see the intense flames and the black smoke. And that's the type of erratic scene we're seeing here on the hills on the north side of Malibu here. They're trying to get a containment, a line around this fire. They're surveying it from above. They have spotters up in the air actually looking down to see where these hot spots are and how they can position themselves in such a way to stop those advancing flames by dropping that fire retardant, that FOS check I keep mentioning, that orange film, or making the water drops. Current weather, again, very dry, very warm, very strong winds, both for the Malibu fire and the Castaic fire. Another reminder, and Hal mentioned it, myfoxla.com. We're streaming all the pictures that you're seeing here on our sister station, My13, and we're also providing a lot of very useful information there. If you're perhaps at some sort of evacuation facility and you're watching us, we're going to try to keep you updated the best we can about what the situation is here in Malibu, the Canyon Fire.
All right, Mr. Helicopter, a couple of questions. As we see this shot, how high is that chopper?
About 5,500 feet. I only know that just because Jim told me that, because a lot of times we zoom in on an area and it looks like we're just above the ground, but firefighters have put up that TFR. They bumped us up, so to speak, up to that altitude so that we could provide a safe flying area for all the firefighting helicopters.
And so below that there are spotting helicopters, and then below them are the dropping vehicles.
Exactly. You'll have a spotter, some sort of spotter, maybe a fixed wing or another helicopter from LA County or LA City, sizing up the situation from above, seeing where a hot spot is. Structure protection is first. So if they see a hot spot and that area is very close to a structure, you could see her flames on that hillside, say that there's a home nearby, they will direct one of those Erickson air cranes to that area and make a drop.
And we're just getting word that there's also going to be a 12 o'clock press conference. Amy Murphy is down on the ground, and she'll be there covering that as well. So we'll bring that to you live. But just to recap everything, in case you are just tuning in and watching this coverage, this is in Malibu. This is the Malibu fire. It's named the Canyon Fire because it started about 4:55 this morning in the area of Malibu Canyon and PCH, and then it just quickly spread. It started about 50 to 100 acres. It's now 500 plus, and in the time that we have been live, we've seen several homes destroyed by this fire. We've seen the Presbyterian Church gone. Hal Eisner just gave us a report, interviewed the pastor, the senior pastor of that church. That church is now gone. Also gone is the historic castle on the hill, the Hodges Castle. That was burned down to the ground. So a lot of different fires from this Malibu fire have destroyed structures. Also at the Hughes Labs, we saw some structures there on fire. It looks like that may have been already put out. But as you mentioned, Rick, the winds are not dying down. We have that wind advisory in effect until 3 p.m. on Tuesday.
High wind warning and red flag warning. That picture, that wide shot we were just showing there was great. It really told the story there, in that there is still a lot of hillside on fire there above Malibu. And that area, even though no structures in and around that area, there you go, there's that wide shot again. Those are potential embers. Once again, they're going to blow towards the sea with those northeasterly winds, sustained anywhere from 20 to 30, with gusts still as high as 50 and 60 miles an hour. Although you can see the smoke plume there, not as dramatic, not blowing quite as horizontal as it was earlier this morning, but definitely still blowing in a south and southwesterly direction towards Malibu proper there from the hillsides. There's another drop there, another helicopter water drop. Again, it sees a hot spot. You can see where those structures are down by Coast Highway there. It makes the drop there. That's sort of a defensive drop there to prevent those flames burning just up the hill from advancing any further south.
If there has been any good news, and if you are as glued to your television as we are here in the studio, these pictures are uncanny, that we have not seen any structures catch on fire in the last, I'd say, hour or so.
And
however,
also, no one's been injured.
No, but there has been concern that this fire that's going through the chaparral and the vegetation is trying to work its way toward some more homes. So
right there, look at that.
It's hard to say what the situation is, but you can see, look at how perilously close all of those structures are. There's PCH right there. You've probably driven that road yourself many times. And there's the fire right across the street.
That's right. And that area, that's right at Pacific Coast Highway, and it looks like Sweetwater Canyon. That looks just west of Malibu Pier and the Colony there. So you can see some ground crews staging. You can see one crew right there, right at a home. That's what those firefighters coming up from Orange County are doing. They are deployed for structure protection. They are going to position themselves in areas, residential areas that are in harm's way of these flames, and get ready, if needed, to put water on those flames advancing on homes.
Now, if you have family and you haven't been able to reach them, they're in the Malibu area, you should know that several residents, about 200 homes, have been evacuated, and they have been evacuated to Zuma Beach. The areas that have been evacuated are Pepperdine, Malibu Crest, Sierra Retreat, and Malibu Colony. So those folks have been asked to head to Zuma Beach, and if you haven't been able to reach them, that would be an area to head to also and find if they are there. Also, Hal Eisner, we have Hal Eisner live again. Hal, do you have an update?
Yeah, well, you know, let me just show you something real quick. If you look down this way, you can see a whole bunch of homes, and this is right below the area where the church is. There are people that live down here right now that don't have power. Now, one of them and a family member of another one who lives down here are with me right now. Your name is?
Tyler.
Tyler, last name is?
Shoop.
Shoop, and your name is?
I'm Taylor Shoop.
Taylor, so you guys are
brothers.
Your brothers, got it. Okay, tell me what situation is at your house right down there where we just showed everybody.
Right there, we've been here for the last 4 hours with hoses and the firefighters and, doing whatever we can to see if we can save some stuff.
We've obviously had fires here before. Community's gotten through this thing before. Have you been through any of these fires in the past?
We've lived in this house since the mid-'80s, and, we've done this a couple times before, with the passing fires, and, yeah, we've dealt with it before.
I don't know if this is your congregation behind you, but it's certainly close to your home. And when you look at that behind you, what goes through your mind?
It's extremely difficult. Sunday mornings on this street are a wonderful celebration, and it's difficult to see such a fantastic place burn to the ground.
And let me get you came over to help out?
I came over to help our dad's out of town, so they evacuated this morning, and then we came back and started fighting with the firefighters.
How many people are in the house right now?
Zero.
So you guys just working it together?
The rest of the family's down at the beach.
In a place that's safe.
Yeah.
Are they at Zuma right now?
No, they're down south.
Okay, we say Zuma because that's an area that's sort of being set up as an evacuation center. Any final thoughts here? I mean, obviously you want to get back to what you're doing down there.
No, I just, I just feel at this point that there's a lot of devastation. It's kind of it's a sad moment. There's not really much to say.
It's a sad moment, and can you believe this wind that's buffeting us up here?
No, I want it to go away.
Yeah.
I couldn't play golf today because of the wind. I had a tee time, and obviously that got changed.
Yeah, of course it did. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate it. So that's the situation up here. You got residents who live down here, people that aren't exactly sure what this fire is going to do next. Fire that's destroyed a church that, as he said, it makes for wonderful Sunday mornings here. This is not a wonderful Sunday here in Malibu. It's a very difficult one at best.
Hey, Hal, Rick Dickert here. Do you? Now I know where you are at, but it appears that just to the east, or closer to the Palisades side of Malibu, there's a pretty good loom up, and that loom up is blowing due south across Pacific Coast Highway. Can you see that?
Yeah, Armando, take a look up there. Is that?
Because we're seeing that from the air on the split screen
we see a loom up right there.
Yeah, we're watching this from our helicopter shot, and that looks very problematic there. We're seeing we saw this with those Malibu colony homes that burned, but it looks like that hillside just to the east of where you are at has ignited pretty good, and now it's blowing with the northeasterly winds. Northerly winds are blowing the smoke and embers directly across that residential and commercial area of Pacific Coast Highway.
To the east of the pier, it looks like.
Yes,
there's the Malibu
just
pier.
East of the pier where it bends right there.
Mm-hmm. And then so. Now, all of these homes that we're seeing on the beach are also
There's the pier, the
susceptible.
very bottom, just above the banner there, and you could see the winds just driving that smoke plume with embers in it in a nearly horizontal position.
And you got to remember, it wasn't even this close to those other structures that we saw earlier in the day, earlier in the morning, catch on fire right on the beach, and I'm not sure the fire was as close to them as this one is to those other structures.
And that's that really narrow stretch of Pacific Coast Highway, just as you drive into Malibu there. And I think there's like a Jack-in-the-Box there, there's some apartments there, some homes right up against each other on Pacific Coast Highway, and it looks like this hotspot is being driven in a southerly direction towards that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're also getting word that it's possible, we were talking about 500 acres, scratch that out, it's about 1,000 acres and
easy.
counting.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
It's going to be hard to keep up with those numbers as fast as this fire.
Let's go back to Dorothy Lucy from Good Day LA. Dorothy, good morning.
Hey, what you guys are talking about, it's a little freaky for me because that is my neighborhood. And I was listening to you guys before talking to my pastor, and really I would have been at church this morning listening to him in church. So sad that our church is gone. But while I was up on you guys, I ran into my house about some more things because what Rick is describing, it's right where I live.
Mm-hmm.
It's just above Carbon Canyon. And we keep seeing hot spots, and the firemen are just astonishing. They are on it. But the hot spots keep creeping up the hill closer to the houses in the Carbon, Mesa, Rambla, Pacifico area. And it's just hot spots, but it's very scary to see if you happen to have a house up there.
But do know, Dorothy, we're watching these firefighters, and they are on it. They have positioned ground crews in and around, right up against some of these homes in that area of Carbon Canyon and on Pacific Coast Highway there, the area that we were watching there. We're watching water drops, preventative water drops in that area as well. They size up this area from above, and I'm telling you, they're doing a great job. And structural protection is #1 with these guys, and we're seeing a valiant battle with these guys battling this fire.
you know what? I kiss the ground they walk on, and right now it's the ground that I normally walk on.
Yeah, yeah.
And I heard Lisa Breck talking about my good friend Princess Lily's house, and it is sad that that is gone for Lily and also for the world, because it really was a small museum.
It was a beautiful place, yeah.
Oh, Gina, you were probably there for the luncheon?
No, I didn't go to the luncheon, and now I wish I had.
Oh, you
because
know,
such a beautiful history, a part of Malibu.
Lily's dad was an oil minister in Iran, and she has rug sealed from almost every Oval Office of every president in the past few decades. She has notes from Princess Diana. She has more of Elvis's belongings than my friend Linda Thompson, who was with Elvis when he passed on. She has Lily has more Elvis than Linda ever had. It's like a little museum there. That part is very sad.
Yeah.
But you know, for me, really, my church. That's the part that.
Dorothy, what was your church like? I mean, I keep hearing that, you know, this was such a beautiful place and a very important place for a lot of the Pepperdine University students.
Always
what was
Pepperdine
the
kids
atmosphere like?
Well, can I tell you, we go to Mexico twice a year to build houses, and my son just said to me, "Are we still going to go to Mexico?" And I said, "Yes. I mean, we're going to have to rebuild the church, but we have a trip planned to go to Mexico in November to build houses for people down there. We built 3 houses in May. You know, about 100 people from the church went down there on a house build. It's that kind of place. I'm on the missions committee at the church, and we do outreach. We were talking about Burma long before the president was. We do outreach all over the world. And I'm so proud of our church and our pastor because, you know, the building is a small part of it. The heart is still there.
Right.
He seems like an amazing guy, so composed, and we were really taken by him, Dorothy.
Yeah, we were blown away by how just so positive he remains despite his horrible loss.
Well, he would have right now been giving a sermon about Revelation. It's the end of the world. But,
wow.
But this is just the end of just a building that we all love, but that we'll rebuild.
Now, how are you, Dorothy? Where are you? How's Nash holding up? You know, a lot of young kids having to, you know, evacuate with their parents as well. What's going on
there?
How
are you, Nash, man? He's good.
All right.
I'm in the car with Nash, the cat, the dog, and the 2 geckos. We're at Duke.
Don't forget the geckos.
Hillside.
It's a little bit like Dorothy's Ark.
Well, one of the geckos almost escaped. We had a little emergency. And I just saw my husband, who David Goldstein, who's a reporter for Channel 2. I just gave him a little kiss as he ran off. But really, I'm watching our hillside, and it's very frightening, although, as Rick said, the firemen are so on it, you can't even describe their precision.
No, they're amazing, Dorothy. And I'm watching. We're watching these pictures from above, and they're doing everything they can, and they're doing a tremendous job in terms of saving structures and positioning themselves and watering down the hillsides before these flames arrive. They're making water drops before the flames. But we're watching this one hotspot again as it progresses south towards
And Rick,
Coast
you can
Highway.
see on PCH, I'm seeing actually traffic. I'm not sure if that is fire-related traffic.
Yeah, there were some fire trucks there and residents, but it's been shut down for the general population. Another water drop from an LA County fire helicopter, and that was a good drop there. You could see, you could see it goes down. Now, I understand we do have Jim up in Skyfox again. Jim, are you there?
Jim Holcomb?
Not yet. We'll get him in a little bit.
There's a wide shot, Rob.
There's the shot, and you can see this latest plume that's in the center of your screen is just to the east of where the Malibu Pier maybe would be, Surfriders Beach, the Surf Beach. The Malibu Colony is a little further up toward the top. Now we're heading back toward where the origin of the fire was. Here's another view looking the other way, and you can see still how strong the wind is now. It's not as strong as it was when we first started covering this morning at 7 a.m. before the fire had anywhere nearly reached this area. It is burning closer to the ocean. The main fire, the main plumes, seem to be getting now within, I'd say, a good mile of the beach.
And that's Carbon Beach right there.
There are still plenty of hot spots from there toward the left of your screen, which would be northeast. However, this seems to be the spot right now that we're watching. Earlier in the morning, a fire like this sent enough ash and enough spark into some homes right on the beach in the Malibu colony, and we saw at least 2 homes catch on fire.
Right on Malibu Colony Drive.
Yeah, and the
possibly
firefighters were on the ground immediately just trying to stop that, so we don't know the extent of the damages to those homes.
And yet they couldn't get a handle on it because within seconds.
But in just about 5 minutes, we're going to get a lot more information. The firefighters are going to hold a press conference at about 12 o'clock, and of course, we're going to bring it to you live. So stay with us because we're going to have the live update. But as you know, this fire has been burning now since 4:55 this morning. Over 1,000 acres are burning, and basically there is no containment. We've lost several structures already. As we talked to Dorothy Lucy, her church is gone, and that's the Malibu Presbyterian Church, which was also the church for a lot of the students at Pepperdine University.
Structures at the Hughes Research Labs we saw burn. However, we did not see anything burn at Pepperdine, and we talked to many of the students.
No, and the students were not evacuated.
They seemed to have skirted that fire.
Yeah, the students were told to go to 2 locations, Tyler Campus Center and the Firefield House. And other than that, you know, you're safe there. You don't have to leave the campus.
And the area that we're watching now that seems to be the hot spot, a bit to the east of Pepperdine, where the fire was earlier this morning. Now near Carbon Beach, just up the hill from Pacific Coast Highway, near Ridgemont Drive, near Carbon Mesa Road. That is the area right there where we're really watching. There's a real rural, rugged area in between Carbon Mesa Drive and Ridgemont Drive where we're watching that firefighters are positioning themselves, and that's the area that is of concern as it eases its way closer to Pacific Coast Highway, being driven by those north and northeasterly Santa Ana winds.
Way west of the Malibu Civic Center.
Yes. That's how much real estate this fire has covered.
Yeah. This is state-owned land, probably, most of this. That's
burning. Yep, state park land up in the hills here, the Santa Monica Mountains, National Recreation Area. I hike here. We fly over it every morning and show those beautiful shots. People enjoy it here in Southern California, and then the Malibu shoreline there.
What a dichotomy, that beautiful blue Pacific Ocean, those beautiful sandy beaches, and then all of this smoke and fire. And, you know, you may be looking at it and saying, well, gosh, it doesn't look like it's that extreme. I've seen bigger fires than that in Malibu. However, what's made this so devastating today is the amount of force that's coming down through those northeasterly Santa Ana winds.
And then you get a hot spot like that. Look at that. Once you get that ignition of that chaparral and the brushes, the grass is there, and it's off and running.
And like those balls of fire that just took over to different structures and just wiped them out.
All right, here we'll widen out here and we'll see that area again of concern just down the road east of the Malibu Pier. And you can see the smoke lofting out in a southerly and southwesterly direction there along the shoreline, those hot spots. And those are all homes down below. And Pacific Coast Highway, there's kind of mixed houses, some businesses and some apartments.
Firefighters from all over the Southland have come to deal with this fire. We've seen them up from Orange County. We've seen them from Ventura County. Certainly our own Los Angeles Fire Department and neighboring communities are there. They were there fast. However, with the winds as fast as they were, it was hard to get any sort of a fix on what was happening in the fire. In the early hours, as we were covering this, we seemed to be able to get a better view of what was happening than the firefighters were on the ground. And we're waiting for a news conference to occur in just under a minute from LA County Fire. We should get an update. We should get all of the accurate statistics. Throughout the morning, we've been able to talk to some of the personnel, both from the fire departments, from DWP, from lifeguards, and we've been able to get some sort of information. It should be updated. And a reminder that all of this footage is still streaming on myfoxla.com and My13.
That's right. Our sister station, Fox, we're broadcasting here on My13 this morning, almost afternoon now, as we await that press conference. Here's another area of that dense chaparral that just blows up, and it will burn itself out. You'll see it burn itself out, then you'll start to see more white smoke as opposed to the black smoke. But once you get a hot spot like that, it's an opportunity for a large ember to be picked up by those winds from that area, downwind right towards Coast Highway there in the Carbon Beach area.
And a lot of homes in that pathway.
Exactly
between the ocean and the fire.
Just before the bend there of Malibu Pier, that's the area that we're watching there. Carbon Beach off of Ridgemont and Carbon Mesa Road.
Yeah, it's burning at least 1,000 acres. It's destroyed the church, several other structures, and it clocked some of the winds at about 60 miles per hour. So that's not surprising to you, Rick.
Yeah, last hour, Leo Carrillo Beach, just up the road there from Malibu, 51 miles an hour. Further north, and we are working a couple other fires, and we heard the gentleman from Ventura County Fire mention that there is a fire burning right now in the Moore Park area as well. We don't have all the stats on that, but that fire apparently pretty close to some homes as well.
There goes a corral.
There, yeah, Newhall Pass. North wind at 72 miles an hour. That is a wind gust.
You just mentioned 51, and we think, oh, wow, it's died way down.
Yeah.
51 mile an hour gust.
That is crazy stuff. Hurricane force is 74. Tropical storm force is 39 miles an hour sustained. And these winds so dry. The air mass where this area of high pressure is centered already dry, Nevada, Utah, and then it dries out even more as it's forced down, coming from the northeast, down the San Gabriel, the San Bernardino Mountains, the transverse range is what we call it here in Southern California. It warms by compression, and as it warms, it dries out, resulting in even a drier air mass than from where it originated. That's why we have the single-digit humidities and the red flag conditions.
Rick, while we're waiting for the news conference to start with the LA Fire Department, what are the long-term or the winter predictions for our area?
That's a great question because it's really mixed. We have a La Nina, the opposite of an El Nino, out in the equatorial Pacific waters.
Is that good or bad?
What it means is the sea surface temperatures out there are cooler. Now, typically, El Ninos bring us wet weather here in Southern California. We have that southern jet stream riding right into Southern California, bringing moist air. A La Nina typically here in Southern California means dry. However, there's some other indicators going on out in the Pacific. We really watch sea surface temperatures out there that could result in at least an average season here in Southern California, which means about 15 inches in Los Angeles. 15.14 inches is average rainfall.
That would be a blessing after last year.
It certainly would. I definitely think it's going to be wetter than it was last year. You can't get any drier than that 3.21 inches, that record dry rainfall season in LA. But this time of year, it doesn't matter if you have, this is typically one of the driest parts of the year, summer into autumn. October and November, really the height of the fire season. And when you get these Santa Ana winds, there's really nothing you can do because we had the record rains here just a few weeks ago in both September and October.
How long does a La Nina last? Is that a single season?
It typically lasts an entire rainfall season. It will have an effect on not only here in Southern California but all over the world for a year. Typically, the cycles are 2 to 7 years. We'll get a La Nina, anywhere from 2 to 7 years, the opposite of the El Nino.
Well, our Skyfox, while you've been giving us that terrific weather explanation on what's coming down the pike for us here in the Southern California area, our Skyfox has moved up now toward the Moore Park, Camarillo area. And here we are, and yet this is our fourth fire of the day.
So we have several fires. We've got Porter Ranch, we've got Moore Park, we've got Malibu, and we have the Castaic fire.
Now, is Jim, are you up there? Are we able to chat with Jim Holcomb?
Yes, sir. I'm right here with you.
All right, Jim, give us a little status report. Where are you and what's going on?
We're over the Moore Park area right now, and this is roughly where the 23 freeway turns into the 18. A little bit southwest of that area, we've got another fire that's just cropped up here in Ventura. It's in a rather remote area. Mostly homes look like ranch homes and a lot of vineyards in that area, but right now it's burning along a roadway. It's got a lot of tree involvement, and it looks like it's about maybe 5 acres right now. We do have Ventura County Fire Department is attacking this fire from the air. It doesn't look like there's any structures involved at this time.
That is moving at a pretty good clip. Jim, there was a fire earlier in the year in Moore Park, one of the early fires that we happen to see here on a Sunday morning. Now, what is this chop? Is this a water dropping?
That's Ventura County, right, Jim?
Yeah, this is a Ventura County Fire Department right here using a water dropping helicopter. It looks like they're just positioning right now to come in for a water drop. This is the only one we've seen working this fire, but there may be another helicopter right now that's going and getting some water. It looks like he's just coming in right now. He's going to hit that hot spot right there.
Look at
and take out those major flames and try to work this fire from the front end.
Can you guys widen out and show us in perspective of where and how? Okay, there you go. So this is just southwest of Moore Park. Is this more like Moore Park Home Acres south of Los Angeles Avenue?
It's a little bit south of Los Angeles Avenue. I'm not sure what they call that exact area, but it's right where the 118 turns south into the 123, about a mile southwest of that area. And again, these fires take off like this, and if they're not attacked quickly, those embers can spread to the homes that you're looking at right nearby. So
It looks like
firefighters are definitely trying to get a handle on it right away.
Yeah, it looks like it's blowing really good there.
It's already blown past that first house. Look at that.
Yeah, there's a ground crew there.
Right,
Fire
and as you can see right there in your picture, we do have a spot fire that's actually moved ahead of where the original water drop that you just saw. So this fire is doing what it atypically does, and that's advance with those burning embers that's carried by that hot, warm smoke, and it comes down, and once again, this fire preheats itself from that hot smoke and the wind as it blows in the direction of the fire.
Now, what are we seeing? There's another second fire truck, I think, Jim. You're
that
able
appears
to.
to be getting close to that home, that structure right there.
It looks like they're moving into position.
That's true, and their main concern right now is going to be structure protection.
All right, Jim.
All right, Jim. Thank
We're
you
going to
very
go
much.
to a news conference right now and to get some of the facts that have been compiled this morning by city officials.
Amy Murphy is there. Amy, they're all
Hi guys,
setting up.
can you hear me? I'm
Yes.
actually trying to get out of the way over here. We're about to hear from Fire Chief Freeman, also acting mayor of Malibu. Apparently, Mayor Jeff Jennings is out of the country. He's in Turkey at the moment, so we're going to have the acting mayor, Pamela Ulick Connolly, also speaking, as well as Julia Brownlee, Assemblywoman for the 41st District. We do know, I talked with her earlier, she said the American Red Cross has been alerted. Also, the Office of Emergency Services is requesting special funds to help fight this fire. Also, they are saying that for large animals, they're requesting that you can take your large animals to Pierce College, small animals to the local animal control here in Malibu, and for horses, there's a special place on Merritt Drive, Malibu Equestrian Park. All of that they will be going over during this press conference. We're going to hear just how many acres have burned, how many structures indeed have burned, and what kind of challenges they've been dealing with all morning. Of course, we've been live all morning. You know what we've been going through in terms of all of the wind and just trying to stay on top of this fire in terms of coverage. If you can imagine trying to fight this fire. I think we're going to listen in now. We're about to start this press conference any moment. We're going to listen in right now.
Fire Department. At this time, we'll begin with the Canyon Fire Incident press briefing. Coming to this podium at this time will be Fire Chief P. Michael Freeman.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As you all know, since about 4:50 a.m. this morning, county firefighters assisted with mutual aid firefighters from various agencies all across the state of California have been working very difficult conditions, high winds, low humidities. We're dealing with wind gusts of 50 miles an hour. We have a brush fire that has covered about 1,000 acres at this time. We do not have any containment on the fire. Our aircraft are working the east flank of the fire right now because the way the wind is affecting the fire, it's actually moving it in a southeasterly direction, kind of parallel to Pacific Coast Highway. We are glad to announce at this point we do not have any injuries to citizens or firefighters. We do have some structure loss and also some damage, and I'll just give you the numbers on that. As far as commercial structures, we have 2 commercial structures that are total loss. We have 3 residences that are total loss. We have 9 additional residences that have suffered moderate to minor damage, mostly exterior fascia and trim and some roof damage. We have 4 businesses in the shopping center, the Colony Creek Shopping Center, that have sustained damage to the exterior part of that shopping center, mostly in the fascia and the roof of the shopping center. As you're also aware, we're under red flag conditions projected through Wednesday. The wind is clearly a tremendous challenge for the firefighters. They're working gallantly on the lines trying to protect the structures. We also have dozers, the hand crews along with the aircraft, and then your traditional engine company firefighters that are doing all they can to protect the structures. We are in coordination with the City of Malibu, and in a moment I'll introduce the mayor who's here to speak with you. They have been working very closely with us, supporting our operation. We're also in constant contact with the state of California, and we have Assembly Member Julia Brownlee, who is here, who will also speak in a moment. There are other fires that are burning across Southern California, and the entire statewide fire service is on alert, and I function also as the Region 1 coordinator for the Southern California area. So we are moving fire personnel and equipment from fire to fire to try to take care of the pressing needs. And at this time, what I'd like to suggest is let's let the mayor make a comment, and then the assembly member, and then if there are questions, we will open it up to that. So this time, I'd like to introduce to you the mayor of Malibu, Pam Conley-Ulick.
Thank you, Chief Freeman. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. I'd like to also thank the entire Malibu City Council, who is right here behind me. Sharon Borofsky, Ken Kearsley, Andy Stern, everyone is here. Thank you, Julia Brownlee, for being here. But most importantly, thank you, firefighters, for being here. There are evacuation centers. There's one set up at Zuma Beach, and that will be, that's off PCH if you need to get there. There's another overnight shelter being set up right now at Agora High School. So if you do have to evacuate, please go there. You're welcome. I'd like to remind people to be prepared. This fire, as the Fire Chief Freeman reminded you, is 0% contained, which means we are at the mercy of the wind at this moment. So please, I know it's going close to the Pacific Ocean, and some people are thinking it may be over, but it's not over because of the wind situation. It could go east or it could go west. At this point, I was told it's possibly going to the east, but it could easily revert to the west. So I'd like to just remind everyone at home, be calm, you have time, but please be prepared. Any of your valuables, get them in your car, get them ready to go. So if you do, God forbid, have to get that call and the wind changes, then you're ready to go, because the people are the most important thing in everyone's book, so we just want everyone to be safe. With that, I'd just like to turn it over to our assembly member, who is Julia Brownlee.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem, Pam Ulich, for stepping in today. She's done an extraordinary job of keeping this community informed. I apologize. I have my BlackBerry here with some information, but I've just gotten some information from the California State Office of Emergency Services to say that there has been a unified command structure that has been established here, of course, with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Fire Department, the California Highway Patrol, Los Angeles Police Department, Los Angeles County Animal Control, State Park Police. So we are in good hands. Everything is organized and unified. We've got everybody on our side except for Mother Nature. The American Red Cross has been notified. There has been a application for FEMA fire response that OES has approved and has sent on to FEMA. So I also want you to know that I've been in direct contact with County Supervisor and President Sev Yaroslavsky. He was out of town today and is flying in from Chicago and will be here approximately 2 o'clock or so this afternoon to be briefed and lend his support. So again, I will keep as much information I have, I will share with you, and I want to thank the fire department for their diligence, and I hope very much that Mother Nature will change her course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to emphasize again our appreciation to the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department and the various law enforcement agencies along with California Highway Patrol. When it comes to evacuations, and we've evacuated well over 200 people, and we rely heavily on law enforcement to carry that out. And they've done an excellent job in organizing that. And the way we've been progressing is that we will advise of an area that's voluntary evacuation, which usually precedes the mandatory. Under these weather conditions, I want to emphasize what the mayor has said, and that is, it is not the time to try to save your own property. Firefighters are trained and equipped as best we can to provide that protection. And we'd like to wrap this incident up, whether it's 2-3 days from now, to say that there have been no injuries as we have so far. Additionally, the the coordination of fire resources. We have in excess of 500 firefighters here. There's an additional 800 to 1,000 en route. So there's still a lot of equipment, a lot of personnel that are converging on this particular incident. And again, that's a planned deployment so that we can contend with this fire as it continues to burn. And so at this point, I'd like to open it up to any questions, and I'm sure that the mayor and the assembly member would be glad to take that.
This is your first time at the rodeo. Can you characterize this particular fire? I mean,
yes.
It seems almost a year ago that we were here.
Well, we did have a fire of very small consequence back in January. Now, it was a significant consequence in that we had several homes that were destroyed just over here on Malibu Road. This fire is a much larger fire, so it's covering 1,000 acres. And that fire in January is about 30 acres. We're having sustained Santa Ana wind conditions that are projected, as I said, through Wednesday, or at least Tuesday, and then very high temperatures on Wednesday. So this is a very problematic fire, and it's going to challenge us for the entire duration of Santa Ana wind conditions.
Chief, I saw one of the helicopters. It seemed like it was having some problem with those winds as it picked up its load. Give us a sense of what the problem is.
Well, basically, the helicopter, as you know, its lift is based on the rotation of the rotor blades. And these winds are buffeting the helicopters. The medium-sized helicopters are buffeted a little more so than the larger helicopters. And again, we've had the super scoopers here as well. They've been actually scooping water out of Lake Sherwood because it's smoother than the Pacific Ocean. But these are very difficult conditions for the pilots to operate in, but they're doing their very best because they are trying to contain this fire and protect property.
How did this start? We were hearing possibly from power lines. Our residents were being powered around 4 o'clock.
I don't have an official cause that is still being investigated, but I do have accurate reports from our personnel that there were wires down in the area of the fire. Now, whether or not that was a cause, that's not yet confirmed.
Which areas are in the most dangerous fire?
Currently, the fire is moving to the east, loosely speaking, and it's moving toward the Carbon Canyon area, and that's where the helicopters are concentrating their efforts right now. Earlier, it was pushing very hard to the west or to the north and up around Pepperdine, but the winds changed about the time it got there, so it's moving back across. But a lot of the damage that has been sustained, some of these structures, occurred because of the flying embers, because of the low humidities and winds.
What's the situation with Pepperdine right now?
It's very secure. They have evacuated a lot of the people there. They were voluntary evacuations. They have a very effective public safety operation there, and everything is very calm. And there are still some condos up there that are occupied, but everything is safe and sound for the moment.
Do you have an estimate of how many homes are still present?
I don't have a count at this moment, but let me just say that during the duration of the fire, which is going to last, based on our best projections and estimates, for a couple of days, is that there's going to be literally thousands of homes that are going to be threatened from one time to the other based on the movement of the fire.
About the structures that were lost, can you talk again about the conditions that made those hard to save?
Primarily the wind, just extremely strong wind gusts and pushing the fire with some flying embers being part of the problem. But I haven't been up personally to examine each of those homes, so I can't give you anything more than that. But when we have these winds and low humidities, it's just extreme challenge.
Are the embers getting under the tiles of the roofs?
I don't have information on that specifically, but in these strong winds, that can happen.
Chief, a couple of people have said that they smelled smoke early on, 12 midnight, then again at about 5, even earlier. And yet the official time for the start was 4:55. Was there evidence of a fire prior to that?
Not that I'm aware of. The initial response that we received was at 4:50, and the personnel en route saw the flames and called for a second alarm immediately, but we have no report of anything prior to that.
Would you compare this fire to the 1993 one?
This fire, of course, started early in the morning. It started closer to Pacific Coast Highway. And it's every fire. It's an adage of the firefighting, of fire services. Every fire is different, even though it's in the same same place. This fire is different because of the weather conditions and where it started. But this fire is going to be very challenging for us because of the extended Santa Ana wind conditions.
Can you imagine worse weather conditions than we're facing right now?
Higher winds. And we have heard earlier, we've got a weatherman here, but we've heard that the winds may even increase later in the day, and we're very concerned about that. Last night, by the way, we did have a fire that perhaps could have been the smoke that was reported, fire up off of the I-5. And we have a remote automated weather station up there. It clocked a wind gust of 108 miles per hour.
Where was that?
It was Whitaker Peak up above I-5, yes.
How many miles away from that would be?
From here, I'd say probably 40.
Was there any attempt to save a church or the castle?
Yes, any structure that becomes involved, there's always an attempt to save. Now, depending on the extent of involvement, when the firefighters are able to get there, it may be too far gone to with the water and so forth to deal with it. I was not personally there, so I can't give you an accurate report on that. But if a structure is in any way, form or fashion possible to save, we're going to do our very best to do that. When the fire made its run this morning, as it came over the ridge there, it threatened a number of structures at the same time. And it really created a major challenge for the firefighters and the resources that we had here at the time.
You knew that the red flag warning was, we saw it a couple of days ago, so you've had teams in place ready
Yes.
for something like this.
We have. We staffed up yesterday, and actually we've been staffed up for a couple of days, and then we did have additional resources deployed out here this morning. Actually, they came out last night, so we were as prepared as we could be. But again, the wind, as we know, can create a lot of challenges.
Chief, you mentioned that you're rotating manpower because of all the fires that are burning.
Right.
Are you getting into your reserves yet? How much more do you have left to handle other potential fires?
Well, we're here in Los Angeles County. We're pretty well below our drawdown level. We have a level where we like to stay above, but we have gone quite below that to get as many resources as we can up here. And the challenge is that virtually every fire department in the Southern California area right now is confronted with the same weather conditions that we have here. And so everybody's trying to balance their resources. So when I say we're rotating, right now we've got an additional 1,000 personnel coming here, but given circumstances, we may have to adjust that. Again, we try to balance it out where we can protect the life and then the property with the resources that we have available to us. And again, it is statewide, and we have great support from the state in every respect, and we appreciate that, because without that coordination, we would really be in trouble.
What areas are under mandatory evacuation right now, which are under voluntary?
Right now, to my understanding, Carbon Canyon, Carbon Mesa is under mandatory evacuation. Other than that, I don't have information that I could to give you at this time. Okay. Captain Brown has that information, so I'll turn it back over to him. And
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, as I stated before, Chief was making a comment about the evacuations that are currently in place. Voluntary evacuations are in place for the Coral Canyon, Carbon Canyon, Carbon Mesa, Rambla Pacifica. Mandatory evacuations are in place for Montanito, Malibu Colony, the Puerco Canyon, and Sweetwater Canyon. Puerco.
What about Sierra Retreat?
I'm sorry? Sierra Retreat, have not heard yet. That's Sweetwater Canyon.
Please repeat the mandatory evacuation.
The mandatory, repeating again, is Montanito, Malibu Colony, Puerco Canyon, Sweetwater Canyon. Those are the mandatory evacuations. As far as the street closures and road closures, of course, as you very well know, PCH is closed from the west at Canyon Road to the east to Topanga Canyon, both Topanga Canyon north and south. From PCH, the valley is also closed, and it's only open to the residents. All evacuees, as was mentioned before, the evacuation location. If you live on the PCH side or the coastal side, your evacuation location will be Zuma Beach. If you live inland and west of the fire, your evacuation location will be Aurora High School. Okay?
How many homes evacuated? Last I heard it was 200.
Roughly 200 homes have been evacuated in the immediate area.
And the voluntary evacuations again, Coral Canyon, Carbon Canyon,
Carbon Mesa,
Carbon
and
Mesa.
Rambla Pacifica. Yeah, Rambla Pacifica.
But just because the evacuations are being issued, I'd like the chief to come up here and explain the parameters, which are much larger, so people who are not in those areas can be prepared and start listening to the parameters. Chief, could you fill in everyone about the parameters of the fire?
Yes, given the expected duration of this fire and the likelihood that it's going to change directions, is that we want everyone that lives in this area, if you're not in the voluntary or mandatory evacuation area, to start getting prepared. That means locate your valuable items that you need to take with you, or be sure that they're secured. Locate your pets that you're going to plan to take with you. We recommend that you back your car into the driveway, have the keys handy, talk with your family members so that everybody understands the plan. And then if and when it becomes necessary to do an evacuation and law enforcement comes, then you're ready to go. We also suggest that you check your property. If you've got anything that will burn, if you've got umbrellas or awnings or anything of that nature that you can secure, bring it indoors, or to remove it from exposure to flying brands, that would be most helpful. But we do emphasize that if the evacuation order comes, that you're ready, and then please comply with that. We have had, unfortunately, injuries to firefighters and to some civilians in years past because people waited too long. And so we want to be sure that we take care of life safety and no injuries, and then firefighters can do their very best to save your property. But being prepared is important, and so please stay alert. Listen for notices from us through the media, from the city, and of course from law enforcement as they come through your neighborhood if they need to do that.
Chief, do we know where this fire specifically started? Do we have a general area, or do we know the specifics?
It's up near Piuma Road, and other than that, I don't have anything more specific at this time. Okay.
Was it electrical cause, some kind of power? Been speculation.
There is speculation that we don't have a confirmed cause. I did mention earlier that our firefighters arrived at scene, did notice some wires that were down, but we're not absolutely sure at this time. It's being investigated to be sure, but there were wires down in the area, and that again is one of the risks with the high wind. Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your coverage and carrying the message.
Will there be other briefings?
Yes, we will have another meeting. We've got a planning meeting at 2 p.m., and after we do that, we'll announce another briefing for you, and we'll try to make it as convenient as possible for you after.
Thank you so much.
How soon, guys?
What time do you think?
And once again, you've been watching live the fire chief from Malibu. That is Chief Micah Freeman. Right now, we're going to check in with Melissa McBride. She's standing by. She was at the news conference. Melissa?
Kathy, let me recap this for you if you are just joining us. Here's what we know so far. 1,000 acres have burned. Firefighters are battling this fire in very high winds. They're telling us gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour. They have mandatory and voluntary evacuations that are in effect. Let me read off the list of mandatory evacuations for you. This is for people in the areas of Montecito, Malibu Colony, Puerto Canyon, also Sweetwater Canyon. Now, they have voluntary evacuation orders for people living in Coral Canyon, Carbon Canyon, also Carbon Mesa and Rambla Pacifica. And what they're telling people is that they need to be prepared even if you're not in one of the areas that I just mentioned. And that's because these winds are really so hard to predict. They don't know what's going to happen next. What they think at this point in time is that the fire is moving in a southeasterly direction, and so the aircraft, what they're doing is focusing on the eastern flank of this fire. But because these winds have been so extreme today, it's really taken the firefighters as well as residents here by surprise. So they want everybody to be prepared. Now, here's what we know in terms of the number of structures lost. 2 commercial structures have burned, 3 homes have been lost. Also, 9 homes are damaged, and we're told that that's moderate to minor damage. Also, there are 4 businesses in the area of the Colony Creek, and they have damage to the rooftops, also to the exterior. Of course, these firefighters are dealing with red flag conditions. They're expecting sustained Santa Ana winds throughout the week. The early part of the week, they're expecting to have these heavy wind conditions up until about Wednesday. And what they're doing is they're trying to move equipment from other parts of the state down here to Southern California, they already had crews in place in anticipation of the Santa Ana winds that were forecast for this weekend and into the early part of the week. Now what they're trying to do is get firefighters and also get equipment moved into the area. They still don't know the cause of this fire, but there were power lines that were down, apparently in the area where the fire was burning, so they're looking to see if that might be the cause. The good news is nobody has been injured, no firefighters, no residents. They want to keep it that way, so they're telling people that they should evacuate in those areas, the mandatory as well as the voluntary evacuation orders. And if you don't have a place to go, they've set up 2 evacuation centers. One is at Zuma Beach, the other one is at Agora High School. Kathy, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Melissa. One of the things we heard from the fire chief, he was very adamant about getting extra help. They have up to 1,000 firefighters en route. He talked about that cooperation, how everyone comes together. We really work as a state. So people will be coming in to help out. He also talked about how they really staffed up in preparation of this event. They had the teams in place. They knew we had the conditions. They knew we were going to have the gusty winds, the low humidity, the high fire danger. And he also talked about how this was going to last for a few days. This wasn't something that was going to be over tonight. They weren't going to have any type of containment. This is something that could be going on for the next few days. They are at the mercy of the wind situation.
And the problem is the winds are going to pick up later in the day and evening. Now, you see some power lines down there. One of the things that people have talked about is that is the source of this fire, the cause of the fire. Chief Freeman did not say for sure that is the cause. He did confirm, as you can see there, that they know there are power lines that are down. So that, it sounds like, is a very logical part or a logical source of this fire. One of the things we're looking at now, the fire is burning away right now from Pepperdine. It is moving towards, it's parallel to the ocean, and it is moving, they're saying southeast, so it is moving away from Pepperdine at this point. But again, as you mentioned, Kathy, they're talking about the winds being the big problem, and in a moment's notice, this could all change again if the fire decides to switch directions, because the biggest problem they've had with this fire are the flying embers. There are at least 9 homes that have had some sort of damage due to this fire. They've been blowing embers that have gotten on people's roofs, caught the facade of homes on fire. But again, at this point, 2 commercial structures and 3 residents' homes are a total loss. The residents' homes that are lost are on Malibu Road, is what we're hearing, not Malibu Canyon, but they are homes that have been lost in this 2 structures. There are 4 businesses in the Colony Creek Shopping Center that did have damage, not completely damaged, but fire damage. And again, it's because of the wind and the blowing embers with this.
And he also talked about how they have a forecaster there advising them what to do, and these winds could pick up. They've seen gusts up to 50 miles an hour. We can see these winds pick up. So certainly no containment right now. They're not going to stand down. They are staffing up to fight this fire. He also mentioned some of the problems that they've been having, and that is with the aircraft. They're trying to fight this fire from above as well as on the ground. Fighting on the ground, very treacherous. They're dealing with steep terrain. They're dealing with rugged terrain. So they want to try to fight this fire from the air as much as possible. But some of the aircraft, as you can imagine, having a tough time in the gusty winds, especially these smaller aircraft, the ones he described as medium, smaller choppers. They're having a tough time in the wind situation. So they're doing the best they can. They are also taking water from Lake Sherwood. It's a calmer area there. Instead of trying to get it from somewhere else where the winds are gusting toward the ground, they're going to Lake Sherwood, which is away from this area, trying to get the water there that they need to fight the fire over in Malibu.
Just to give you an idea as to the winds, they were saying, as you mentioned, about 50-mile-per-hour winds right now. But he also talked about a fire last night. They said it was Whitaker Peak, and it's up on the 5. And at that, they had a clock recorded wind of 108 miles per hour in that area. And now that is away from this fire, but that's just another issue they had to deal with. And you mentioned over 1,000 personnel on their way to help on this fire. And Chief Freeman was mentioning one of the difficult things is every other part of the state is facing the same conditions that we have. So if there's a fire somewhere else, they have to make sure that they have people available. But what a coordinated effort when you're talking about moving this many people. And the fact that these guys are going, the men and women are going to have to be in this area for a couple of days. This is not something, and that was the most troubling thing that I think Chief Freeman said was when he came out and said 0% containment, and we're going to be living with this for a few days.
Right. This fire is going to go on for the next 3 days, period. He knows what he's facing. He knows the conditions, and he knows what he's up against. He also talked about the evacuations going very well. Over 200 people evacuated. They did it very orderly. They warned people it might be possible. First, they could get their things together, put their valuables in their car, take care of whatever they needed to take care of, just to be ready in case the situation warranted, and then went through and when it became necessary issued the mandatory evacuations and got those people out. We heard from the Mayor Pro Tem this morning about what the city is doing, and she just mentioned that there are evacuation centers set up if you need to go somewhere. Zuma Beach, the one we've been talking about all morning long off PCH, that's one place that displaced residents can go. Also, an overnight center has been set up at Agora High School. So if you need some place to go, those are the evacuation centers that have been set up so far. We'll have to wait and see if they need to set up more centers. We'll get them to you here on ABC7. You can also log on to abc7.com anytime for the very latest information.
We were talking about PCH being closed. You saw that a moment ago between Canaan and Topanga Canyon Road, but also Topanga Canyon Road is closed except for residents as well. So that's closed, as I understood the chief, all the way up to the 101. So it's closed all the way up through the area. So so be aware that you shouldn't even be trying to go into that area. But if you're up on the 101 and you're wondering why Topanga is closed, then that is why. So there's a significant closure of roads in that area. People need to be, if you're up by Pepperdine or in that part of this, then you need to head that would be west on PCH, and if you're on the other side of the fire, down southeast direction that it is burning, the Carbon Canyon area, then you need to go east or southeast on PCH, obviously just to go away from the fire.
Yeah, the best thing is to stay away, let the firefighters do what they need to do, and it's in your own safety and interest. Let's check in right now with Rob Hayes. He's standing by, and he has the latest from his location. Rob?
We're over in the 22,000 block of PCH right now. We're in front of a liquor store. There's called the Malibu Grooming Company right here. These are two businesses that seem to be in the path of this fire. If we pan up the hill, you could see plenty of brown smoke here. The fire and the wind seem to be moving towards us right now. This is a spot where these airdropping or water dropping choppers have been doing quite a lot of drops. Just a few minutes ago, they had a pretty substantial series of drops here coming in. But again, the man who manages the liquor store here, I spoke with him a few minutes ago. He was up on the roof of his building hosing it down. He stepped down now. He was just talking with a CHP officer. But again, it seems like the fire here seems to be moving towards us right now. It should crest this hill at any moment right now. They've been dropping a lot of retardant, and hopefully that'll keep that from burning down here towards the parking lot in these buildings.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you a question if I can. 22,000 block of PCH, you're saying, are you southeast of Pepperdine then?
We are. We're southeast of Pepperdine, probably, what do you think, 2 miles or so? Probably about 2 miles away from Pepperdine.
So then the fire, according to the chief, is burning in your direction. And mostly you're seeing smoke at this point. You can't, where you are, see fire at this point?
We saw fire a short time ago when we had a different vantage point, but when we got closer to the hillside here, it's kind of hard to explain, but I think there's a valley behind the hillside that we're in front of right now. And I think that's where the flames are. We saw that a short time ago. But as we get closer to the hill here, of course, we just see the hillside.
Are you seeing any people in your area, or has everyone been evacuated? Is everyone out of there?
There's a good amount of people here that have not evacuated. It will pan over here, and you can see there's quite a few cars that have lined the street here. I don't know how many of them are media cars or emergency officials, but there seem to be quite a few people just kind of standing around. Tim, if you pan left over here, you'll see a guy just sitting on a park bench watching this. So this is the scene here. There's a lot of people just kind of spectating, if you will, standing here watching this. But they also seem to be right near their cars for a quick escape.
Rob, you're not seeing many, as we always have a problem in situations like this with breaking news. You see the looky-loos coming in. The people are heeding this, aren't they? They're not people coming into this area to watch this, are they? It seems
Well,
as if
it's
those
hard
are
to tell.
probably
I don't
residents.
think. I'm hoping that is the case. Here, you can see some flames right now. Hopefully, the people that are here are residents, and I don't think they'd be able to get in right now because PCH is shut down, as you know, from Canaan Road to Topanga Canyon.
Boy, it's just an ominous sight, though, just, you know, seeing the flames creeping over the hillside, and must be just horrible air quality there right now. It looks very smoky where you are.
Oh, it's really bad. I mean, it's really hard to breathe. A lot of folks here have, masks over their face. They'll have bandanas tied around it. Some of the people are standing here, but a lot of them are just sitting here and actually breathing a lot of this, which can't be healthy. Here comes another airdrop. It looks like they're going to do a sky crane airdrop right now, right above us. If you take a look.
Well, this will give us an idea as to how far from you they're concerned about.
You can see that chopper just crested the hill there, and there's a valley behind here, and that is where the fire is burning right now.
Rob, you have been out there pretty much all morning long. What have you seen as a change in both the fire and the emotions of the people that you're coming across?
You know, when we got here, we initially went to Pepperdine University. We were across PCH from Pepperdine, and the thing that struck me was the wind, how strong that wind was gusting. They were saying it was gusting up to 60 miles per hour, but some of those gusts had to be much stronger than that. I mean, they were bowling us over. There was a barricade that some city or state workers had put down on the road, and it just picked up this metal barricade and threw it, just ripped it across the street. A car mat from someone's car blew out, flew across the street and slammed into the side of a live truck that was on the other side of the street there. So the wind, I mean, it really felt at times like hurricane coverage, to be honest with you.
Well, how does it compare to what you're feeling now, wind-wise?
You know, I mean, it's still windy, it's still gusting, but it's not as bad, at least in the spot where I am right now, as it was this morning over by
We're losing some of Rob's signal there, as you can imagine. Malibu in that canyon there, it makes it somewhat difficult at times. Rob, we lost you a little bit, but I think we now have you back.
Yeah, I was talking about the wind. It doesn't seem, I mean, it's still pretty strong here. Probably 30-mile-per-hour winds at times. And at Pepperdine University, it was really blowing, really ripping. And there, I mean, when the wind is blowing that hard, there's nothing firefighters can really do to stop the advance of flames.
And again, that is one of the reasons why these embers, you know, it's one of the things, if you cover enough of these fires, and Rob, I'm sure you've done this so many times, it's always amazing to me as to how far these embers can carry in a windy situation. So, you know, when you hear Mayor Pro Tem Pam Ulich talking about people needing to be ready, even if they're not in one of the mandatory or voluntary evacuation areas, it really does strike you how far away a fire can begin when the winds are blowing like this.
Yeah, I mean, with the wind blowing like this, it will start spotting. The embers will carry.
Well, apparently, Rob's signal is fading in and out. Do we have you again, Rob? We apologize. Oh, I think it's fading in and out.
I was saying about an hour and a half ago, we traveled down behind what is called the Colony area. There's a strip mall on PCH there, and behind it are some very expensive homes. The fire wasn't really around there, but embers had carried over PCH, flown over that strip mall, and some of the homes had started on fire, 4 of them apparently, and they were able to put those out there.
Right, those were the 4 businesses. I am assuming the Colony Creek Shopping Center, they did have some damage there.
Yeah.
And those were not a total loss. That is another bit of good news. Again, no injuries at this point. People taking heed to what is going on here. Red flag warning is high winds, low humidity. It's just horrible conditions. You hate to say anybody predicted fires, but they certainly were prepared and assuming this is a very real possibility. Right now, firefighters are working what's called the eastern flank of this fire as it moves southeast towards Rob Hayes' direction. He is in the 22,000 block of PCH. The fire initially started burning towards Pepperdine, which is where Rob was earlier this morning, because it actually went in two different directions, west and east, and now they've pretty much assumed that it's burning parallel to the ocean, and that is southeast and in the Carbon Canyon area. And they're just trying to protect structures at this point, and it's just such a difficult task because of these embers that you heard Rob mention just a moment ago, blow so far away.
They were really worried about Pepperdine at one point, actually going door to door, trying to evacuate people, getting everybody ready. But the good news we heard from the fire chief was that for now, Pepperdine appears to be safe. So that's very good news. But again, as you say, anything can change at the drop of a hat, the wind directions, a flying ember. And I always think, actually, it's something that you said once, Philip, covering a fire, how you could see in a community where a fire is burning, the wind pick up, and it literally embers skip houses. Like one house
It's like a tornado.
Yeah, just one house would be hit, the next would not be lost, etc.
The San Bernardino fire in the city of San Bernardino, an entire neighborhood was just wiped out, and the fire never really got that, the wall of the fire never really got that close to that neighborhood. Rob Hayes, I think we've got him back as well, and if you can talk to us a little bit more, Rob, about, I guess I'm just hearing that we just lost him again. But again, these embers can blow so far, and Rob was saying that that's what damaged some of the businesses in the Colony Creek shopping area. But again, these winds may actually increase before the day is out, and firefighters are saying that this is very real as a possibility for a few days.
And so the latest that we have right now as we approach the 1 o'clock hour, again, we've heard from the chief of Malibu, and he filled us in on the very latest statistics. And we'll start with what has been damaged. We've had 2 commercial structures that are a total loss, 3 residents, and 9 residents that have moderate to minor damage, mostly the exterior, the areas around the lawn, and 4 businesses, those at the Colony Creek Shopping Center, that area that we've talked about.
And we also mentioned 1,000 additional resources that are heading in this general direction, firefighters coming to help with this fire. But Chief Freeman mentioned how the conditions are the same throughout the state. As evidence of that, there's a fire burning in Castaic. It's called the Castaic Fire. That's now moved into Ventura. Ventura County Fire is now handling that along with the Forest Service, and 500 acres were burning on that as of a few hours ago. Now, the good news on that one, it's in a very remote area, but again, it's just so difficult. That's also, I think, near the Day Fire, where the Day Fire was burning for so long. But again, these conditions are continuing across the state. And so it is so important for people to be cautious, be ready, especially down in Malibu. You really need to be ready to leave on a moment's notice, even though right now the mayor said that it's not of the utmost urgency right now. But you do need to put your valuables, your personal effects in your cars and be ready to go. And you know what, another thing that people need to be sure of is that they know where they're going to go, how they're going to get out of the area, so that you're not, stuck in a traffic jam at that point.
We hear many times from Malibu residents and people in high fire-prone areas that they've been through this, they're aware of the situation, they know what can happen at a moment's notice, and they are prepared. They do have an evacuation plan. If you don't, it's a good idea. Know where your family is. Know who to contact if something like this pops up. Just be prepared, be vigilant, no need to overreact. That's one thing that the fire chief did stress. Don't try to save your property. It's probably the worst thing you can do. You're not going to be able to. If it's gotten that bad, the situation is that dire, you're not going to be able to do any good, and you need to be taking care of yourself, taking care of your family, getting out, doing the right thing.
And remember, in this area, there was a fire back in January of about 30 acres, and that was the one that claimed the home of Suzanne Summers, if you'll remember. Every fire is different, you heard the chief say, but some are the same in that they're in this area. This one, significantly different again from the 93 fire. They knew right away in the 93 fire that was a significant event. And it sounds as if when these firefighters first saw this fire this morning, they too knew that they would immediately, they called in a second alarm call right away as soon as they saw the fire. They've really aggressively addressed this in an effort to make the damage as minimal as possible.
Well, I think it's interesting. The chief said, we prepared for this. We staffed up. We had teams ready. We knew this was a possibility. They hope for the best, plan for the worst type of situation. And hopefully this won't be the worst. We've seen worse. Hopefully they will be able to take care of this. But he said expect for this to go on for a few days.
Let's go to Rob Hayes. He is back with us again and see what else he can add to us. Rob, anything changed over the last few minutes?
Now, I just want to explain why our signal keeps dropping out. Essentially, it's so windy. If you've seen a live truck, we put a mast up that goes about 30 feet up in the air, and it's got a very heavy dish on top, and that is how we beam our signal back out. Well, it's so windy, that dish keeps swaying back and forth like this, and so our signal keeps missing. So that'll give you that how windy it is, because it goes out. That dish is blowing around pretty well up there. We take a look over here. These are the two businesses right now we're standing in front of. One is a liquor store, another one is a grooming company. You can see the hillside behind it, all this smoke. The wind seems to be shifting a lot. Right now it seems to be blowing directly at us, and that fire, there it is right now. It's starting to crest at the top of the hillside, right behind this strip mall over here. Just in the last few minutes, probably last 15, 20 minutes, they did a number of airdrops here, dropping retardant and water, hoping to keep this from cresting the hill. But you can see that fire is starting to crest the hill right now and head towards some of these businesses on PCA. There's can't even tell what that is above it. What is that? There we go. Yeah, water dropping chopper above the fire up there.
And I don't know if Rob can hear us right now, but a moment ago we talked about people in the area. There are people still hanging around in the streets there where you are, if you can hear us.
Yeah, they're still here. The ones across the street, the guy who was sitting on the parking lot. But there are plenty of people. I don't know if most of them look like media. You can see the wind is blowing that beach chair all the way down the street. The owner of the liquor store here chasing it, trying to shag it down. That'll give you an idea of how strong these wind gusts are. And that is just fueling this fire, pushing it down towards PCH.
Well, Rob, as we all know, your safety, too, is something that is of the utmost importance. I'm not sure that Rob can hear us at this point, but if you do, what are the firefighters telling you and the crews around you as that fire crests that hill there? Can you hear us, Rob, and are they telling you to be prepared to leave as well?
Well, there were some fire trucks here earlier. You can see you can't see, it's behind us right now, but they are zipping by. They don't have time to talk to us. I think they assume we know the danger. And we're in a parking lot right now. Even if this does crest the hill and continue burning towards us, we have an easy exit route, and we are in a paved parking lot. So
Interesting explanation Rob gave us as to why the signal keeps going in and out. The live truck has to raise its mast to be able to get the signal. And while he was explaining that it's literally being whipped around in the wind, you could see the signal going in and out. It was really just a very descriptive explanation of exactly what was happening and why we were losing the signal.
And we had some visual evidence when we looked at some of our videotape, and you could see a camera crew there with the dish up on top. Again, you're watching extended, special, live coverage of the Malibu fire that is burning. It is now focusing on what's called the Carbon Canyon area, and it began at about 5 a.m. this morning. 0% contained at this point. The structures that are threatened, right now there are about 200 homes and residents that have been evacuated as a precaution. But right now, 3 residents have been destroyed. 2 commercial structures have been destroyed, and 9 buildings, homes. These are individual homes. 9 homes have been damaged. So be aware of the significant danger with this. And you see some of the mandatory evacuations that we have right now: Montanito, Malibu, Colony, Puerco Canyon, and Sweetwater Canyon as well.
And one other thing we can tell you, the evacuation area is Zuma Beach off PCH, so saying you can go there. But if you're concerned about overnight, you've packed up all your stuff, you need to get out, you've got your things, and you don't have someplace safe to go, be it a relative or a friend, they're saying that there's an overnight place you can stay. Agora High School is setting up there, and Presumably, they'll have a place for you to sleep and some food, but hopefully you will be able to get to a safe place if you have been evacuated. More than 200 people have. That does not include Pepperdine. Apparently, they're saying now that Pepperdine looks safe.
Well, and actually, if you are a Pepperdine student and we have another evacuation site, and that is Firestone Fieldhouse. That's per CDF. So Firestone Fieldhouse as well. And again, since this is special coverage, we want to kind of continue to update people on the NASCAR race that is ongoing right now. It is a Subway 500, and you can watch it. But if you want to watch it on our digital television station, which is 7.2, you need to have digital cable for that. If you just have regular cable, you can go to Charter Communications. You see the number there. Also Cox Communications and Time Warner Cable. And I know that there are a lot of people, a lot of adamant fans. It's a very important part of the year for the NASCAR circuit, race for the Cup. But this is more important. This is risk of life, and this is risk of property to so many people. So this is our duty. This is our job to make sure that people are safe and aware of what's going on right now. So all apologies to the NASCAR fans. We are making every effort to provide you the information as to where the NASCAR race can be found.
One other thing the mayor talked about earlier was that the area has applied for FEMA relief. Now, that is likely to be granted, in which case the recovery effort will be helped along. So he said they did apply for FEMA relief. The mayor, pro tem, also saying that because they're at the mercy of the wind, just be sure to get your valuables together if you're in an area that is of concern. No need to overreact if no one has come to you to say, look, it's possible you could be evacuated, but just to be prepared, have those things ready to go and put them in your car. And if you need to evacuate, officials will contact you and you'll be able to get out.
I'm Philip Palmer along with Kathy Vara, and we continue to cover the Malibu fire this morning, trying to keep you posted as to what all is going on. The winds actually might increase throughout the day. That is the latest that we're hearing from the most recent update. That is troubling. These conditions could potentially be here for a couple of days. We're under a red flag warning. Additional 1,000 personnel are coming into Malibu to help fight this fire. And interestingly enough, Chief Freeman of the Los Angeles County Fire Department did mention that they actually had increased their staffing yesterday in preparation for this event. And as Kathy mentioned a moment ago, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And unfortunately, we can't hope for a lot of containment on this fire at this point. Right now, it is 0% contained. The fire is moving in a southeast direction. And if you, in your mind, if you can picture heading down PCH, which in that stretch of Malibu is actually an east-west highway, but it's going to be moving parallel with the ocean right along the PCH there. Topanga Canyon Road is closed. Only to residents can travel through there, but PCH itself is closed from Canaan all the way to Topanga. And roughly 1,000 acres have burned at this point. Firefighters pretty much focusing now on the eastern flank of the fire so they can get that area in the Carbon Canyon area. So to give you an idea as to the number of structures that have burned and what has gone on so far, most of the damage caused by flying embers, spot fires, just bouncing around all over the place. 2 commercial structures have burned as a total loss. 3 residents' homes are a total loss at this point. These on Malibu Road, not in Malibu Colony, just as FYI. That's what we're hearing. 9 structures have been damaged. Those 9 personal homes have been damaged. 4 businesses, most of these in the Colony Creek Shopping Center, were damaged. Again, due to the flying embers, not some wall of flames. And these Santa Ana conditions are so difficult, roughly 50 miles per hour in that area. It's just going to be an ongoing problem for these firefighters. Leslie Sykes is now here for Kathy Vara.
Okay, and thanks very much, Philip, for your coverage throughout the morning here. I'm being joined by Micah Ullman as we take over this portion of this coverage of a very dangerous and dynamic fire burning in Malibu since about 5 o'clock this morning, 4:50 a.m. Gusts of up to 50 miles per hour, and this is such a wind-driven wildfire. A fire official got on just about an hour ago saying that they are expecting this to be around for the next 2 days at least. Because of these winds, there is no containment in sight. 100 acres burned at this point, and they are working on the east flank of the fire. The fire moving now in a southeasterly direction, parallel to PCH. The good news right now is that we have no injuries.
And Leslie, Micah Ullman here on the air along with you. Our coverage here at the top of the hour will continue so long as the situation warrants. And the numbers continue to grow, the numbers changing by the minute. 1,000 acres. Chief Freeman at LA County Fire was briefing the media about 45 minutes ago. And at that point, the numbers were 2 commercial structures, one of which the renowned and historic Malibu Castle, also the Presbyterian Church there in Malibu, completely destroyed, along with 3 homes along the beach. And this is, as Leslie mentioned and as you've been hearing throughout the day, a wind-driven fire with gusts up to 100 miles an hour in the canyons, 50 to 60 miles an hour outside the canyons. And so very difficult to predict the direction of this fire. At this point, we know it is burning to the east, a little bit to the south, as Philip mentioned a few moments ago. The coastline in this particular stretch runs east to west. So if you can picture in your mind this fire burning along parallel to the beach at this point. And with these embers flying, that is a direct result of these powerful wind gusts. And for firefighters, trying to predict where this thing's going to go next is akin to predicting the lottery. It just does not happen. The homes that did burn along the beach were the ones that had the misfortune of the draw at that particular time. They were embers that flew, and embers that can fly, and we've seen in cases over a mile.
And can hopscotch, and you saw that those homes on the beach, they are so close together, and so you have embers landing on one house, burning and damaging that house, and then a few houses down on the coastline burning there. But you take a live look right there and see all that dry brush burning, the white smoke billowing into the air in Malibu, and firefighters, actually they have about 500 firefighters on the scene, but the chief said that 800 to 1,000 firefighters are en route to Malibu to help with this fire, and they're coming from different agencies across the Southland, but of course those agencies have the same problem all over, this Santa Ana wind conditions and the potential for fires breaking out.
And it is frustrating, Leslie, from time to time you look in the valley here where we are in Glendale, and at times it's dead calm, and to believe that there are 100-mile-an-hour gusts some 30 miles away is difficult to fathom. You mentioned stretching resources. As we left you last night at 11 o'clock, we saw a fire burning north of Castaic. That fire has now grown to over 500 acres. So you have more than just this situation to deal with.
And we have Melissa McBride, Eyewitness News reporter. She has been on the scene all this morning covering this fire from the ground. Melissa, could you tell us what you have right now? Where are you and what do you have?
Leslie, right now we're at Malibu Bluffs Park, and this is where they had the news conference about, it wrapped up a little less than a half an hour ago with fire officials as well as the mayor of Malibu. And what we know so far, and you've been talking about it in terms of the acreage, about 1,000 acres burned so far, no containment in sight. The fire crews have been dealing with extremely gusty winds, gusts up to 50 miles per hour, and they are expecting the wind to possibly pick up later today. As at this point in time, they're saying that the eastern flank of this fire is their main focus. That's their main concern. It's moving in a southeasterly direction, but the way Santa Ana winds are, you can never really tell which direction they're going to go. So they're going to have to keep a very close eye on this throughout the afternoon to see if it does shift in either direction. And for that reason, Malibu's mayor has been saying that everybody should be prepared to evacuate in Malibu, regardless of whether or not you're in a voluntary evacuation area or one of the mandatory evacuation orders, and if not yet done so. We can let you know the places that they do want people to evacuate from. 200 so far have done so to mandatorily evacuate Montanito, Malibu Colony, Puerco Canyon, and Sweetwater Canyon. The other areas that are the voluntary evacuations, there you see them: Coral Canyon, Carbon Canyon, also an area called Carbon Mesa and Rambla Pacifica. and pretty much they want everybody to have important papers, financial documents, things like that packed and ready to go, your pets, some toiletry items, things that you might need if you're going to have to leave your home for any length of time, and of course any special items like pictures and really your valuables. Have those things ready to go so that you are able to leave and do so quickly. We, a short time ago, were able to talk to a man who had evacuated his home. He was with one of his sons in their Jaguar. They were trying to flee their home. He tells me that his wife and his other son were in his wife's car, and my photographer Brian Dunn is trying to cue this up for us, and
As I
we'll
turned
see if
up,
we can listen in.
There was a fire on my right and a fire on my left, with the wind blowing the fire flames maybe 20, 25 feet across the street, across the highway. I hesitated, thinking, no, I'm not going to go through that. But the cars behind me were backing up, and they were kind of honking at me. Some of them tried to go over the island in the middle, but I decided I couldn't do that with my low car. So I went through the flames. That was a mistake. The flames went underneath my car, stalled my car, and there I was in the smoke with my son, and he was terrified. Then the only thing I could do was put it in neutral and back out of the smoke, and I backed up to this position, and then I discovered my car was on fire.
Okay, and so that was from Richard Soul. Now, he tells me that he's putting this all in perspective. It's just a car. He is safe. His son is safe. Also, his wife and his other son are safe as well, even though their vehicle also caught on fire trying to flee. He says that they have some friends that they can stay with and that they are extremely relieved that nobody was hurt. But he said that, you know, he's lived here for so many years and he's never seen the wind behave like this, and that it really caught him by surprise, even though he's a longtime Malibu resident, and really felt like he understood the wind behavior and what can happen here in Malibu. So a lot of folks are taking these precautions, and they are evacuating. No injuries to report, either to residents or to firefighters, but we do have a number of damaged homes in the area, 9 homes that are damaged, 3 homes that are a total loss, also 2 commercial structures that have been lost. And also we know that 4 businesses in the Colony Creek shopping area had some damage to their rooftops. And the firefighters here, they are working under these extreme red flag conditions. They expect that they're going to have to deal with this until about Wednesday, and they have no containment in sight. There are those 2 evacuation centers that have been set up that everybody's been talking about this morning. They encourage people to go there. The Red Cross has been called in to help assist anybody that does need a place to stay. Those evacuation centers are at Zuma Beach and also at Agora High School. Also, when we talked to Fire Chief Mike Freeman, he was saying that he's the Region 1 coordinator for Southern California, and he says that they are working on moving equipment into place. They already were shifting personnel this direction because of the weather forecast, but now it's just a matter of trying to get more personnel in place as well as the equipment that is needed. There are other fires that are burning in Southern California, and resources are being shifted over here to Malibu because this is the biggest fire of them all. That is the very latest here from Malibu Bluffs Park, where they've had a news conference. We're expecting to get another update later on this afternoon, either at 2 or 3 o'clock. Micah and Leslie, back to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Melissa. He also mentioned that they are at the mercy of Mother Nature with these winds, and we have no idea what these winds will do, but they will be around for the next 2 to 3 days. We've got Bill Thomas in the air above Malibu, taking it all in. Bill, what can you tell us as the very latest?
Well, the major flank of the fire right now, we're having trouble hearing you from the helicopter, a major flank of the fire right by Malibu Canyon near Pepperdine University appears to have laid down substantially. 2 super scoopers just coming in, one after another. These guys can drop about 1,600 gallons of water, so in tandem. We just saw one fly through a moment ago, and here's a second one, 3,200 gallons of water. So this flank of the fire burning just west of Malibu Canyon, north of Pepperdine University. A critical segment of the fire appears to have laid down. We're going to tilt up now and go to the southeastern flank of the fire. The flank of the fire that's burning closest to Pacific Coast Highway and just southeast of the Malibu Pier. We're coming into that. We'll be there in just a couple of minutes. That's the flank of the fire that firefighters are extremely concerned with right now. They are lined up on Pacific Coast Highway, ready to greet those flames as it comes down to the homes on Pacific Coast Highway. We'll go to the right just a little bit. It's coming from the north end here off to the right, down toward Pacific Coast Highway. The winds not as bad as they were earlier. They're a little calmer right now, but as we all know, they might get worse as the afternoon progresses. So we'll watch the progress the firefighters make trying to protect homes here. We understand most, if not all, the homes in this particular area the southeast flank of the fire. We believe they've all been evacuated. Still, no reports of any injuries. Reporting live from Air 7 over the huge Malibu fire. I'm Bill Thomas, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Bill, you've been up 6,000 feet off the deck over this fire for a couple of hours now. Talk about the directional change in these winds, what we saw early on and what we're seeing now.
And right now we're at 5,500 feet on top of the fire. The winds appear to be a little worse at ground level. That's a problem for firefighters and the helicopters, the fixed-wing air tankers, the super scoopers. That's a problem for those guys. They've got to get down low. They've got to get down slow. They've got to attack each flank of that fire as slowly as they can, make those precise water drops. But the winds continue out of the northeast, fanning the flames, pushing the smoke and the fire closer and closer to Pacific Coast Highway. Right now on top of Coast Highway for us, the wind's not too bad at ballpark 30, maybe 35 miles per hour. We're hearing estimates of 50-mile-per-hour winds on the surface, so tougher for firefighters right now as they try to surround that fire and increase their level of containment, Micah.
And Bill, it would appear that it would be difficult for the super scoopers and folks in the air trying to fight the fire as the winds are buffeting them. You have such strong winds there. Have you seen any evidence of that?
Not sure I got the whole gist of your question. I think you're asking if it's difficult for the firefighting helicopters and airplanes to battle the winds.
You're being tossed around. I mean, in those helicopters, especially your size, a little bit smaller than the helicopters that are agile and can get in the canyons there, but you are being tossed around a bit, making it more difficult, you would imagine, for them to pinpoint where they're going to hit, how they're going to hit it.
Yeah, and you also got to fight your way through all that thick black smoke, at times thick white smoke. You've got to have constant reference to the horizon. You can't get in the smoke, but you got to get as low as you can when you're a water-dropping helicopter or a fixed-wing air tanker. You got to get low, you got to get slow, and you got to stay into the wind. And it's difficult to see through all the smoke, all the fire, all the flames, but they get down as low and slow as they can, keeping in mind their safety and safety of people on the ground as well, and they're doing a tremendous job. If we go a little wide here, you'll see the entire burn area. Last I checked, it was something just over 1,000 acres. It looks like the bulk of the fire has laid down, but just off to the right, the southeast corner in a heavily populated area of Malibu, that appears to be the worst section of the fire right now, and it's getting the most concentration not only by firefighters on the ground, but in the air as well.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much for that. And we've got Danny Romero standing by with the wind conditions, which are so important, Danny.
Hello, everybody. We're looking at, again, temperature-wise, nothing too extreme. It's in the 70s. Malibu right now, it's 73 degrees. But here's the real key points to watch for. We're talking about 7% relative humidity. Single-digit relative humidity, very, very, very dry. The winds at the moment in Malibu reading south-southeast 30 miles per hour sustained. Gusts, though, reported up to 60 miles per hour. Now, you're talking about those readings right around Malibu, the city itself. You get up in the hills, you get more of that compressional heat, and you get those winds kind of blowing through the canyons, really increases that wind velocity, so you'll see gusts approaching 70 miles per hour as we go through the afternoon. As Bill just mentioned, the winds are kind of calmer right now, but we're just getting into some really peak wind kind of hours in the coming hours this afternoon.
So this is going to get worse. Before
there's going to be some stronger winds still to come. Absolutely.
Now, usually, correct me if I'm wrong. Behaviorally, these winds will tend to die down as the sun sets. Is that what we're going to see here today?
They'll be again because in those canyon areas, you're going to still get those real gusts that's going to come through like just out of nowhere. But generally speaking, yes, we're going to start to die down. But there's still some more peak winds to happen. I mean, we still got some really strong gusts still coming our way.
Okay, Danny, hopefully they can get a handle on it as the evening grows near. We're going to talk on the phone right now to Chelsea Akins, who's a Pepperdine student. Chelsea, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Were you at the school when the fire broke out? Tell me what your situation was.
Yes, I actually live in faculty housing because I'm a senior at Pepperdine. So I was up in the area that was first evacuated. We were told to go down to the main campus departments where the cafeteria was and the large gym is, and all the students have been pushed to there. Now, when my roommate and I drove our cars down to that direction, there were flames on the left up by. I got some pictures of it as well. There was up by like the beginning where Malibu Canyon Road is and all of that, where obviously you can see the aerial shots from. So it was quite a very real life experience, like real in the sense of the fire was right in front of me. Thankfully, Pepperdine does have a very great team and effort as far as getting people together to get evacuated on time. They have been giving us updates on our cell phone numbers that we have on emergency contacts in text message form, as well as voicemails when the actual service is available to get through to our cell phones. I'm in constant communication with different people on campus because I was there in the building at the cafeteria, and I actually chose to leave and drive my car up north PCH. So I'm in my car right now. Was able to get out at that moment and had to go through the road closure. But there's still many people that are students and faculty alike in the Pepperdine campus itself.
What are they doing
there
to?
is really bad, so they've been giving out masks, and people have been just kind of playing music and hanging out and praying through things, and God has just been taking care of us there.
So Chelsea, the leaders there at Pepperdine on campus aren't actively telling and helping the students to leave at this point. They're essentially saying, hunker down here in the gymnasium, all is well here, and we'll ride it out here.
Right. They're saying hunker down there because it's structurally wise has been the best position for them to defend. As far as the flames go and seeing the other side, I actually grew up in Lake Arrowhead, so I'm familiar a lot with forest fires because we had evacuations there many times. But the fire at Pepperdine right now looks like it was a little bit like under control as far as where the students were. But there, of course, can flare up any moment with this kind of a wind. And the faith on the campus has just been on their knees, literally praying, and really feel like God's just going to take care of it, and it's going to be fine for our campus.
What are some of the other reactions from the students, many of whom haven't been this near a brush fire before?
Yes, which is very likely. Obviously, we have students from all over the country. Some of them are kind of scared, but the majority of the morale is very positive. People are just kind of hanging out. There's free food given out from Pepperdine. There's people who were able to get their TVs set up and playing like video games and playing music and guitar. We have a lot of very talented students that are very creative. In fact, I have 2 websites that were able to get some pictures up of the campus inside in general right now. One is newsbuff.blogspot.com, which is a blog of a student that is able to take some pictures and post things when internet connection is happening. And the other one is graphic.pepperdine.edu, which is the graphic newspaper on Pepperdine's campus. I've been a part of the magazine at Pepperdine before in reporting, and they have been on top of trying to get as much morale from Pepperdine itself. So people are trying to be as active as possible, but also just kind of waiting it out and seeing what's going to happen next.
Chelsea, we're so gracious of you to enhance our coverage with your comments and your insights. Chelsea Aikens, a student at Pepperdine. Best wishes to you in the days ahead as we continue to watch this fire burning in Malibu. And you see the crawl there at the top of our screen. Those of you who are looking for the NASCAR event, you can see it on our digital channel 7.2. Digital cable obviously required to view that, but as the information continues to crawl across the screen there, you can be guided to our NASCAR coverage as our coverage of this fire here at 17 minutes past 1 o'clock continues on this Sunday.
And we have Eyewitness News reporter Wendy Birch, who was in Malibu. She went to a home that burned on Malibu Knoll Road. Okay, we're going to actually go to Wendy. She is live on the ground there. Wendy, can you hear me?
What? Are they talking to me?
Wendy, yes. You're on the air.
Excuse me? Am I live?
Yes.
Wendy Birch, you're on the air. The IFB isn't coming through. Yes, you are. There may be a delay, but you are on the air.
Wendy Birch live here in Malibu. I'm very sorry. I'm having a hard time with transmissions. You have to understand there's so much going on out here with so many different radio transmissions. I apologize for that confusing moment in live television. Let me tell you where we are. We're still located back in the place. This is kind of the Malibu Civic Center. There's still a number of fire engines. A lot of these came down from Orange County, and we see some LA County ones. These trucks are basically waiting to do structure protection. They're waiting for their assignment so they can go where these hotspots are. They're going to park in front of those homes, and they're going to offer strong structure protection. Now, there's a helicopter flying overhead just about every minute. They're not scooping up water from the ocean, we learned. They're actually scooping up from a reservoir not up far at the canyon. They say it's just a little too choppy out there for these helicopter pilots to get the water out of the ocean. But let me tell you, they're doing one heck of a job out here. Now, a number of homes have burned. I believe we have confirmed 3 homes. One of them the Malibu Castle. The castle was such a landmark here in Malibu. It sat right up above the Malibu Country Mart, if you're familiar with this. This is right around the Malibu Lagoon area, and it's really sort of a focal point of Malibu. The homeowner is a woman by the name of Lily Lawrence. As I've disclosed earlier, she is a close personal friend of mine. Cell phones have been very difficult out here, but I've been able to leave messages for her, and I did receive a message from her. She is okay. She is at a friend's home here in Malibu. She promises that she will speak to Eyewitness News exclusively, and we will try to bring that to you as soon as we can coordinate and meet up with her. She's doing fine. She was in the home, inside the castle, when the fire started to get close. She didn't have a whole lot of time. Anyone who knows Lily, I have to say, she's known around here. Of course, she lives at a castle and has wonderful taste, and is, in some people's definition, a bit eccentric, but she's got a heart of gold, and many people call her Princess Lily. And so in Princess Lily fashion, she told me on her voicemail that she was able to get out 3 tiaras. Now, if anyone knows Lily, these are the real deal sort of tiaras. So she was able to take out some family heirlooms, and also firefighters were able to save some of the irreplaceable artifacts that were in what she called her presidential library. It's a really phenomenal home, and we'll hear much more about her as this goes on. Now, we were able to get some videotape not too long ago of another home that was burned. Let me just confirm, do we have that piece of videotape from the other home? Okay. We will now go. This was just a few minutes ago when we were up on a street called Malibu Knoll Road. As you can see, structure protection is placed up here along Malibu Knolls Road. Now, a spectacular view of the ocean, but now take a look at the view we have right here. This is just one of the homes that has burned to the ground. As you can see, the heart of the home, the chimney, is the only thing that remains. There's a family pool on the other side. That water, obviously, no help in fighting this fire. As we make our way along, you can just see that this was a whole family's life wrapped up in this home, and yet there's really nothing to salvage and nothing to save. Looks like back here must have been the kitchen area and maybe some sort of other family room or some sort of sitting room in this area. Just shows you as it's still sort of smoldering, you can actually physically feel the heat. And of course, this is another big problem now. We've been reassured that these lines are no longer active, but power lines all throughout Malibu have snapped and have fallen. So this is another thing that makes being in this area so incredibly problematic. Again, this is just one of what we now know are at least 3 homes that have been destroyed here in Malibu. But the firefighters say these winds are going to continue all day, and they still consider this an extremely active fire. That is until these winds die down and they can get a better handle on things. We're reporting in Malibu. Wendy Birch, we send it back to you.
And there is the taped version of that report from Wendy Birch. She is back with us live as we look from Air 7 at this fire that seems to have calmed a bit. As we watch this throughout the morning, there is an ebb and a flow with a fire like this that's dictated by the strength of the wind. And at this point, we're going to go back to Wendy down on the street here. She has more.
Corbett,
I should have my jacket.
It's all right. I'll wear it with you.
Wendy, you've got somebody
live
there.
Back out here with Captain Corbett from LA County Fire. Just get a quick update. Captain, I know a lot of these guys are just waiting for assignments for structure protection. Am I right in assuming that?
That's the whole thing. They come here, they're so eager, come from a long way away, and they all want to come to me and say, get me on, give me a job. So my job is to listen to the guys at top. They know where the structures are threatened, where they're needed the most. So I have to dole it out as they come in.
I feel like a lot of hopscotching. We know the fire's hopscotching, but I'm imagining you're having to move guys sometimes from one home to another home as these winds and things start to shift on you.
I'm not involved with that. That's part of the operations plan. I simply dole out the jobs.
Talk to me about the guys that are coming in. I see Orange County. I mean, have you seen them from? How far is everyone coming in from?
They're all good men and women from all over the South Bay, and I haven't seen any north units, but that doesn't mean they could have come in. We had another staging location in the inland corridor off the 101.
From what you've seen, and I know this fire is still a little bit problematic, but from what you've seen, do you feel that we've got the manpower that we need here on the ground now to really fight this one?
I can't say that. I heard we called for 50 strike teams. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of engines. So the guys, I did hear one of the chiefs talking that it is spotting on the eastern edge. They're having a hard time catching it, stopping it because of the winds.
And that's really why we're hearing there's like 0% containment on this one, because with a spotty fire, it's pretty tough to get any sort of line around it. You don't know where it's going to go next.
Well, yeah, the guys know. The guys out there, they kind of know. With Santa Ana winds, to be honest, it's a matter. We do our job. We do the standard procedures, but a lot of it's a luck. Whether the wind dies just when the helicopter does a good drop, or the guys go into a fire.
And one more question. You got to talk to me about these helicopter guys. I've been watching them. I mean, we marvel at them when we get this sort of close vantage look, but these guys are flying and doing some amazing drops with a whole lot of wind blowing on their birds.
That's the thing. They're amazing pilots, and when most aircraft, fixed wing and helicopter, are grounded, you just don't fly. And they're out there. You know, they're great guys. I admire them greatly. This morning, when we first started the fire, they came out and they just said, hey, we just can't do it. It's too turbulent. We can't help till the winds died out a bit. But when we first got here at 4, it was howling.
And for them to say they can't fly really says something, because I've seen these guys. They fly in a really, the borderline of the worst it can be. They get up there.
Yes, they do.
They're brave, brave men. And a few women, I understand, as well. Manly men. Captain, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. I do appreciate that. I just sort of grabbed him randomly, and I appreciate the Captain for taking a quick moment. So that's the very latest from right here. We're going to stay in position, and we'll keep you updated. But feel free to come back to me just as often as you can. As you know, I lived out here in the Malibu area for a long time. I feel like I have a real sense of this community, and it really is, although it's 27 miles of beach, there's a closeness in this community that you don't often feel in many of the other communities here in Los Angeles. That's not to disparage any one of them, but just because I think of the almost remote location and that so many people consider themselves longtime Malibu residents, you really get a sense of community, and a lot of people here are feeling the loss of the Castle House, of the church, of the other homes. It's definitely felt throughout this community. And we are reporting live here in Malibu. I'm Wendy Birch, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, thanks a lot, Wendy. And we've got Rob Hayes on the ground there in what looks like a sticky situation. Rob.
Yeah, we're over at the 22,500 block of PCH. Earlier we were in the parking lot here. We had to move out. You could see the fire crested that hill about a half hour ago. As soon as the flames crested that hill, it was within minutes. Firefighters stormed in, took over this whole parking lot, and you could see there are still some flames up on the side of the hill, but for the most part, they have knocked those flames down. It was about a half hour ago the flames crested, started moving down the hill. Of course, flames moving down a hill move much slower than flames moving up a hill. But these winds are swirling. They are just feeding this fire into a frenzy here. You can see across the street here is a liquor store that was threatened. Behind it is a dog grooming facility over here. Firefighters have been hosing it down, putting foam on it, fire retardant. And in fact, the helicopters have been making a number of drops. And we've been getting sprayed by a lot of the retardant. That's how close we are. If you can take a look, you can probably see some of it on my Nomex shirt here. That is how close we are to the flames here and to the area where they are doing these water drops. But again, after it crested the hill, they swarmed in. They're in massive structure protection right now, and they have knocked down, for the most part, most of the flames on this hillside here on PCH.
Okay, Rob Hayes, thank you much. As we approach the bottom of the hour here, we want to bring you up to date. If you are just joining us just before 5 o'clock this morning, livelihoods changed in Malibu as this fire started. There is no confirmation on a cause at this point, but the speculation from the very top, Fire Chief Freeman, LA County Fire, has said that he has validated reports that power lines had fallen. Perhaps there was some arcing, and that perhaps that was the initial cause of a fire that has now jumped all over the place. Homes in Malibu on the beach have burned, 3 of them to be exact, in the Colony area destroyed. Remarkable that only 3 of them are destroyed. Leslie, you know those homes are so very close together in that Colony neighborhood.
That's right, and multi-million-dollar homes. You've got hundreds of firefighters battling this fire right now. Malibu, home to 13,000 people, stretches along 27 miles of Pacific coastline. We've got 2 commercial structures that are a total loss. One is the Malibu Castle, and the other Malibu Presbyterian Church. 9 homes have been damaged. That's mild to moderate damage, mostly in on the exteriors of those homes. 4 businesses damaged in the Colony Creek shopping area, and the wind is just clearly a tremendous challenge in this fire as they fight it.
And it's going to get worse before it gets better, and that's what we're hearing from Danny Romero as he is monitoring these red flag conditions. We have been rattling off the mandatory evacuations here at the bottom of the screen, some voluntary evacuations as well. The words of Mayor Pro Tem Pam Ulick in Malibu: be ready to go if you haven't been asked to leave yet. And if you're feeling as though your area is becoming threatened, certainly don't wait for the word to leave. If you believe you need to, certainly do so. The evacuation centers that have been set up, one on Zuma Beach, another one at Agoura High School, and also the Firestone Fieldhouse, 3 places where you can go and certainly bring with you as you leave your financial documents, your valuables, anything that you deem necessary for your livelihood. And we continue to watch the numbers as they continue to grow, 1,000+ acres. And that estimate came across about an hour ago. You have to believe at this point it's certainly more substantial than that.
No containment in sight. And it's always better to be safe than sorry. Just get your valuables together, your financial documents together, put everything in the car, and just be ready to go. That's the advice that fire officials were giving earlier. Just be ready.
Silver lining here, nobody's been hurt. Of course, when you fight fires, as firefighters will tell you, it's life before property. And while there has been quite a bit of loss on the property side, we are happy to report and continue to report that nobody has been injured thus far. Bill Thomas aboard Air 7, hovering about 5,500 feet off the ground, watching this fire as it progresses. Bill, what can you see from your vantage point?
Hey, Mike, public enemy number one here, the winds. They've been howling all day. The fire's been raging since about 5 o'clock this morning, and the winds just will not let up. Still out of the northeast. Right now, this is the southern eastern flank of the fire. To size up the area for you just a bit, kind of difficult to see through all the smoke. We'll pan down to the right if you can see it. This is burning about a half a mile north of Pacific Coast Highway, and another half a mile east of the Malibu Pier. If you've ever made that drive up and down Pacific Coast Highway, you look off to the north side, you'll see the mountains there. All that dry brush, the grass, the chaparral, the trees, we're in drought-like conditions, and there's plenty of fuel to keep this fire burning. And to add fuel to the fire here, these heavy Santa Ana winds just keep fanning and pushing the flames closer and closer to a densely populated housing area right on Pacific Coast Highway. Firefighters, they are lined up and down Pacific Coast Highway. Regular traffic can't get through. They're trying to protect all those homes, but the fire is getting closer and closer to those homes on Pacific Coast Highway. Well, right now, just a bit here, show you the entire burn area some 7.5 hours later. Let's go to our left just a little bit. One critical segment of the fire that was burning closest to the Hughes Laboratory, the research lab, also Pepperdine University. That section of the fire, if it's not completely knocked down, if it's not completely surrounded, it has at least died down for now. Still plenty of hot spots. They'll be here throughout the afternoon, well into the evening. Some firefighters say they'll be here for the next 2, maybe even 3 days, mopping up hot spots. But you can see a large segment of the fire, at least for now, has died down just a bit. Back to the southeast flank of the fire, still some flames here. Water dropping helicopters, fixed-wing air tankers as well. They're focusing very heavily on this flank of the fire. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Bill Thomas, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill Thomas. Everyone keeping a close watch on those wind conditions. The fire chief mentioned that on the scene there they have their own meteorologists. We've got very, very low humidity and those Santa Ana winds blowing. We have our weatherman Danny Romero here with a very latest update on the wind conditions. Danny.
Yeah, I think Bill mentioned briefly they are coming out of the northeast. That's not good. I mean, that tends to be the warmer kind of stronger winds because they can kind of work with some of those canyons there up above Malibu in the Malibu Canyon area and up around Malibu Hills. Temperature-wise right now, temperatures are climbing there. 80 degrees, we're reading the latest reading out of Malibu. Normally they're around 73, 74 this time of year. So we're, temperature-wise, very warm. Here's the real thing to watch, the humidity levels. Humidity levels, latest reading showing at 10% humidity. We had a 7% reading just a few minutes ago. It's changing like that, but you're not going to see it much above, I'd say 12, 15% at all today. It'll probably stay more around that 10 and even single-digit humidity readings. And, of course, those dry conditions just scream fire danger for the firefighters that are out there doing business right now. And as those winds continue to build out of the northeast, reading right now around 25, 30 miles per hour. Gusts, though, very possible, even probable, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. We could see some occasional readings hitting 80. In that general hill area, Malibu Hills, Malibu Canyon area, we could see 100-mile-per-hour gusts according to some firefighters we've talked to earlier this morning. So those winds still very, very dangerous. As you mentioned, Micah, seeming kind of calm at times. I mean, we could take live shots at where windy is and everything, but they could just change like that. We have to keep an eye on it throughout the day.
As an aside, I understand that a remote weather monitoring system set up by LA County Fire up north, this fire burning in Castaic, 500-plus acres and growing, that is now moving in toward Ventura County and Lake Piru area. They clocked a wind gust at 108 miles an hour this AM.
Yeah, I was just checking the Castaic information. Yeah, they've got some very strong winds, and there too, relative humidity is about 11%. So again, just barely above single digits. So very, very dry with those winds. That's just really, really bad.
And we can touch also briefly on a comment made by Chief Freeman a while ago. They expect to be in this for the long haul. They don't expect this to be finished for the next couple of days. And he's basing that primarily on the information that's in front of you there.
Right, yeah. The red flag warnings are in effect until 4 p.m. Tuesday. That means the dry conditions and the winds and the warm temperatures. The high wind warnings, those winds reading that 60 mile per hour, 80 mile per hour gusts we're talking about, and those sustained winds at 45 miles per hour. Those high wind warnings in effect till around Tuesday afternoon as well. But even after that, say 3 p.m. when we take down or planning on taking down those high wind and red flag warnings, still after that, there's still some wind advisory level winds. Those still 25, 35 mile per hour with gusts to around 50 miles per hour. So the wind event itself probably going through Wednesday with the strongest parts now through Tuesday afternoon.
So bad conditions there for the foreseeable future.
Absolutely.
And, you know, what can firefighters do? They can't really chase the fire, so they're basically focused on, you know, the structure protection there.
Right, because those winds, we like we said, we've been reading out of the northeast, which are, you know, those stronger, those drier winds, but they can just change very, very quickly and come out of the southeast, come out of the east, you know, and the firefighters are right in the middle of it. And then, of course, the fire itself creating its own winds. Always, they just do a remarkable job, those people.
And one of the structures that is burned to the ground, the Malibu Castle, Wendy was mentioning it a little bit earlier. She's got a report from there right now.
All right, we're here at what's known throughout Malibu as the Malibu Castle. It's owned by Lily Fala Lawrence, and it was really such a special place. I have to also say that I know this home personally. I know Lily personally, and my hearts and our prayers go out to her at the look at this loss. Walk with me. This was the entryway to the castle. You came up past these gargoyle lions right here, and there were normally great roses that accompanied all this. You walked into this, what she called the Great Hall, and when I say it was a great hall, it was magnificent. It had a spiral staircase with works of art and a chandelier in the entryway that I know was insured for more than $1 million. It was just a spectacular and a stunning piece of art. There was a rose room. There was a room that she had dedicated to Elvis. There was a presidential library that sat back over in this corner. The presidential library was amazing for Lily. It showcased so much of what her life was. Lily grew up in Iran. Her father was the finance minister to the Shah of Iran in the 1970s. And as I work my way over, I'm going to show you some of the memorabilia that she had in her home that firefighters were able to save. One of the firefighters told me, again, airdrops, still trying to make the most of things. One of the firefighters told me that they tried to do all they could, but once they got here, they realized they couldn't do much to save the structure. So they went into the presidential library and did what they could. This is a picture of Lily's father. It was painted by the renowned Wolf Cohen. Lily recently hosted an event for this artist. He's painted basically portraits of everyone. Over here, Lily has memorabilia that she's collected through the years. Here's a picture of President Nixon and Elvis. Here's a picture of Lily being greeted in the White House by a former president. And then over here are many of her family mementos. As I said, she has a very rich history. And Lily, I know if you're watching, I hope that you don't mind that I'm showing some of these things. I just wanted people to get a great sense of everything that you had and everything that you had collected. Again, Lily was an activist in many ways. When she was living in New York back in the 1980s, she was very pro-labor and helped a number of people during the labor strike. And again, so many of the pictures of Lily's life. This is one of her favorites. These were some of the women that she helped win labor rights in her fight for equality back in that time. This is also a picture of Lily. I know this is one of her favorites. This is right here with her husband, who passed away about 10 years ago. Lily was and is a remarkable woman in this community, and this house was a remarkable place as well. Firefighters said they tried to do all they could, but they were outmatched. And you can see up here too, as I'm kind of being blown around, the wind up here is gusting. Just to give you an idea as well, let me show you some of the topography of this land. Wes, if you can walk on over with me, and it's a little hard to walk, but this is looking straight up this way. Hat just went. That's Malibu Canyon Road. The fire started up by one of the canyons and whipped down, and then you can see, and from what we can gather, the fire then raced around, sort of coming up the backside, and as it came right over to this side, the wind just pushed it up and into the Malibu Castle. Now, as we look over to the left where this helicopter is dropping water, this is the area known as Sarah Retreat. Sarah Retreat, as I've mentioned before in our live coverage, is a very Tony community. It's very exclusive, it's gated. Many celebrities live back here, including Olivia Newton-John and Mel Gibson. They're still trying to do what they can for structure protection down there, but these winds, again, You can see as I stand here why fighting this fire is so very, very problematic. Wendy Burt's reporting in Malibu. Back to you.
Okay, Wendy, thank you very much. What a story there.
I'll tell you what, this day on so many levels has been a model of inconvenience, and for many people so much more. They're trying to fight this thing as best they can from the ground, but with the rugged terrain and the high winds, it's just making it virtually impossible. Pretty much meaning they're fighting it from the air, and they're doing so with fixed-wing super scoopers, they're doing so with helicopters, and with this picture here, you certainly get a sense of nature's cruel twist of fate. Fire's number one enemy is water, and in its largest body on the planet, just 100 yards from where this fire is burning, yet the Pacific Ocean remains impotent. These helicopters unable to get the water from there because the winds are too erratic and the waters are too choppy. They're forced to go several miles away to Lake Sherwood and get their water. It is a remarkable thing to watch these fixed-wing super scoopers retrieve water. They open what essentially amounts to a large jaw on the belly of the aircraft, and as they're flying, they scoop the water into the tank, and they can carry some 1,600 gallons a pop. But as I mentioned a minute ago, they're flying several miles to do so, as opposed to several hundred yards in that Pacific Ocean, sitting there just watching in mock disbelief of what's happening right in front of it.
And being whipped around by the wind, and you can just look at the terrain there and see how treacherous that is. Of course they are trying to fight it from the air. It's so difficult for the ground crews to actually get in there and douse those flames. Right now we've got Rob Hayes, who is live in Malibu with an update. Rob.
Leslie, we're at the 22,500 block of PCH right now. I guess we could say, at least for this stretch right here, some serious disaster averted. The flames were coming down over the hillside behind these buildings. There's a liquor store here. There's an animal grooming company. There's a company called Millwork Direct, all at the base of this hill. About 40 minutes ago, that fire crested the hill, started moving down. Firefighters swarmed the parking lot over here, put water, they put retardant, they were doing helicopter drops. We're getting a little better look at what the hillside looks like right now. It's pretty, well, now it's filling up with some smoke, but before the wind kind of blew some of this out, and for the most part, we're not seeing any flame on that hillside anymore, but you can see why. They're putting heavy amounts of water on the hillside. But again, these buildings right here were threatened when this thing was coming down, but as soon as the flames crested that hillside, they sprang into action here and knocked these flames down.
Rob, what are they doing to protect these structures? Obviously, they're hitting the flames, but are they dousing the rooftops as well? Certainly, they have to anticipate at some point the embers flying. I mean, the high winds are doing that, and this fire is spotting, and that's how we saw 3 homes destroyed in the Colony area a few hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. When these flames were coming down, actually before it even crested, the manager of the liquor store was on the roof of the building with a garden hose. He was hosing it down. When the fire crested, he obviously got down from the roof in case things got, turned bad. But that's when the firefighters moved in. They put a good amount of foam on the building, on the awnings here, and they hit the hillside very hard with water. But you're right, that spotting is a problem, especially with the winds as bad as they are today.
Now, Rob, this is horse country out there. Any word on any evacuations of animals in that area?
Earlier when we were over by Pepperdine University, when this thing really began and the winds were really kicking, it seemed like once every 5 minutes a horse trailer would go by. Now, there weren't any horses in the trailer. I don't know if these are people trying to get to their homes or if these were some of the animal rescue groups trying to reach some of these rural homes that may have horses or livestock or whatever animals on the property. But again, they were going by once every 5 minutes. We're a little farther south down on PCH right now. Give you an idea, I don't know if you know where the McDonald's is. We're about a block or 2 away from that. But we haven't seen any animals where we are right now or any of those trailers recently.
How about the people? As you've been watching this yourself, you've seen a number of people standing along PCH and just sort of watching, people that live in the area, perhaps?
Well, I mean, it certainly is a sight to see, and people are naturally curious. There were a lot of folks out here with camcorders. There were folks just sitting and watching. We had a shot as this fire was cresting the top of the hill. We spun the camera around about 45 minutes ago and found a guy just sitting on a bus stop, just sitting there watching. But for the most part now, this smoke from the fire, when it moved down, has really filled what is essentially a small valley on PCH. The buildings kind of trap the smoke down here. It's very uncomfortable to be in, and most of the looky-loos have moved on.
And they moved on because it's so difficult to breathe and the fire's getting closer?
One more time, Leslie.
The looky-loos have moved out of that area right now. It's so difficult to breathe and the fire's getting closer?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the fire, at least on this hill, well, now we're seeing some flames back up on the hillside. Tim, if you could pan over this way. Right behind the liquor sign here, you can see there's still some trouble areas on this hillside kicking up. What they didn't want, one of the firefighters told me what they didn't want was it to move down and hit this tree line right there. That's some heavy brush right there. Up above was a lot of scrub, stuff that will burn quickly and fast, but not too hot. But that was moving down. They hit that as hard as they could, and they wanted to keep it away from the tree line, but it looks now as if some of this is starting to creep back down. So it'll be curious to see if they call in another water drop from these helicopters.
Yeah, firefighters doing a yeoman's job there, defending those properties.
Rob, thank you very much. Very difficult conditions for these firefighters, not only in terms of the winds and what they're facing with the behavior of the fire, but in terms of the temperatures. I mean, you're well over 80 degrees in Malibu, which is above normal for this time of year. The relative humidity was for a time at 7%, hovering around 10%, very, very dry. And they're facing physical fatigue as well. I mean, they face certainly the threat of heat stroke. And those can be life-threatening conditions for firefighters, so they have their own personal safety to contend with, as well as all the vices that Mother Nature is throwing in their direction.
And looking into this, of course, for the long haul, for the next 2 to 3 days, the fire chief says they expect to be fighting this fire. No containment in sight, but at least 1,000 or up to 1,000 firefighters headed to this area from surrounding agencies. You have structures threatened right there, homes in Malibu Road on the beach burning. Those were 3 homes that were a complete loss, and we have mild to moderate damage, mostly the exteriors of 9 homes in the area, 2 commercial structures, a total loss, the Malibu Castle, as you heard in Wendy Birch's report earlier, and Malibu Presbyterian Church.
And there were a couple of businesses damaged, the facade of businesses in Colony Creek Shopping Center there in the heart of Malibu. And from what we understand now, the most imminent threat this fire is projecting is on what would be the southeast flank of this fire, and flames that are, according to Bill Thomas a few moments ago, moving toward homes and toward PCH, back toward PCH, and that's the direction it was burning early on when the homes were destroyed early this morning.
Maybe if we can get to the next 3 to 4 hours, the winds will die down a bit, as Danny Romero has been telling us.
Expect that to happen.
Is Danny's mic up? We don't have Danny's mic. We're going to go to Melissa McBride, who has been at the command center. She heard a briefing from the fire chief and the mayor pro tem a short while ago. Melissa, what can you add?
Micah, we are just outside the building where they had that news conference. We're at a park that's actually on PCH, and we're just below Pepperdine, and this is where there's one helicopter that's taking off here. Firefighters have been coming back here in their helicopters to refuel and pick up the water that they so desperately need to drop on this fire. They're trying to, of course, make that heavy attack from the air. They're trying to hit those areas that the crews are not able to get on the ground. They are making drop after drop and coming to this point and trying to get as much water as they can. We've got one that's going to be coming in here for a landing. Firefighters with hoses ready are there to fill up this chopper as it makes a landing. This is a CDF fire helicopter that's coming down here to refuel. Now, as we know, 200 people so far have evacuated their homes. There are mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders that are in effect. The castle and, as you heard, the Presbyterian Church have been destroyed. 3 homes are a total loss. 9 have some fire damage. A 50-year resident of Malibu was in the process of getting away from the flames today in his car when those flames swept across PCH and caused his Jaguar to stall.
I went through the flames. That was a mistake. The flames went underneath my car, stalled my car, and there I was in the smoke with my son, and he was terrified. Then the only thing I could do was put it in neutral and back out of the smoke, and I backed up to this position, and then I discovered my car was on fire.
A couple of Good Samaritans saw me, helped me out, tried to extinguish the fire.
And Richard Soul tells me that he and his son were not injured. Now, amazingly, just down the street, his wife and his other son were trying to evacuate Malibu as well. They were in the family station wagon loaded up with valuables, important documents, and special mementos. And their car also caught on fire. Fire crews were able to help both he and his wife. They were not hurt. There have been no injuries in this fire. We know that 1,000 acres have burned. That number could climb. They are battling these winds in excess of 50 miles per hour. The helicopters are doing an amazing job flying in these conditions, making trip after trip and trying to load up before the sun goes down. They're trying to get a handle on this fire. Again, there's no containment in sight, and authorities are telling everybody that even if you're not in one of the evacuation areas, you should be ready to go as well, just because they don't know what the winds are going to do. We have these Santa Ana conditions. Winds are going to shift. They are extremely unpredictable. Another note, as far as school goes for tomorrow, most likely Malibu schools are not going to be in session. I've got the mayor's cell phone number handy to call her. They are trying to plan that out. But at this point in time, she says that kids and parents don't plan on having school tomorrow. Now, as far as Pepperdine goes, we were up at Pepperdine earlier. They had evacuated everybody from the faculty housing. They had also evacuated everybody out of the dorms and put them in the cafeteria. That's where they want everybody to remain so that they are safe. There are parking lots. The buildings there are buffered. That's also where fire crews have set up their incident command post. And in that area, they feel that everybody is safe. Safer for them to stay there than to try to leave campus. A lot of students were trying to leave the cafeteria and go outside the building just to see what the fire was doing and see it firsthand for themselves. But we're told that everybody is supposed to be staying put. They want everybody to stay on campus. And Pepperdine, we're hearing, is not going to be having classes tomorrow, but the campus itself is safe. We did see some vegetation that was burned on campus. There were 3 vehicles in a parking lot that caught fire. But again, no injuries to any resident or student at Pepperdine or any firefighters as well. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Melissa McBride, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Melissa, thank you for that live report from just below Pepperdine, an 830-acre campus there, formerly in the crosshairs of this fire, but the campus is safe and all the students inside who have been evacuated to the cafeteria and the basketball arena, they are safe. So that is good news right now. We're going to talk to Danny Romero a little bit more about the winds out there. Danny?
Yeah, you know, the thing about the Santa Ana winds make it so tough for firefighters for a number of different reasons, in particular for Malibu. We're checking out the numbers for Malibu over the last 24 hours. They had a low of a 7% humidity reading. We talked about that a little while ago. Very, very, very dry. They had a peak of 40%. It usually comes around overnight. It's what we call the recovery that happens overnight. You get a little more moisture in the air overnight hours, especially there on the coastal areas. And that recovery, only 40%, that's not good. That means a lot less distance for those humidities to drop back down to those single digits and teen kind of readings. And today, again, because of the Santa Ana event, the coast temperatures are actually warmer than inland temperatures. Reason being, those Santa Ana winds come out of the east, so those eastern portions of LA or the entire Southern California area, eastern portions tend to have the winds kind of cooler there. As the winds move with friction, heating things up, moving towards the west, it brings that wind warmer and warmer as it approaches the coast, so those coastal temps tend to jump up quite much, a lot warmer than the inland areas. So as those Santa Ana winds move from the east towards the west, they will get warmer, and so today especially, we'll see those coastal temps much warmer than the valley and inland area temperatures, where we normally see just the opposite. And then again, with the winds blowing, really drying things out, single-digit humidity staying there, and overnight, when you normally get that recovery to kind of bring a little moisture in the air, that, because the Santa Anas, less of that as well overnight. So it just stays dry overnight, too.
I want to pick up on something you mentioned a minute ago, Danny, here. The particular struggle for firefighters in these conditions. In a fire that we covered last night that is, by the way, still burning. And as we mentioned this aside, it indicates the stretching of resources. You have 500 firefighters here in Malibu, another 1,000 on the way. But to the north, we have burning in the Angeles National Forest, the ranch fire near Castaic that we first had on the air last night. Get this, there are no air resources up there for a fire that has now burned 2,000 acres. The wind is too strong, and the gusts are preventing the fire retardant from reaching the ground. It's going to come out of the helicopter and essentially blow sideways.
Wow. Wow. And then very, very dry, too. With the latest reading out of that area, right around 10% humidity. Again, that dryness is such a major factor, and they are getting no relief there at all right now.
And to finish the sentence up there in Castaic, it is burning southwest toward Piru, being fought primarily by the Forest Service. There is another fire burning called the Buckley Incident in Agua Dulce, up in that area to the east of Santa Clarita and to the north. And for Santa Clarita's part, you're not out of the woods. You've got a fire burning there as well, a 10-acre job that's being fought by County Fire, also on the eastern edge of Santa Clarita Valley. I believe that's near the 14 freeway, Placerita Canyon area. They do believe to have that one under control, but just an indication that there are a number of fires burning across Southern California. Our attention, and rightfully so, is being focused on this Malibu fire, but it is not the only problem at this hour.
Yeah, most of the assets here, because of all the homes that are here so close together. We've got Bill Thomas in Air 7 with the very latest. Bill.
Jay, I got my tape jammed in my VTR.
Bill Thomas, do you hear us?
I got you now. We're right on top of the fire. We're on the northeastern flank of the fire. We're looking at this fire coming down a hill right now. This is the one flank of the fire that firefighters are most concerned with. Up on the top of the ridge, although it's not threatening any homes right now or any structures, still plenty of flames, and the winds just continue. It's a brutal battle for firefighters on the ground and in the air trying to surround this flank of the fire. This is the southeastern flank of the fire. We're on the north end of it. There's nothing but brush up here. It's extremely dry, extremely brittle, and it continues to burn down toward Pacific Coast Highway and not far from the Malibu Pier. Now, as we all know, for several hours, Pacific Coast Highway, the entire stretch up and down Malibu, everything is blocked off. Malibu Canyon, Topanga Canyon, everything taken away as well. And that's to aid firefighters in their battle here. They need as much space as they can to fight that fire, to surround it as quickly as they can, and they're trying to stop the southeastern flank of the fire from taking over Pacific Coast Highway, and it is possible. This is the fire we believe began right around 5 this morning. Reports of downed or arcing power lines. Quickly, that fire with the wind spread into Malibu Canyon. It came back somehow right on top of Pacific Coast Highway. It jumped the highway, damaged several homes off of Pacific Coast Highway on the shoreline, and that clearly, since it already happened once today, it could happen again this afternoon. So all those homes on Pacific Coast Highway, several businesses as well, they are surrounded by firefighters, and they're waiting the battle. If the fire approaches Pacific Coast Highway, they are ready to protect those buildings. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Bill Thomas, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much for that. We can see the smoke right there blowing. We've got a map here of the fires burning in the area. Camarillo, Santa Rosa Valley, a fire there. Chatsworth, a fire there. Placerita Canyon, Castaic, as we were mentioning since yesterday, and Malibu.
And that Placerita Canyon fire is the 5 to 10 acre fire that's being fought by LA County, and that's off the 14 freeway to the south and to the east of Santa Clarita. But the biggest, aside from Malibu, I believe at this point, is that Castaic fire. The good news there is that it's burning primarily in wilderness areas, though they are facing 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts up there as well. So the conditions, very similar to what you're seeing in Malibu, are mirrored in Castaic as well as in North LA County, and that fire moving toward Lake Piru into Ventura County.
And the Malibu fire was just very telling at the news conference over an hour ago when the chief, said that they have no containment and that they are in this for the long haul. They will be trying to get this fire out for the next 2 to 3 days, because that's what the wind conditions are dictating at this point.
Yeah, once again, those red flag warnings stay until Tuesday. In particular, there in that Castaic area right now, they're looking at humidity readings at 9%. Again, single digit is just absolutely crazy. Another indicator we look at here in terms of the weather is what we call the dew point, the point of where the air kind of gets some saturation to it. Normally, you're going to see temperatures like around 60 degrees, 58 degrees. It's an 8-degree dew point reading. That is so dry.
Bone dry.
For that Castaic area right now. And as you mentioned, Micah, the winds gusting up around 50 miles per hour, sustained winds, dangerously out of the northeast. That's the more dangerous warm winds, and they're peaking right now at about 35 miles per hour. So again, just very strong winds there, and those low humidities. That Castaic fire really in bad shape as well.
And that turned out to be a harbinger of things to come. I remember walking off the set here last night at 11:35 after we had updated viewers on that fire. At that point, it was about 60 acres. The wind was howling. The wind was the headline there. I mean, the flames were intense, but we walked out of here last night saying, this is going to be a long weekend and a long few days. It's not a question of whether there's going to be fire, but where it's going to burn.
Yeah.
And waking up this morning and seeing this, not too much of a surprise.
Yeah, you called it. So began at 4:50 in the morning. We have to guess that it's more than 1,000 acres at this point, but still no containment. And They were mentioning that a possible cause of this fire, power lines down, that has not been confirmed, but they are investigating that. We've got Wendy Birch on the ground there in Malibu with more from her vantage point. Wendy.
Well, Leslie, let me tell you, I can confirm that there are power lines down. We're traversing to get up to the Castle House, up to Castle Kashan, and there were a number of lines across the street. We had to wait actually for someone from the power company to actually cut some of the lines so we could cross. And then while we were kind of positioned right near the Malibu Presbyterian Church, a power line snapped just about 15 feet from us. Wes Dennis and I both quickly moved our location. We got out of there. So that's such a precarious position up there. So even when this fire is out, even when the Santa Ana winds die down, there's going to be so much work to do to rebuild some of the infrastructure up and down this place, including Malibu Road, which is a big connector to get into Malibu. You know, there's only a few ways to get here. PCH is one of them, which is a no-go. Malibu Canyon, and then some of the other canyons, including Topanga and Canaan. But all of those right now are under, I know, they're either closed or they're under severe restrictions. So getting in and out of Malibu today, tough for anybody. I know that we've talked a lot about the Castle home belonging to Lily Lawrence. Just to report what I was able to confirm earlier, Lily, the homeowner of the Castle home, which is up on the hill, you can see it started to smolder again. I've been keeping a close eye on it. The Castle home was easily at least 12,000 square feet, perhaps more. Not very good on figuring out what square footage is, but it was a large estate home. The structure you see to the left is the garage and a guest house that's still intact, but that was a magnificent structure that was there just earlier today. And there is the video. As
you continue with your dialogue, Wendy, I just want to let viewers know that what we're looking at on the left side of our screen is videotape of that castle burning.
Right. So we saw some additional flare-ups. Having been in that home a number of times, there's a whole lower level of that home that has some other places for Lily Lawrence's memorabilia and things like that. So I think that's what we're seeing. It's not uncommon to see a home still smolder well after firefighters have sort of left that scene. So I was able to speak with Lily Lawrence. She is with friends, and she's a resilient woman, very brave. She said, quote, "I've lost homes before. I'm okay." So that really does summarize the feelings here. Malibu Presbyterian Church. We were at Malibu Presbyterian Church earlier. I don't know if we have the tape from when we were walking around there. Can someone tell me if we have that? All right. Here's the report I did earlier from up there at the church. Oh, this is, I'm sorry. I thought we had a live tape there. Let me just continue to talk. The Malibu Presbyterian Church is one of the largest churches here in Malibu. It's got a congregation of about 1,500 people. Now, this was one of the first first buildings, I should say, to become fully engulfed in flames. There is a daycare associated to that church. The church is a loss. However, the church offices, I do want to say, I checked those out. They are okay. And I also noticed, firefighters are pretty savvy. They know when it's all said and done what people need. And I noticed that firefighters had pulled out file cabinets with records because, those are the sort of things that churches need as they rebuild. Buildings can be replaced, but sometimes, as we saw at Lily Lawrence's house, photos cannot, and records are difficult to replicate. So, firefighters, when they know that the building is a loss, try to get in and do the best that they can with the limited amount of time that they do have. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Wendy, thank you very much. And here, as we approach the top of the hour, we are coming to you live from the ABC7 Broadcast Center. Leslie Sykes along with Micah Ullman. And we kind of want to reset our coverage here if you're just joining us. A fire that started just before 5 o'clock this morning in the heart of Malibu has now burned well over 1,000 acres and has destroyed 2 commercial structures, both of which Wendy was talking about just a few moments ago, the Malibu Castle and the Malibu Presbyterian Church. Also 3 homes completely destroyed in the Malibu Colony area, homes that are on the beach. 9 other homes damaged to some degree. A number of businesses' facades also damaged in the Colony Creek Shopping Center. 200 homes have been evacuated, and a number of others are on standby as we continue here at 2 o'clock.
And the wind is just a tremendous challenge in this fire. Firefighters have about 500 crews on the scene there, and 800 to 1,000 are en route to help battle this blaze. Looking into power lines down as a possible cause, but we know for sure that this fire will last another few days at least, 2 to 3 days, with the predictions of the Santa Ana winds, with the low humidity, with those gusts. Fire firefighters are doing some structure protection and really battling this blaze from the air, and these embers are just blowing and blowing, and in many cases igniting a home and then skipping a few homes down and igniting another home, as we saw earlier today before we came on the air here.
And our full, substantial coverage and continuous coverage continues here on ABC7 with a team of reporters on the ground in the Malibu area. Bill Thomas as well in Air 7 overhead. You've been watching this for several hours, Bill. What do you see now as a behavioral shift, if any, in this fire? Is it from apparently is approaching homes in the southeast flank?
Yeah, this is the southeast flank of the fire. This is the one that started right around 5 o'clock this morning. And this is the last flank of the fire that's really being attacked right now. The flank over by the Pepperdine University and the Hughes Research Lab. That's not knocked down. There are still several hot spots, but it is dying down. So this is the one area that's getting a great deal of attention, not only from firefighters on the ground, but firefighters in the air as well. The problem for firefighters on the ground, steep canyons, deep ravines, almost impossible for firefighters in 80-degree heat with 40, 50-mile-per-hour winds and sometimes up to 100 pounds of gear on their back to climb into these canyons and try to battle that fire. So it's a massive aerial attack. Now here's a problem with the aerial attack. We're hearing reports that some of the fixed-wing aircraft and even the water-dropping helicopters are coming in, but the winds are so erratic and they're so brutal. By the time they drop their load of water, it kind of dissipates before it hits its mark. Some of the marks are getting hit. They are making progress from the air, but the winds are a real battle. And this is the section of the fire that we've been telling you for the past couple of hours, that inch by inch, bit by bit, it's working its way down toward Pacific Coast Highway. There was one flank of this fire, the southeast flank, that was burning within about a quarter of a mile of Pacific Coast Highway, and on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway, homes, businesses, a heavily populated area which by now has been entirely evacuated, and firefighters are standing by on Pacific Coast Highway to meet that threat if it comes down to the coast and tries to take over those homes. Reporting live from Air 7 over the Malibu fire, I'm Bill Thomas, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Bill, you're a pilot, you know the logistics. I'm going to tell viewers here off the top of the hour here that the helicopters that are trying to gather water to drop on this are not using what would be a very convenient Pacific Ocean due to choppy waters, high winds, and the like. They're being diverted to Lake Sherwood, which is some miles away from this fire. Talk about the amount of time that would take and ultimately cost a helicopter to go from the flank of that fire up to reload and come back down.
Yeah, Lake Sherwood, that's probably about a 10-minute helicopter ride to get out there, load up, and come back. There are other reservoirs. Let's go down to the Coast Highway right now. Let's go right down to Pepperdine University. In addition to Lake Sherwood, we're going to show you Pepperdine University, which at one point was threatened. In fact, there's still one smoldering little chunk of grass right on the southeast corner of Pepperdine University they're trying to mop up right now. The university is not threatened, but it looks like water-dropping helicopters, they're actually landing on the grounds at Pepperdine University and several areas near Pepperdine University. Lake Sherwood is a good refueling source for water, but here's another one. It's just moments away, maybe a 1-minute flight time to the fire. We'll push in here to the ground, right in the middle there. We'll go right down to the ground. This is the southern flank of Pepperdine University, which at this time does not appear to be threatened or evacuated. Earlier, at one point, all the students and the faculty were taken to the gym, and if necessary, if they had to be evacuated, they would have been sent northwestbound up Pacific Coast Highway toward Zuma. So here's where another place where the water-dropping helicopters are picking up their water back to the fire. It's a 1, maybe a 2-minute flight time to get back to the southeastern flank of the fire, which is the most threatening part of the fire for Malibu right now, Micah.
Bill, the super scooper is not able to access that water, but helicopters can, and that's a fairly recent development. As we know, throughout much of the morning, Pepperdine imminently threatened, and that body of water, or the pair of bodies there, not accessible by helicopters. But that's good news, certainly. Cutting down flight time, and it means more water on the fire sooner and faster.
Yeah, and the Super Scooper is really scooping up 1,600 gallons of water. So just an amazing amount of water to try to drop on these hot spots. Bill mentioned that he's at the southeast flank of the fire, but the Pepperdine flank is dying down now. There are still some hot spots, but the university is not threatened at this point. We heard earlier that all the students have been evacuated to some safe areas on the campus, an 800-acre campus, and they are safe. But there are hot spots around that campus, and we've got the different flanks of the fire burning right now, inching the fire ever so closely to Pacific Coast Highway.
And we know at this point, it's quite obvious from what you're looking at on the screen, PCH is closed. The dimensions on that, Canaan Road to Topanga Canyon, PCH remains closed. I believe residents are being allowed in some portions of that if they can show proof of identity. Some of the voluntary evacuation areas, Montanito, Puerco Canyon, Sweetwater Canyon, to name a few. 3 evacuation centers that have been set up, one along Zuma Beach, another one at the Firestone Field House, and also Agoura High School. People being sent there, the evacuees, for a fire that started just before 5 o'clock this morning. Nobody's been hurt. We haven't mentioned that in several minutes, and I like to keep updating you if you're just tuning in. As you see this fire grow in dimension, it's damaging quite a bit of property. 3 homes completely destroyed. Remarkably, nobody has been hurt. And with wind gusts like this, there's the potential for injury from so many different facets. You've got fire, you've got wind, down power lines. There were reports of massive pots flying off of balconies along PCH and landing indiscriminately. Not a safe place to be right now, and remarkably, we have 0 injury to report at this point.
Definitely is good news, and we've got about 200 evacuations there, and we watched earlier as those 2 homes on the coast that we believe were in the colonies in Malibu, they simply burned to the ground. And so we have actually at least 3 homes, a total loss. 9 homes have been damaged, mild to moderate damage, 4 businesses damaged in the Colony Creek shopping area. And we just continue to watch as firefighters try to put out these hot spots, and they drop water to douse these flames and try to get a line around this fire, which has not happened yet. There is no containment. At least 1,000 acres burned, and the winds are erratic. We will not see these winds die down today, at least, for another 3 to 4 hours.
Leslie, we're going to zoom our coverage out figuratively here if we can for a few moments. We've been focusing, and rightfully so much attention on this Malibu fire, but as I've been mentioning here, there are a number of other fires burning in Southern California. Most notably, aside from Malibu, is one burning north of Santa Clarita in the Castaic area, something that has grown overnight from some 60 acres to over 2,000 acres. Captain Rick Dominguez with LA County Fire is on the line with some more information on that fire and other fires burning across Southern California. Captain, thanks for being with us. What do you have?
Okay, actually that's Inspector, but thank you for the promotion. But
I'm at the mercy of my assignment desk, and I'm glad to give you a promotion. You all deserve one after a day like this.
Right now, that Castaic fire is being handled by the Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service. We turned it over to them sometime this morning, and that is growing right now. There is no homes or structures threatened. That's burning up in some pretty rough terrain out there. So it's pretty much being handled by probably copters and aircraft right now.
Inspector Dominguez, can you tell me the Castaic fire, give me the breakdown on it, how many acres has it charred and how much containment?
On the Castaic fire, it's close to, last I heard, it was approximately 2,000 acres. As far as containment, I don't have that information in front of me right now, but I can give it to you on the next update.
Threatening structures?
No structures in the Castaic fire. Now, moving on to the fire in Agua Dulce area.
Mm-hmm.
That's right now we have about 500 acres there going right now, with approximately 30-40 homes threatened right now. We have firefighters on scene, and we also have strike teams and mutual aid heading that way.
You've got something going just to the south in Santa Clarita as well, along the 14 Placerita Canyon area. I know County Fire's been after that one. Last we got was 10 acres. What's happening there?
The new fire's out. The Placerita Canyon fire's out.
Inspector,
Placerita?
we can't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
Start over with the update on that Placerita fire. Is it out?
Yeah, that Placerita fire is out. That was it was about 20 acres, and that one is out. So we have that one under control, and it's being mopped up right now.
How'd it start?
It's no confirmation, but we believe it was also downed electrical wires.
And what are you speculating in Agua Dulce as a cause at this point?
Right now, we haven't had any speculation. We haven't heard any reports from the original. Usually the first initial on-scene engine company is able to visualize if there's wires down to let us know. We haven't heard that yet from them, so it's hard to speculate on what caused the Agua Dulce fire. But we're having the same problems out there with the wind.
Right. What can you tell us about the behavior of the Malibu fire right now?
Well, as you know, it's so unpredictable. For a while there, it was drifting to the west. I'm looking right now on one of the TV channels, and the wind seems to have died down, but it could pick up, and it's more likely going to pick up this afternoon. So we're just making preparations and trying to predict, which is almost hard, to find the structures that are going to be possibly threatened.
Well, there's no way to predict a spot ahead, half a mile ahead, as you well know, and there's so much talk about protection of property. Talk for a moment, if you would, about self-preservation. These are very difficult conditions in terms of humidity and temperatures to go along with the wind for firefighters who are in these very, very heavy, in some cases, Nomex fire-resistant suits. What are you trained to do to preserve your own strength as you fight this
Well,
fire?
the first thing we do, I mean, daily we hydrate. I mean, that's a constant rule. Just drink water, you know, because you never know when you're going to get called out into a situation like this. Now, in the fire that we wear, if they're structure protection, they're actually going to wear the turnouts that they're going to be using if they were going to actually enter the structure. And the crews that are working on the brush areas will be wearing more of a lighter Nomex. And we layer it with T-shirts underneath and gloves, and we also have an extra pair of pants underneath. But the key to that is hydration. Hydration.
Inspector, we're looking right now as you're talking of the Castaic fire as it was burning earlier. Can you tell us a little bit more about that fire? How close did it come to structures?
Okay, at the this is which one are you looking at?
Castaic.
The 2,000-acre job burning there north of Santa Clarita.
Yeah. I don't think that at any time that there was a possibility of any structure threat. I don't know exactly how close the fire actually did come to the structures in the Castaic fire.
So getting back to what we're talking about here as the video continues to roll and your live picture as well on the right of your screen, the cycle of duty for these firefighters, you hear 12 on, 12 off. Is it less than that? Is it more than that?
Actually, it's 24.
It's 24. There's no rest.
Right. You're going to have a 24-hour shift. Now, they're going to get breaks. They're going to get rehabilitation. But on an ongoing fire like this, the gentleman will be relieved in the morning, and a new crew will come on. And if one of the firefighters is going to be working the next shift, he'll actually get a little break to sleep, go to the rehab area, and get fed and a little rest, and then we'll send out another crews to take their place. So there's constantly changing, making sure, especially with this weather.
And how soon do you expect to have the additional 1,000 firefighters there on scene ready to go?
Well, we still have them coming in from all over the California here, so it depends on how far. They're coming as far as Northern California. So at this time, we do have a lot of equipment and personnel in our staging area. And then we also have a lot more personnel and equipment coming from Southern and Northern California.
To what degree are ground crews able to affect this fire at this point?
Well, that's hard to say the way it jumps, but the best thing a ground crew can do right now is once a spot fire starts, if it's in an area of any structure, they can go up and place a line around the neighborhood or the structure itself. And it's hard to predict, so pretty much like you said, it's a guessing game. You have to wait. Once the fire starts, we get the crews up in there if possible, if it's accessible, and they can start putting in a line.
So we can presume there are no ground crews actually up in the hills and the canyons.
Oh, they're out there. They're out there.
They're
working in the fire areas, definitely. Oh, yeah, they're out there. But I'm saying that as the spot fires jump, they'll be as soon as they get predicted or as soon as they get spotted, they'll send the crews over there to start working the line.
Okay, so they're really focused on the structures and
That's
waiting.
That's our main focus. Yes, ma'am.
Where's your tent city, your rehab point for the firefighters? And describe that for a minute. If people who don't know, I mean, these are modular cities that are set up literally overnight, and just thousands of pounds of food and water and rehabilitation, medical supplies, cots. Talk about that.
Oh, yes, sir. The camp is going to be, it's held, and it's just like you said, an actual city where the crews come in, the food comes in, they bring in portable showers, they bring in, a lot of the phone companies will bring in phone service so the guys can, contact their families too. And basically it's like a little city, a self-contained city, and that's where the guys will go and do their rehab and get their rest, and also the people that are in staging are there just waiting. All the guys are anxious to help out, but you don't want them just to rush out there, so when the need is there, they'll contact the command post and they'll send out the strike teams or whatever type of equipment and crew they need.
And we're looking at the billows of smoke coming up from this fire as it burns across the terrain. How long has it been since much of this brush has burned? Well,
we had that the one in January, but that was more contained, January 9th fire. But the Malibu, you remember the 93, big fire in 93, but there's areas up in there that haven't been touched for years. And with the lack of rain and the low humidity, it's just it's unpredictable.
Right, resources are brought in, as we understand, from around the country and in some cases beyond our own borders. I know these super scoopers are Canadian-made and on lease to LA County Fire for what on paper is the beginning of fire season around this time. But as you well know, and perhaps you can talk more about it, fire season is year-round these days in Southern
yes,
California.
sir. You know, they come in October, but as you know, even we had some early fire season this year, and then so we contract the super scoopers as for the fire season. But depending on what's happening, we can extend the contract with them. And then we also have the heli-tankers that we share with LA City. So we do have the equipment available, and it's there, and they're doing the best job they can.
What's your arsenal like here for this fire in Malibu? How many super scoopers do you have up, and what else do you have?
We contract from Canada 2 super scoopers, so we have them, and we have 8 helicopters right now. It's a combination of our copters and the heli-tankers. So actually we have 10 aircraft right now, constantly in the air right now. They've been flying since the fire broke out.
What happens when night falls in terms of fighting it from the air?
That'll be determined with the incident commander. He'll check with the helicopter coordinator, and if it is safe, then we will continue doing the drops.
Inspector, we're going to touch a little bit on what's being called the Santa Rosa Valley Fire. I believe that's what we're referring to here, this Ventura County Fire, a number of them. As we list the evacuations that are recommended, precautionary, do you have any information on that fire in terms of acreage? And obviously, there are structures that are threatened with the evacuations here.
Okay, sir, that I don't have much information on that right now because, like I said, that Ventura and the U.S. Forest Service, so I'm unable to give you an update on that fire.
Okay. You know, we've got a list of evacuations on the screen here. Among the 7 reported fires burning across Southern California, recommended evacuations are in place for the Lexington community, including Night Ski Drive, River Run Lane, Knob Lane, Crestline Drive, Lexington Hills Lane, and Ripple Creek Lane. Precautionary evacuations are in place for the areas west of the fire in the Santa Rosa Valley, and we will bring you any updates as events warrant. Inspector, what can you tell us about Malibu right now and the number of crews that you have on the ground?
Okay, right now we have we're close to 600 personnel on the line. That's a combination on the fire line and also in staging, and we have close to 1,000 more personnel and equipment coming. So. What we have now is all the crews that are out there working are going to be rotating in as we spoke earlier. So we do have the personnel there, and we have more equipment coming.
Inspector Dominguez, thank you very much for your time. I know you have a lot of work to do. We appreciate you giving us a few moments here on the air. And from here, we want to go back up to Bill Thomas in Air 7. I understand, Bill, you're running low on fuel. What can you give us before you head back to base and gas up?
Yeah, before going back to Van Nuys, once again, we're over the eastern flank of the fire. Now, right to left, there's a county fire water dropping helicopter. They're coming in one after another, making as many drops as they can. They are making a dent in the program, but this is an ongoing battle. This is a fire that's been raging since about 5 o'clock this morning, and there's no end in sight. Let's go to our left here just a bit on the eastern flank of the fire. Bit by bit, the winds keep howling up and pushing right there. You'll see just how close the southeastern flank of this fire is to homes and businesses right on Pacific Coast Highway. Now, this is PCH about a quarter, maybe a half a mile east of the Malibu Pier. This is a portion of Pacific Coast Highway that has been entirely evacuated, taken over by emergency personnel, including firefighters and police officers. Everyone is out. At this point, no reports of any injuries, but you can see just how close the flames are getting to Pacific Coast Highway. We have lost homes already. At least homes have been damaged on Pacific Coast Highway right on the water, and this could happen again. Firefighters at the ready. They are trying to attack those flames and hold them back, but as you can see, look at the smoke rising and going out over toward the shoreline. The winds are still howling over this Malibu fire. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Bill Thomas, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill. As you go and get some more gas, we will go on to Eyewitness News reporter Melissa McBride. She is on PCH, probably below Pepperdine, where she was when we last spoke with her. Melissa, is that where you are?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Leslie, but I think you asked me where I am. I'm at Malibu Bluffs Park. This is on PCH across the street and just down below Pepperdine. And this is where those helicopters, you heard Bill Thomas talking about it, are flying in. They are filling up. This is one of the spots where they are reloading with as much water as possible so that they can then fly to the areas, those hard to reach spots where the fire is burning, and make that air attack. They have hoses that are out there, and the firefighters are filling up those helicopters. They keep coming in one right after the other in order to try to get as much water on the fire before the sun goes down. They're trying to make an aggressive attack because this fire is extremely unpredictable because of the winds and the shifting winds and the strength of those winds. They are dealing with wind gusts over 50 miles per hour, and these crews are trying to get the fire under control. It's already caused damage to structures. We have 9 homes that have damage, 3 homes that are a total loss, and also damage to businesses. We know that there's damage to 4 businesses over at Colony Creek. Officials do not yet know the exact cause, but firefighters say that in the area where the fire started, there were downed power lines. This was just before 5 o'clock this morning. Now they are still trying to get the exact cause, but we do know that that might be a possibility. They've evacuated 200 people. They have those mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders in effect, but the mayor of Malibu is saying that everybody needs to be prepared to evacuate. She says that Malibu is at the mercy of the wind. People should have their valuables ready. They should have financial documents in order, have things packed up in the car, and be ready to go. And firefighters say, and this is coming from LA County Fire Chief Michael Freeman, that now is not the time to try to be a hero and put out flames near your property if they get that close.
It is not the time to try to save your own property. Firefighters are trained and equipped as best we can to provide that protection. And we'd like to wrap this incident up, whether it's 2-3 days from now, to say that there have been no injuries as we have so far.
And once again, no injuries to any firefighters, and we have upwards of 600 firefighters. More are on their way to come battle this blaze from other parts in California. The fire right now, it's moving in a southeasterly direction. The eastern flank is where the aircraft are focusing their attention on. We've got another helicopter that just landed and another that just took off. And once again, those evacuation areas, we want to let you know about those again, just in case you're just joining us. The voluntary evacuation areas are Coral Canyon, Carbon Canyon, also Carbon Mesa and Rambla Pacifica, and then the mandatory evacuation areas, those are Montanito, Malibu Colony, Puerco Canyon, and also Sweetwater Canyon. Again, this blaze standing at 1,000 acres, and it appears to continue to grow. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Melissa McBride, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
You got it, Melissa. We thank you, and we want to bring Danny Romero back into our coverage here. Danny, at the low point, it was 7% relative humidity, a very important number as we continue to watch this in terms of dictating to the best you can the degree of predicting where this fire is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, as the flames move, as the winds go, the winds are now turned today from kind of that northerly component that we had yesterday and even on Friday as well. Now more northeasterly. Those northeasterly winds are the true Santa Ana winds, come down off the mountains through the canyons, really increasing in velocity as it pushes down. You get what's called compressional heating, increases those wind velocities, and also really dries things out. So that's where you mentioned the low humidities, 7%, 9% humidities. Those will continue that way. Even overnight, when you normally get what's called recovery, you get a little more moisture in the air. Because of those Santa Anas drying things out so much, getting such low readings, even at night when they get some more moisture in the air, it goes from 7% only up to 30, maybe 40% in some areas, which now, when the daytime starts and dries out again, you start at a lower point at 40%, you get back down to single digits very quickly. That will be the case for the next few days. As a matter of fact, there's good indications now that we might have to extend the red flag warnings to maybe Wednesday or Thursday, mainly because of the low humidities. The winds will start to die down. This real strong wind event with those 80, 100 mile per hour gusts we're talking about will start to die down somewhat around Tuesday into Wednesday. Still be advisory level, like 25, 35 mile per hour winds, gust to 50. But the dryness, the low humidities, that will continue into Wednesday, possibly Thursday. That's why the red flag warnings will probably be extended. At the moment, officially not, but indications are we will see those red flags stay till even past midweek.
Danny, how much will the winds die down when the evening comes?
At nighttime, you're going to see some reduction of the winds, but you're still going to see, especially in those canyon areas, because of just the shape and the topography, you're going to see still some gusts that'll get up to maybe down from the 80, 90 mile per hour gusts we've been talking about to still getting down to like 50, maybe 60 mile per hour gusts as well, even in the nighttime hours. You can, at night, we've talked about this before, you hear those howling winds here in some of the valley areas. You could still very well have that again during this real strong part of the wind event, continuing till around Tuesday or so.
And keep in mind, on an average day, a 50-mile-an-hour gust is remarkable.
Yeah.
I mean, these. Do you remember a recent time where you've had gusts as high as we're seeing?
Not like
here?
this. No, not when you're seeing readings of 80, 100. There was a reading in one of the mountain areas, 108 mile per hour gust in this last 5-6 hours. 108 mile per hour
That's
gust.
stunning.
Yeah, and
it's
so
hard
we're
to
seeing
believe.
those. Yeah, so when those winds come down
winds.
and push through the valleys, it's crazy.
It's a bad situation all around.
Absolutely, and then again too, the really, really low humidities. That's going to be your real fire danger over the next few days, besides the winds, of course.
And that could well be extended beyond Tuesday.
Yep,
Right.
exactly.
We can only hope that these firefighters can get in there and sort of douse these flames and put a line around the fire and protect these homes and these businesses as best they can in the next several hours that we have. We're going to go to Rob Hayes, who's live in Malibu with the very latest there. Rob.
Leslie, we're in the 22,500 block here. Short time ago, we were showing you how this hill, the fire had crested over the hill, then subsided. It's proving to be very, very stubborn. Hot spots keep flaring up here, and then, Tim, if you pan off this way, we're going to get a water drop right now. There you go. There's a chopper dropping some water on a hot spot flaring up behind the buildings here. It is just moving southeast along PCH here, along the hill. Again, it crested up over here and has moved down more southeast. Again, that looked like it was retardant that he dropped. We're getting a lot of it blowing back at us right now. But just to give you an idea, if we pan down this way, show you just how awful the conditions are over here, how smoky they are. It's real hard to see anything more than, say, half a block down. But then we turn and we pan the other way, and you can see, here we go, you can see, wow, the wind is really picking up again right now. But you can see the sun coming through in that area down there, which would be south of where we are right now on PCH. But the wind, another just strong burst of wind. Here comes another airdrop coming in from the Pacific. These choppers are flying low. This is pretty tricky. And you can see how these choppers are being buffeted by the winds here.
That's a county chopper holding in the neighborhood of 300 to 500 gallons of water, fire retardant, whatever they deem to be most useful at the time. Remarkable, as you mentioned, the agility of those helicopters as they come in through the canyons and drop. And you're essentially, what you're saying, right underneath one, and you're actually getting some of that spit back.
Yeah, they were making some trips right over us a short time ago. Now they've moved a little south of us, so they're probably a good 100 yards away from us, but they are not very far off the ground, as you can see, coming in maybe 100 feet and trying to hit that fire that seems to be trying to crest the hillside. Here comes another one a little farther down PCH.
Rob,
so they have got a steady sequence of these airdrops going on right now.
Looks like it's very difficult for you to breathe right now.
Yeah, I mean, the smoke is very, very thick right here. And the winds, in a way, sometimes, whoa, here we go. Can you see that, Tim? I don't know if you guys could get a shot of that right now. You can see these flames are creeping back down the hill right now and are burning even closer to these buildings here on PCH.
It seems to be in the backyard of, what is that in the foreground? Is that an apartment complex, or is that a business center?
It's Faith Valentine is the name that's on the sign right there. I'm not quite sure. I can't see through the smoke exactly what kind of business that is.
Salon.
What is it? Waxing and facial. So it looks like a cosmetic place, a cosmetology beauty shop or something. And again, you can see how the winds are just kicking these flames up.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like a beauty salon there. Looks like they were able to douse those flames right there that we saw. You can pull out and see what else they're doing in the area.
Well, they may have gone back behind that two-story structure there. Rob, what do you see in terms of structure protection? I mean, these guys knew this had the potential of coming back down this way. We've been